Chapter 51. Shadows of Night. Izuku had promised to make sure everyone else would get a good night's sleep. He'd never said anything about his own, so he got up and tiptoed to the window, looking at the garden behind the curtains. There was the open space they trained on the most, the remnants of Ijiro's rocky punching bag, and a spot where Hitoshi had tripped and fallen on Izuku after one of their earliest training days when Izuku trained him to the point of barely being able to walk. If those memories alone had been his life, he could be happy. He stepped out to the corridor, opening up his phone for the first time since Tenya returned to look at the news. It was all about what had happened at the festival. He took little comfort in that the narrative in the media seemed to be at least divided with titles from "Number 2 Hero a Domestic Abuser" and "What Happened to Shoto Todoroki?" to "A Quirk Stealer Stole This Hero's Son." See images. At least no article seemed to name where they were, though Izuku still checked the security cameras. Then there was the case of Stain. The near death and suspected crippling of Ingenium was already in the news. Unfortunately, there wasn't anything on the killer that Izuku didn't already know about. The third and largest, most interesting news was a case of people being burnt to literal ash on a random alley. Izuku stopped scrolling when a single sentence mentioned people hearing explosions before the fire and its victims were found. The victims had not been identified, so could Bakugo be one of them? Izuku sighed. Bakugo might have been arrogant, but it was unlikely that someone he met randomly in an alley would beat him, and there were multiple victims. Bakugo was many things, but a team player wasn't one of them, that was for sure. Seemed more like he had become a solo vigilante in the past few weeks. Izuku was just glad he apparently hadn't decided to come after Tenya or Hitoshi. He might have been happier about that if he hadn't just replaced Bakugo's threat with Endeavor. But first, Ingenium. Izuku snuck away and into his dad's room. That was nothing but a facade in case anyone looked at Izuku's family situation. He sent a coded message and a warp gate soon appeared in front of him. He stepped through it and into the fancy apartment in the Tokyo skyscraper his dad had taken him to after his mom. His father was sitting on a sofa, looking at a laptop with his eyeless face. How did that work anyway? I thought you were having a sleepover. They're all sleeping. I couldn't. And why is that? Many reasons. Izuku looked away from his father and out the window. How much do you know about Stain? I wondered how you would react to the case with Ingenium. You do understand that your own mission at the most fundamental level is about eliminating a hero for what he represents. Not much different from Stain, I would say. Izuku kept looking outside. I hope you aren't allowing your judgment and resolve to be clouded by Ingenium's personal connection. Izuku continued staring out of the window quietly for a long moment. I'll make my own judgment on him and Stain. Just tell me what you know. Less than you think. Stain operates alone, driven by strong convictions on what a hero should be and what should be done to the fakes. Not too different from your beliefs, albeit more simplistic and more extreme. I doubt he shares your concern on how people are treated differently for their quirks. Or at the very least, it is not the basis of his crusade. His issue seems to be that heroes care for anything but helping people, little things like making a living or fame. Do you know where he is? He doesn't seem to stay in any one place, though you could probably find him if you took enough time to collect information. Tamura might also be interested in him for the League, so try not to step on each other's toes. Stain in the League, Izuku muttered, frowning. Perhaps. His strong convictions could help to turn more people against heroes, but how well those convictions suit the League and Tamura are a different matter. I am not sure Tamura is capable of convincing him yet, though you have had a positive impact on him in that sense. Try not to sabotage his efforts if he succeeds. I'll try. His father smirked. What was that thing Shinso said? Do or do not, there is no try. Izuku's eyes narrowed. Did you spend the day eavesdropping on me? Don't give me that look. You had no problem with that particular feature when you caught Endeavor on record. Izuku couldn't deny that. To be more serious, work with Tamura. I don't like when plans go wrong due to bickering within the family. There was a weight in his words, far heavier than a simple warning to keep Izuku in line. His father knew what family could do when it didn't pull in the same direction. Izuku returned home with no answers to ease the weight on his shoulders and dragged his feet back into the room containing much of what he still cared about in this world. He opened the door slowly to not wake them up. The brainwashing made them fall asleep. It didn't keep them sleeping. Hey! A low, quiet voice called. Izuku jolted as he was in the process of closing the door and spun around, prepared to kill any intruder threatening the sleeping group. There was no intruder, only a large black mass rising from the sofa bed closest to the door, which Tokoyami was sleeping on. The mass quickly grew to block the entire rest of the room from Izuku's sight. Dark Shadow, he whispered. You're not sleeping? You told Fumi to sleep, not me. Where did you go? Izuku carefully maintained a calm, neutral expression despite being faced by the giant shadow. He knew well that Dark Shadow was at his largest and most dangerous in the darkness of the night. He tried to glance at the rest of the group behind the shadow. We don't want to wake them, Izuku whispered and pulled the door open again. Talk outside. He backed into the corridor and Dark Shadow stretched after him, filling the door so Izuku felt safe talking without waking the others. Where did you go? Dark Shadow asked curtly. I couldn't sleep, Izuku said in same manner. There's too much to think about, and I can't use the brainwashing on myself. How about you? Just because you made Fumi sleep doesn't mean I would sleep. That was one interesting detail Izuku would have to remember. Dark Shadow was truly a separate consciousness. If I slept, I couldn't look after Fumi, and I have to look after him when he can't look after himself. Izuku tilted his head and hummed. I can understand that feeling. So you stay up all nights guarding Tokoyami and sleep when he is awake?
No.
I don't sleep. I don't need to. I can look after him all the time. Jealous, Izuku muttered.
What?
We are a lot alike. How you worry about Tokoyami, how I worry about them, but I have to sleep and can't be with anyone all the time. So why did you leave them sleeping on their own? Where did you go? Dark Shadow at night was dangerous in more than a physical sense. I didn't want to wake them up. I looked at news and checked the security system. Tenya's brother is already on the news, and the sports festival, of course. It is a mess, and I'm not sure what to do next. Fumi feels bad for Speedy and Two-Face. Is the trash fire going to threaten him for that? He could, but mostly he wants to burn me. I don't mind squashing him if he tries, as long as Fumi is safe. That is my goal too. Izuku looked at the wall behind of which the others slept. He felt a strange level of camaraderie with the dark quirk. There is so much going on, but the one thing I can't stop thinking even for a moment is the fear of losing them. Always in the back of your mind, and keeps popping up when you aren't thinking about something else hard enough to distract you. Dark Shadow nodded. Making you restless or irritated if you don't have something else to focus on, Izuku added. Especially at night when nothing is happening, Dark Shadow said, and seemed to shrink a bit, although it was hard to say in the darkness. Can make you act more rashly and violently than you otherwise would, Izuku added. But people don't understand it, and call you a bad quirk when you just want to keep someone safe. There was a long quiet moment between them. Good to know someone who understands. Then you understand to not fail Fumi. Izuku didn't answer anything out loud, not confident he could answer honestly, but his face staring at the wall must have been enough to satisfy Dark Shadow. You want to help Fumi train tomorrow? The quirk suddenly asked. Izuku was caught off guard. Yes. That is why I invited him, you two, in the first place. Then you should go to sleep. You still need that, and you can't help Fumi well enough tired. You don't need to worry about keeping guard. After the previous discussion, Izuku didn't have any concerns about trusting the quirk with that job. Thank you, he whispered as the quirk pulled back into the room, letting him back inside. Izuku settled back on his bed and took one more look around. He had a lot to think about, but at least for tonight he wasn't alone in the room with space for his worries to echo. Closing his eyes, he focused on tracking the calm sounds of the breathing of those around him to keep any other thoughts away. It worked great, for as long as he was still awake. Izuku was standing in the middle of an inferno. He couldn't even see the room around him, just flames everywhere. He screamed for the others, but no sound came out. He looked around, but had to squint his eyes from the shine and heat of the flames. A large form moved behind the flames. Could Endeavor have done this? There was a loud explosion behind the flames in another direction. Izuku kept running through the flames, looking for the others. He was supposed to keep them safe. They shouldn't have trusted him as much as they did, but he should have at least kept them safe. The large form appeared ahead again. The flames suddenly opened into a space where they were smaller, only reaching his feet. Many charred human forms were laying on the ground, all with something remaining that Izuku could recognize despite flames licking their surface, and over them were standing the two completely black forms of All for One and Shirakuro, their faces covered by the helmets.
No.
Izuku cried out, his voice finally audible. No, no, no. Shirakuro raised his hand, reaching towards Izuku. Izuku lit his dragon blade to slash at the offending appendix, but even as he did so, his other arm reached out, accepting the wordless invitation. Izuku could not control it, not either of them. A wave of darkness fell between them and surrounded Izuku. The scorching heat disappeared but was replaced by an all-consuming, suffocating blackness. It tied Izuku's arms, and he could no longer control himself no matter how much he thrashed around or tried to cut the darkness with the dragon blade. Hey, stop that. Izuku's eyes flung open, but the blackness remained. He gasped for air, but the irritating smell of smoke had not gone away. He yanked his hand up as something intensely cold touched it. He glanced down as the blackness over him shifted away as dark shadow let him go. The edge of his bed below where his hand had been was frozen, with wafts of smoke still hanging over the ice alongside a confused Todoroki. Izuku stopped breathing mid-breath and swung around to ensure everyone was still there. They were unhurt, and they were all wide awake. Izuku glanced at the now ice-covered side of his bed and his hand that had lit it on fire. He had almost made his nightmare true. He started breathing faster and shaking while staring at the shaking hand. You might not want to do that, someone said somewhere. A hand appeared in Izuku's vision and reached to grab his. Izuku jolted, ready to draw on his quirks. His eyes rose. He froze still as his defenses shattered and Hitoshi grabbed his hand without resistance and sat on Izuku's bed next to him. He took both of Izuku's hands onto his, stopping their shaking. Was it about her? He asked. No, Izuku said, finding the floor suddenly very interesting. So us. Yeah. Bad or double bad? I think double. I guess it's understandable considering the situation. Hitoshi looked at the chunk of ice on Izuku's bed. Still worse than before. Good thing Todoroki reacted quickly.
I'm sorry.
Sure, Hitoshi hissed and brought his other arm over Izuku's shoulder. Dark Shadow caught you off guard. With everything that has happened to you, it is natural to lash out. Hey, Dark Shadow interrupted. I was trying to help. Dark Shadow, quiet, Tokoyami commanded. No, Izuku said. He didn't do anything wrong. I needed to wake up before something worse happened. It's me. Just, next time don't try to hold me down. Izuku stopped for a moment, just to focus on breathing more calmly. It's not usually this bad when I'm not alone. There was a long moment of silence as Hitoshi gave him a long, thoughtful stare. Want to talk about it? Izuku hesitated. I thought I had woken up. The room was on fire. I think there were explosions. All of you. He looked at his hand. He couldn't say by whose feet their corpses had burned. You aren't going to get rid of us that easily. Izuku drew a breath and didn't say anything for a long time, until he looked at Todoroki and Tenya.
I'm sorry.
You already have too much weight on your shoulders to be woken up by my night dash. Izuku shut up with a light slap to the face by Hitoshi. You are already helping all of us carry our worries. Don't try to hoard your own. What weight is he talking about? Todoroki muttered. Is there something we can do to help? Ijiro asked. He had gotten off his bed and come stand at the end of Izuku's. You already do, Izuku sighed. And then I almost lit you on fire. Heh, don't think you need to worry about that. Todoroki already tried, and it didn't work. Izuku shook his head, stunned by the redhead's ability to shrug off anything, and not just in the physical sense. Ijiro sat on Izuku's bed, trapping Izuku between him and Hitoshi. It was a comfortable place to be, and some of Izuku's tension slowly slipped away. After a long, quiet moment, Izuku turned his head, ending up facing Todoroki, sitting opposite to him on his own bed. Thanks for that, Izuku gestured at the ice that had put out his fire and was now beginning to melt. Fire is not good, Todoroki responded, or getting burned. He raised his hand to the burned side of his face, seemingly not aware of the action until the fingers touched skin and he jolted. I know that nightmare, Todoroki continued. Izuku bit his teeth together at hearing that, but wasn't exactly surprised by the words. Todoroki stood up. You shouldn't have those for me. It is better if I go. Izuku's eyes widened as the tired look on them hardened. Dark Shadow, block the door, he commanded. Don't tell me what to do, the quirk responded, but only after doing exactly what Izuku told him. Todoroki, sit down, Izuku ordered in his most commanding voice, which was enough to make his two-faced classmate freeze, but still only figuratively. Izuku didn't even need the brainwashing. I didn't just publicly declare war on Endeavor to let you go back anywhere near him. Sleep be damned. Don't say it, Toshi. Don't underestimate the importance of sleep. Izuku raised his hand in front of Hitoshi's face without even looking at him. His own stare was focused on Todoroki.
Sit.
He did. Izuku rubbed his forehead. Todoroki, I had nightmares long before we ever met. And yours aren't going to go anywhere if you just suffer alone and hope something changes without accepting help. If you want to be a hero, you have to meddle in other people's business. And let others meddle in yours when you have trouble, Ijiro said quietly. I don't think either of you should worry about these things alone. I don't pretend to know anything like what Todoroki, or Ida, or any of you are going through, but I know I'm better off for having you guys meddle with what I have worried about. You especially Izuku. Don't worry about putting weight on my shoulders, either of you. Same, Dark Shadow said, and Izuku could just tell Tokoyami was nodding. So how about we agree that no one goes anywhere tonight, Hitoshi suggested, and after everyone gets some sleep, we can meddle in each other's business all day. Still not sure what weight you were talking about, Todoroki said, but if you were sure, I wouldn't be anywhere else tonight, Tinya added. Izuku nodded. That's all I need. Please lay down. You should still be sleeping. Hold on, Hitoshi said and held his hand in front of Izuku. Hand him over. Izuku stared at the hand, then Hitoshi's face. No, you are the worst sleeper out of all of us. The hell I am. Which one of us almost burned the bed? Izuku pressed his lips together, staring at Hitoshi, unable to argue. They were locked in a staring contest for a long moment. In a different situation, they would have handed the brainwashing to Tinya, but he needed all the sleep he could get, more so than anyone else there, which for this group was really saying something. Fine, Izuku said, but after a few seconds of thought of more added. But if Recovery Girl comes after me for this, you are going to come up with the excuses. It's already past midnight. She only told you to keep them till today. She never said what time. Morning, she said, till morning. Well, for me this can already be morning. Izuku sighed and took Hitoshi's hand, returning his quirks. Todoroki stared at them throughout the process, despite there being basically nothing to see. Thanks, Hitoshi said after the transfer and climbed back on his own bed. There anything else you want to say? Well, Izuku started, and everything turned hazy. That bastard got him. What would Izuku have done without him? Everything went dark in a blissfully deep sleep. Chapter 52, 3rd. Izuku only woke up as his shoulder was nudged, and whoever did that was too stubborn to stop even after Izuku waved his hand and turned to the other side. Eventually Izuku gave up and opened his eyes. He had to protect them with his hand from the shine, looking up at Ijiro's bright smile. Good morning. Congrats on sleeping without burning the bed. I am going to hear about that for a long time, am I not? We aren't going to tell anyone who wasn't here, Ijiro said and smirked. But Hitoshi said 2 to 3 years at least. So, until graduation, Izuku responded and looked around. Where is everyone else? Oh, they are already downstairs. You were so deep asleep you slept through the rest of us getting up, so we decided to make breakfast before waking you up. Oh, that's new, Izuku said as he got up to a sitting position. He glanced up at Ijiro, who was still standing next to the bed and staring at him with a strange, thoughtful look. Is everything okay? Izuku asked. Ijiro tilted his head, continuing to look at him. I think I should ask that from you. Last night, I get you worry a lot about people, At least some people, but that. What I am trying to say is, are you okay? Izuku closed his eyes as tears tried to leak out. He had not been asked that question enough by enough people. No, he responded honestly, but it's been a long time since I was. Is that one of the things I shouldn't ask about? It was. Izuku pulled his legs against his chest, resting his chin on his knees as he drew a shaky breath. Even with all the muscles he had built in more than a year of training, he still had the uncanny ability to make himself seem tiny and fragile, especially in the soft pajamas he got for everyone. No one that didn't already know him would have guessed they were one wrong move and about 2 seconds from a grave by being in the same room. He said, sit down. Ijiro took a few seconds to process Izuku's response, but eventually he sat on the edge of the bed without saying a word. Izuku inched closer without changing his position and turned to rest his back against Ijiro's. Things might be easier if he didn't need to worry about what his face was doing, and as he leaned against Ijiro's bare back, he was reminded how grateful he was for every single person that was comfortable with him within an arm's reach. He took a long time gathering his thought enough to talk coherently. You know how people feel about my quirk. Do you know how they think about quirkless people, especially in our generation? Not much. I've heard people say some pretty nasty things, but I've never had quirkless person in my class or anything. My quirk only appeared when I was in the middle school. From the age of 4, till then people thought I was quirkless, and in a lot of their eyes there is nothing more worthless. I've heard more than one people refer to quirkless people like apes or monkeys, something that fell behind in evolution. For kids, that's an easy target, and for schools, someone that can be sacrificed if it means not causing trouble to someone with strong enough quirk to become a hero in their eyes. Ijiro had difficulties finding words. You were talking about Bakugo? Would you believe we used to be friends as kid, at least to a point? Then I got diagnosed quirkless and things went down from there. I tried to hold on to what little friendships I had had, but he would rather torment me and use me to let off steam whenever he was annoyed at anything, which was most of the time. It's not like anyone would risk their star student's future as a hero to help a quirkless kid. With Dad working abroad, the only people who cared enough to even have a proper conversation with me in 10 years were my mom and one single teacher. Somehow, I still wanted to help people and be a hero for the longest time. I dreamed about getting a quirk every day. But you did, Ijiro said, careful enough to show he understood it wasn't that simple. And it only made most things worse. My quirk first happened when Bakugo got even more physical than usual. Back then he didn't even need his quirk to beat me, easily, but of course it was all my fault when he lost it. He suffered no other consequences for what happened before or after. He didn't get as physical after that, even after I made the mistake of returning his quirk. Thinking back, that might have saved my life, considering how strong and violent he got. But everything else. Izuku paused for a moment. It was bad enough when everyone ignored me and focused on not getting between Bakugo and me. Now they all started avoiding me like the plague, even moving their desks out of arm's reach. The teachers weren't any better, except for the one. My mother was almost all I had. Tears started flowing down Izuku's cheeks. She always did her best to make my life as happy as it could be, distract me from school and my quirklessness by arranging whatever she could with just the two of us. She tried to make me think everything was good and fine, at least in the family, but I saw it. She smiled as much as she could, but in truth, she was carrying at least as much of the burden as I was. You could see it just by looking at her. Ever since I was declared quirkless, she didn't worry, or take care of herself much, or spend time on things she would have enjoyed. I did my best to not burden her, to pretend things were better than they were, but it was never enough. Things never got better. Izuku choked up a little, and had to stop to take a few breaths. Even when I got in touch with Dad more again during middle school, even though everything wasn't okay between them, she supported it, with some precautions. I thought maybe we could at least be a family. Maybe I could ignore the world if I had that. Then Mom went out one day. Izuku paused. She was gone before I got home. Really gone? A villain that had gotten away from All Might attacked her. Heroes showed up, but when they couldn't instantly defeat the villain, they didn't even try anymore. Wouldn't take the risk to help her. They would rather show off to the media by carrying people who didn't really need saving. All the while All Might eventually showed up, and defeated the villain, but by then it was too late. She was already gone. Tears now flowed on the bed as Izuku squeezed his feet closer, becoming as small as he could while leaning against Ijiro's back, the only thing that kept him from collapsing right there. Izuku continued speaking. His shaky voice got sharper with barely controlled cold rage. And he didn't care. He was more interested in posing for the cameras and sucking in the attention from his heroics than actually checking if she was okay or doing anything to try to help her. All of the fake heroes there that day were more interested in staying safe and getting positive attention than saving her life, and they absolutely didn't care for anyone she left behind. I had to deal with some social worker and police officers that hadn't even been there. They were more concerned that I wasn't respectful enough to so-called heroes than that my mother had just been murdered. Izuku stared at the nearest wall for a few seconds. That was the last time I almost burned down the house, and I wasn't even sleeping. The next day I left with Dad and moved here. Izuku could feel Ijiro's head move, but the only sound he made was a gulp. I know Hitoshi and Tenya have taught you to not ask about things. You don't need to worry about that, not you. Not anymore. I'm sorry, I don't know what to say. That sounds horrible. I think I see why you don't usually want to talk about it. Are you sure? Yes, please, Izuku choked. I need someone. Izuku let out a shuddering breath and looked up at the walls. People are always amazed at the house and how big it is, but it's all just a lot of cold walls and empty rooms with echoes. By the time I went to a new school, I had the dragon blade and could hide my real quirks, so things were a little easier. But this place, it never felt like coming home, and the school felt like I was putting on an act all day every day. Here, there was nothing for me, except Tenya was there. He would judge me, but only what I did. And he never surrendered to the group pressure about quirkless or villain quirks. Even then I couldn't let myself accept his approaches. He still didn't know my quirk, and I feared he'd react the same as everyone else. We had the same walk home, but that was the closest I let him. Hard to believe. Is it? Izuku asked. You might have a hardening quirk, but I bet I'm the more stiff-necked of us. Harder to approach, certainly. Though Tenya might have been even more stubborn with me. Then our class went to an education fair, and there was a group of kids bullying another for his so-called villain quirk. Hitoshi? Yes. Those bullies, the ones Hitoshi met at the festival, made something snap in me. It wasn't much different than I had experienced a million times, that I had tried to ignore almost as often, but there I was seeing it done to someone else. Could see his face when they called him a villain. It could have gotten ugly. I couldn't stand them. I wanted to. Izuku paused for a long moment. Both Tenya and Hitoshi found out about my quirk that day, and they were both okay with it. It was the first time. He sniffed. By then I had lost any interest on being a hero, but both of them wanted to be one, so I helped them train. Hitoshi lived too far to meet after school, so we trained on the weekends and stayed overnight here. When we did, something changed. For a few days, just one night a week, this house didn't feel so cold. All this space wasn't useless anymore, and when I got nightmares, I didn't wake up alone. Okay, that sounds a bit childish, not very manly. No, Ijiro said, and Izuku could feel him shaking his head. It's manly. You can talk about it, at least to some people. It would be bad if you couldn't. And that's why I started having different kind of nightmares. Huh? Izuku, Kirishima hesitated for a few seconds. How many different nightmares you have? A lot, but there are 3 major types. I used to mostly have them about my mom. That's the first kind that Tenya and Hitoshi helped me with, at least while they were here. I can sleep better in general during weekends. Then I had one where they died. In some ways it was even worse. She is already dead. It hurts to think about, but I can't lose her again. I don't need to fear it after I wake up. You, are still around. When I wake up with that nightmare, I can't relax until I make sure about that. Does that make sense? Yes, I think, and we aren't going anywhere. I hope. I can't go back to how it was before. When we trained, I wasn't alone and didn't need to worry about being accepted. I didn't even want to become a hero, didn't know what I wanted beyond those weekends. Izuku thought for a moment. Still don't, but they did. So I came to UA. At least I wouldn't need to be alone there. Then, right on the first day, you wanted to shake my hand even after hearing about my quirk, and worst way possible at that. Izuku brought his hand on his mouth as new sobs forced their way out. He struggled to breath for a moment. Ijiro shifted behind him. Hey, are you okay? You have no idea how much that meant to me. Izuku sobbed. If Bakugo and Ojiro hadn't been there, I don't know if I would have kept it together. Really, I didn't realize it was that big of a deal. It was. Most people get away from me as soon as they learn of my quirk. To hold my hand, for most people, it is like the ultimate show of trust. You never even thought I might use my quirk any more than anyone else, just smiled and offered to shake hands, and you haven't changed since. That's why I can tell you this, that, and one other reason. Izuku paused to hesitate. I said there are 3 things I have nightmares about. You already know about the people who attacked and tried to stab Toshi. The guy my quirk reminded him of? Yeah. Have I thanked you enough for helping Toshi with that yet? Dude, you thank or apologize to us so often I lost track of what you were apologizing for at any given time, and didn't you invite me for training because of that? Yeah, and you've done great job tossing Toshi around. It hurt his confidence, but I think he is making more progress than he realizes. Izuku paused for a moment. Yesterday you said your body moved before you could think. It was really one of the most heroic things I've heard anyone say. Well, depending on what your body does. What do you mean? If you saw Toshi, or anyone about to be stabbed, what would you do, especially if you moved without having time to think? Get in between them to take the hit, maybe push or try to grab the attacker. Is that the right answer? I know it is just taking things head-on like I usually do. Yes, in that situation it is completely fine, especially for you. It is a heroic thing to do whether you have time to think or not, Izuku said. I went for the kill. Izuku paused, letting the words sink in. Kill? Ijiro asked. Yeah, one moment I saw them from the distance. The next he was on the ground with broken chin, and I had almost cut his head off, and it wasn't my choice to spare him. If Toshi hadn't stopped me as fast as he did, I would have decapitated that guy. I already had Dragon Blade on his neck. Didn't even hesitate, or have time to think. There was complete silence.
Yei, ima killer.
Izuku squeezed his feet against his torso even harder, like he was afraid of doing something bad if he didn't hold himself down. When he said he was killer, he didn't just mean his hypothetical ability to kill if things ever got to that. But he still couldn't tell the whole truth, and that hurt his heart even more. I talk about what a real hero should be and how you should help people even if they don't want it. But deep inside, I'm a killer and I can't trust myself to control that side of me. Toshi and Tenya already know, and Tokoyami has some idea about the darkness within, or how he would put it. It's like I might snap at any time. Someone just needs to flick the wrong switch, and I might not even stop to think before, well, killing someone. Ijiro ran out of words. I understand if you are disgusted. You can leave if you want. But, no, Ijiro said. Izuku almost fell when the support of his back disappeared as Ijiro got up and turned to sit down in the middle of the bed, now facing Izuku. I mean, I would be lying if I wasn't a little shocked, but I think I know you well enough that there is nothing to be disgusted about, especially after everything you just told me. Izuku stared at Ijiro with fuzzy eyes now that they were facing each other for the first time during this talk. Ijiro gave Izuku the best comforting smile he could muster, and he was the master of smiles that could make Izuku feel better. If only it had been that simple. We just have to make sure no one flips that switch. Izuku whispered, you are the switch. I didn't go for the kill with that guy because he was a criminal committing a crime. I almost decapitated him because he threatened Toshi. I can't go back to how things were before him and Tenya, and you. Whether I like it or not, I will kill to stop those nightmares from coming true, and that's what terrifies me. That's the 3rd type of nightmare. Sometimes in those nightmares, I'm the one responsible for their deaths. If I'm careless, if I can't control myself well enough, if I get surprised in the wrong mental state, I might. Izuku's hold of his feet loosened as he looked at his increasingly shaky hands. For a moment, other things around him became more distant as the rate of his breathing increased. He felt dizzy. The room, was it getting hot? Izuku? 2 more hands entered his field of view. He jolted, but remembered who it was. His defenses shattered as Ijiro grabbed his hands firmly enough to stop them from shaking. Izuku's breathing gradually slowed down and looked up to face Ijiro. Slowly, with several blinks, the fuzzy mess got clearer as he could actually see the concerned face. Did that work? I didn't get burned, but maybe I should have called Hitoshi or Tenya. Izuku took a moment to calm his breath and heart. I wouldn't be telling you any of this if you needed to call them. I couldn't, but now you have to. For the first time the whole morning, Izuku's eyes focused on Ijiro's in full eye contact, more serious than at any moment before. I've suspected it for some time, but after yesterday there is no doubt. He drew deep breath. Before you asked if I'm okay. The truth is the only reason I even managed to pretend to be while not at home is because there are very few people that can help me keep it together, walk through my defenses like they weren't there, and drag me back to my senses if they have to. They both looked at Ijiro's hands still holding onto Izuku's without getting burned or cut off. Seems you are one of them, and that means… Izuku drew a shaky breath. I would kill for your sake. They stared at each other in silence for a long time until Izuku averted his gaze and turned to the side of the bed to get up. I couldn't keep this stuff from you anymore, knowing that. You deserve to know. Need to know. I trust you to handle that information right and to stop me if you have to. Ijiro was quiet and let Izuku go as he stood up. It wasn't surprising with everything Izuku had just dumped on him. Also, I'm sorry for dumping all this on you. It is asking a lot. Don't be… Ijiro finally spoke behind Izuku. What was it Hitoshi said? Don't hoard your worries. If things get too heavy, you shouldn't carry it alone. You don't need to be sorry about that. These shoulders can carry a lot. Dump all you can. Izuku couldn't help smiling from that comment. At least they were very sturdy shoulders to lean on. Really? Ijiro continued as his voice moved closer. Sometimes it feels like you do nothing but worry or help the rest of you as school, training, other issues. You shouldn't worry about asking for help for yourself. We got your back. At least for that moment he meant it literally. Him standing right behind Izuku, it was like having tank armor strapped between knives of the world and Izuku's back. With him there, just for a moment Izuku didn't feel quite as much need to be vigilant. There was a quiet thump in the corridor outside the room. Izuku's head snapped up. His hands tensed. He stepped away from Ijiro and opened the door. There was nothing but distant steps from the stairs, and the air was noticeably cool. Izuku? Ijiro asked. Nothing. Maybe I'm a little tense. Give me a moment to clean up, and I'll come down and thank you. Izuku went to the bathroom to wash the tears off his face, only after few moments realizing he hadn't heard Ijiro leaving. A little later they walked downstairs together. The others had already settled around Izuku's large dining table with plentiful collection of breakfast foods. Izuku had stockpiled plenty of stuff for the weekend, but they had really raided his cabinets and gone all out with preparing the breakfast, especially all of Izuku's favorites it seemed, and none of them had yet started eating. Izuku started wondering how late he had actually slept and feeling bad about taking so long. Todoroki was the first to notice their approach, but quickly turned his gaze. Now Izuku was sure who had been the spy behind the door. He wasn't sure how to feel about that, or how much Todoroki had managed to hear. He had really let his guard down with Ijiro present to not have caught the eavesdropper. Hitoshi was the next one to notice as Tenya was focused on his phone. There was a question in his eyes. Izuku didn't even dream about Hitoshi not noticing something had happened. There wasn't enough soap and water in all his bathrooms for that. Izuku put his hand over Ijiro's shoulder, pulling him closer, and as the redhead turned towards him surprised, Izuku held up 3 fingers on the hand on his opposite side. Hitoshi turned to elbow Tenya's side, and he seemed to understand. He signed too. Izuku and Ijiro took the seats opposite to them. Did you sleep well? Hitoshi asked with rest of the question left quiet. I always do when it's brainwash sleep, and your pick for my alarm clock wasn't bad either. What makes you think it was me? Hitoshi said with his intentionally obvious fake innocent smile. There aren't that many evil masterminds in the house to plot against me. Whatever you say, Midobro. Izuku didn't even complain about the name. It made both Hitoshi and Ijiro smile, and that made it a good thing in his notebooks. The little interaction had already done wonders to ease the pressure on his chest. Thank you, he whispered. There is a new extra strong special brew espresso in the coffee cabinet behind the regular stuff. There was such a glint in Hitoshi's eye as he got up that for a moment Izuku thought he was going to cry. Izuku almost did, seeing Hitoshi's joy at the small gift. Tokoyami focused on his breakfast in silence, while Dark Shadow extended to explore the cabinet with Hitoshi. That left Izuku's current two problem children. He blinked. Why was he feeling like he was about to get a headache? It should have been impossible for him to get one with the regeneration. And why did he want to curl in a sleeping bag until he absolutely had to do something? Izuku rubbed his forehead and looked around. Tenya was staring at his phone again. Izuku pushed his own emotional turmoil aside for the moment. Are there any news? I'm not sure, Tenya muttered. He is awake and messaging me, but he's being vague. I'm going to the hospital after breakfast. Tenya paused and his eyebrows raised as he was looking at the screen. Izuku, he spoke. Can you come with me to the hospital? Yes, Izuku said without hesitation. Is there a reason? I'm not sure. Tensei asked for it. For some reason he wants to meet you now. So Ingenium wanted to meet him. Izuku felt he should have been worried, but he wasn't going to even consider denying Tenya's request. I'll call the car for us. Todoroki muttered and fell quiet until Izuku turned to look at him. Which hospital are you going to? Hosu, Tenya responded after a few seconds. I see, it is in Tokyo, right? Can you also give me a ride to Fujiya Hospital? Fujiya? Izuku asked. Sure, why? Todoroki looked away. That is where my mother is. Todoroki brought a hand to the burnt side of his face. I think, when I was kid, I let her carry all of the burden, and she tried to carry mine even against Endeavor. I didn't even try to keep the burden from her or help her. Eventually, she just couldn't. I haven't even visited her in years. What if tomorrow I can't? If Izuku had felt anything negative about Todoroki listening in, it was gone now. Do you want to go while we see Tenya's brother, or would you rather have someone with you? I think I need to go alone for this. Okay, we leave after breakfast. It took a while for Izuku's driver to arrive, so they had plenty of time to finish eating and change. Eijiro and Tokoyami stayed behind with Hitoshi, who had stared into empty air with a strange grin since he got his first cup of the good stuff. Izuku just wished Hitoshi wouldn't find out how much the coffee cost. It was a small gift, but not cheap one. He didn't want Hitoshi to hesitate getting more whenever he wanted. I know this isn't exactly what we planned for the weekend, but you can start training while we are gone. We'll see if there is time to go to the beach after we get back. Will do, Eijiro declared with his usual energy. Any suggestion on what to do? Izuku looked at the trio for a moment. 4 of them as Dark Shadow popped out. Some of you need to train close combat more than others. Spar in quirkless hand-to-hand combat. Beat Eijiro 2 on 1 by the time we come back, and you can use him for punching bag and quirk combat in the afternoon. Fail, and you'll get only half a lunch, before using him as a punching bag. Well, Hitoshi sighed. Good thing we made a big breakfast. Eijiro smirked, brushing his hair. Izuku turned to look at Tokoyami and Hitoshi one more time as he was getting on the car. Make sure Eijiro and Dark Shadow don't bring down any walls. Chapter 53. Ingenium 2. The car turned into the hospital parking lot. The look on Tenya's face turned darker as soon as he saw the building, and Izuku started regretting not bringing Hitoshi. He was better with emotional stuff. Izuku and Tenya got out. Izuku leaned in closer to the driver. After you take Todoroki to the other hospital, stay to wait for him and call me if anyone as much as thinks about him leaving the place any other way than in this car. If Endeavor, or anyone that might be connected to him shows up, don't even wait for that. I understand, the driver whispered back and closed the door. Izuku turned to face this hospital with Tenya, to focus on one issue at a time. He took a step forward, but Tenya didn't. Izuku stopped and half-turned to wait as his taller friend collected himself. He waited for as long as it took without a word until Tenya started walking. Izuku followed as Tenya led them through the hospital. A nurse stopped them but escorted them to the room once Tenya explained why they were there. Tenya stopped at the door for a few seconds, then rushed in. Tensei Ida, also known as the pro-hero Ingenium, was laying on the bed, his stomach covered in some kind of band-aid and multiple cables connected to different parts of his body and running into devices all around the bed. His head turned, but he didn't raise it as Tenya and Izuku entered. The stare was tired, but he at least seemed to be in his full senses. "How are you feeling?" Tenya whispered. Like simply being too loud could have further hurt his brother. "Couldn't sleep well, even with all the drugs." "Have the doctors made any progress?" Tenya asked. "So you can fully recover?" Tensei slowly turned his head back and forth. "They have investigated every option they can, even asked several quirk-based healers. Stain cut a piece off. Human body cannot heal something that is completely missing. I won't walk again." Tenya collapsed by the bed, tears in his eyes. Only Izuku's training let him move fast enough to catch and support Tenya before he hurt his knees on the floor. Tensei moved his hand to Tenya's shoulder as Izuku settled him on the floor softly. Tensei's eyes rose to look at Izuku. "So, you are Midoriya. I've meant to meet you for a long time. I should have made time before so we could meet under better circumstances." "It is understandable. Your work isn't the most forgiving," Izuku responded. "Wasn't. It's looking like my time as a hero has come to an end." "So, no more ingenium?" Izuku said. He still wasn't sure how to feel about that. Tenya gasped next to them. Izuku knew exactly how he was feeling about that. "No," Tensei said. "Just no Tensei, right, little T?" "Don't say that," Tenya pleaded. "I'm sorry, but I cannot do that. I spent hours with the doctors seeking solutions, but seems I will not walk again, let alone run. It's going to be a desk job for me from now on." What do you mean, just not you?" Izuku asked. "Ingenium isn't merely a man inside the costume. Tenya can continue to carry the name." Tenya sniffed against the bed. "Once he is ready." It is not quite what he means when he says he wants to carry on the family name. Izuku looked at his friend for a quiet moment. "I should probably take this opportunity to thank you," Tensei said. "Me? For what?" "For being Tenya's friend. He's never been lonely exactly, but he can be a bit stiff for an average teen. He used to only talk about his studies and training and such when I asked how he was doing, until last year that is. At first, he mentioned this new classmate who didn't seem to care enough about the school, not the first such observation I might add. Then suddenly he was busy all weekends, refusing to schedule anything else at those times, and even canceled some things he had scheduled. He never does that, you know. He talked more about things you did besides training and studying. Now that I think about it, I should have asked him to bring both of you. The last day has been a haze." "Understandable. Well, I'm going to have more free time now, so we can set something up." He tried to chuckle but started gasping for air. "There was an actual reason I asked for you. You should know Tenya has been a very reliable friend to you. He usually keeps no secrets within family, but only let us know about your quirk, the real one, just before you entered UA." Izuku tensed as the topic he was worried about came up. "I hate to admit, but that was probably the right choice. Mom and Dad can be a bit conservative sometimes. They tried telling Tenya he shouldn't spend time with you." Izuku sighed, trying to keep from looking too angry or disappointed in front of the brothers. Then a thought hit. He went against his parents? Yes, if you can believe it. It took a while before they quit trying to stop him. I had to talk them out of coming after you a couple of times. I have never heard of that. You already have to deal with too many people hating your quirk, Tenya said quietly, and it is shameful. They are my family and, after how Hitoshi's parents reacted, I hoped it would go well. I haven't felt that ashamed in my life. Don't, Izuku said. You should only feel shame for your own actions if there were any, not for someone else's. Izuku wanted to say he should only feel shame for keeping this a secret, but that was a little too hypocritical even for him considering all he hid about his family and himself. He squeezed Tenya's shoulder. I don't care what your parents think, only what you do. Tenya nodded quietly. Izuku moved his attention to Tensei. Now, can I ask why you brought this up? If it was only to show Tenya is reliable, this was a waste of time. I already knew. Tensei smiled. No, that's not it. Tenya told me what happened with your other friend and his father. Ah, so that's what's up? Tenya's head popped up.
No.
No. Tenya, I won't be able to use it anymore either way. I want my quirk to help you, to continue being used by Ingenium to save people. No, Tenya got up and backed several steps away from arm's reach. I can't. He turned around and left the room. Izuku looked after him, but did not try to stop him or chase after him. Tensei sighed. Maybe it was too soon. Probably, Izuku responded, still looking at the door. It seems he is taking this worse than you, and that talk about your parents wouldn't have helped. Don't let appearances trick you. In my job so far, it is important to control my emotions, especially when making decisions. It doesn't mean I wouldn't spend a long time depressed for this, but it has to wait while there are things I need to do. I know Tenya has what it takes to be a great hero, and if I keep my quirk, it isn't going to help anyone from a wheelchair, least of all me, but it might help him. Does that make sense? Yes, Izuku said, and I'm sure he knows that too, but that doesn't mean it is going to be easy for him. I'm no expert, but I think he feels accepting your quirk would mean accepting your condition, or at least that it is permanent. Unfortunately, it seems it is, though aren't you able to also reverse the transfer if? Yes. That doesn't mean he wouldn't still feel differently. Can you talk to him? Anytime he needs me to, but I won't tell him what he should do, not in a situation like this. If you want to convince him, you have to do it yourself. Thank you, Tensei paused. How about you? I didn't yet ask if. I'll do it, Izuku said, if Tenya chooses to go through with it. That was never in doubt. I have wanted to find him a second quirk since Hitoshi got one from his father. Izuku looked at the open door for a moment. I should go find him. He shouldn't sulk in the darkness of this shadow too long. What? Nothing. I'll go find him. It could be a challenge in such a large hospital. As he walked through the corridor, he had to walk past a few patients. Some stared at him from the beginning, most only glanced at him, then took a double take. Is that the kid from the sports festival? Someone whispered. He looks like him, the one they called the quirk stealer. I wonder what he did to Endeavor's son. Is it safe to have him here? He looks dangerous. Izuku stopped and looked over his shoulder. He wasn't really in the mood for this. I have ears, you know. The patient and nurse tensed, staring at him with wide eyes. Did you see a guy taller than me with blue hair come through here in the past few minutes? Blue hair, the nurse said. Oh, you mean Ingenium's brother. His name is Tenya. Did you see where he went? Yeah, the patient said. Not sure if we should tell, though. What do you want with him? Izuku stared at the patient, and his eyes narrowed. To talk to him, not that it is any of your business, and in case you are wondering, we came here in the same car, and yes, he still has his quirk. He went to the balcony at the end of the corridor, the nurse said. She spoke so quickly Izuku wasn't sure if she tried to de-escalate what the stupid patient was doing, or was just terrified of Izuku. Thank you, Izuku said as politely as he could muster, scowled at the patient one more time, and kept walking. He saw Tenya outside through the window, leaning on the railing, head down. Izuku pushed open the door and stopped for a few seconds to make sure Tenya had noticed him before moving closer. Izuku stood against the railing next to him without a word. Sometimes people just needed a friendly presence to feel much better. Izuku, of all people, knew that from experience. He looked forward at the hospital parking lot and focused on listening to the sound of Tenya's breathing. They stood there for a long time. Only the slowing of Tenya's breathing warned Izuku the time was approaching. I can't do it, Tenya whispered. You can't convince me otherwise. I'm not going to try, Izuku responded. Really? Tenya shifted next to Izuku. Really? If it happens, it has to be your choice, or at least something the two of you agree on. Otherwise, the quirk will only be a burden on you. If I accept the quirk, it will be the end of Tensei being a hero. No, Izuku said. He turned and pulled on Tenya's arm until they were standing face to face. The injury might end his ability to do the work of a pro hero, but that doesn't make him less of a hero. Whether he has his quirk or not doesn't change that. It would only change how many people you can help as a hero, which would be more than he can now whether he has the quirk or not. That seems to be what your brother really wants. There were still tears glinting in Tenya's eyes as his legs struggled to keep him up. Izuku let him lean against himself. It wasn't quite ideal with their height difference, but they both preferred Tenya leaning on Izuku rather than on the cold railing. Izuku reached a hand around to put it on Tenya's back. There was another long moment of silence. Despite the tears falling on him, Izuku felt strangely warm inside. He didn't even want to disrupt the moment to chase away the nurses and patients staring from the inside. Eventually, he decided Tenya was calm enough again. You should really go back to your brother. He's worried. Tenya leaned away from Izuku, standing more steady again. Yes, I am sorry. Don't be. If I was in your position, you would need to tie me down. Compared to that, needing a moment to calm down is nothing. Tenya looked at Izuku for a long moment. He wasn't fully crying anymore, and his gaze was mostly just thoughtful, if also a little cold. Izuku gestured towards the door. As Tenya moved back inside, Izuku followed, basically glued to his shoulder. The nurses and patients that had been staring scrambled to pretend they hadn't. A couple tried to hide their phones, but Izuku couldn't do anything about those without causing a scene that was more trouble than it was worth. At least no one dared to comment anything as they walked back. Izuku stopped before Tensei's door. I think you need a moment alone with him. You think he is going to convince me to, too? Izuku sighed. He will probably try. Just remember, I will do whatever you choose and only what you choose. He can't change that. No one is going to force you into this. Thank you, Tenya said and reached for the door handle. What you choose, Izuku repeated. You should also remember it doesn't have to be permanent. If you accept his quirk and he makes a miracle recovery tomorrow, I can always transfer it back and buy you another quirk. That achieved the impossible. Despite their overall situation, Tenya's lips twitched up in a brief smile as he shook his head. So, one quirk was never an option, he sighed. Not if you were planning on a dangerous career like being a hero, Izuku said in a voice that indicated it was one thing Tenya would not get to choose. Go talk to him. If anyone tries to interrupt, I'll scare them away. I seem to be good at that. Izuku glanced down the corridor with people still looking at them. Shaking the boat at the sports festival did have its price. After Tenya entered, Izuku leaned his back against the wall next to the door. He appeared to look at the floor, ignoring what happened around. But there was an invisible line around him and the door none should cross, and people who walked past seemed to sense it, stepping consistently to the opposite side of the corridor if they came too close. If Izuku hadn't met Tenya and Hitoshi, he could have had a very successful career as a bouncer. He could hear some words and even louder shouts from the inside, but blocked them out of his consciousness. No one else dared to stay close enough for long enough to listen, not for a good while anyway. Someone came down the hallway, and something about her direction was different. She walked straight towards him, towards Tensei's room. Izuku slid in front of the door, blocking the old woman in a white coat from entering. Excuse me. I am going to see my patient here. He's talking with his brother. And I, his doctor, need to talk with him. Izuku glanced back at the door, but didn't move otherwise. The old doctor kept staring at him. It was like facing Recovery Girl. Did every old doctor lady have an intimidation quirk? Are you going to move, or do I need to call security? Doctor, a nurse called from down the corridor. You might not want to do this. He is. I know who he is. I watch TV. She broke her stare with Izuku for the first time to redirect it at the nurse. I also meet people with dangerous quirks every day. Most of them aren't stupid enough to use those in a hospital, though most of them don't try to stop me from doing my job either. She returned her attention to Izuku with a pointed look. He was now trying to decide if he was annoyed or actually liked this doctor. A little bit of both, he concluded, perhaps leaning a bit towards liking her. It wasn't like she didn't have a reason to be angry. She moved forward, trying to squeeze past Izuku, but he shifted to the side to block her. Please, he asked, his voice shifting from demanding to pleading. They need a moment. The doctor huffed. I can understand that, she said in a voice that was suddenly calm and soft, relatively speaking, but I have another 10 patients that need a moment of my time after I'm done here. Izuku pressed his lips together, then sighed. He raised his hand to knock on the door. It opened before he could. Tenya looked at him, then at the doctor. His eyes had signs of having shed more tears. Hi. Izuku broke the silence. The doctor wants to see your brother. About 5 minutes ago, the doctor added. Izuku didn't correct her exaggeration. Oh, that's good, Tenya said quietly, like his voice was failing him. We wanted to ask her here. I mean, you hear, Dr. Sensei. Tenya scurried away out of her way, bowing a little as he did. She nodded as she walked past. Finally, it is good to see at least some out of the younger generation know how to behave. Izuku didn't comment. He simply followed her inside, pulling the door shut after them. She went straight to Tensei's bedside. So how are we feeling today? Tired, but otherwise not worse than before. And what is it that you wanted to ask me here for? Well, there is something I want to do, and it might be better if there was a doctor to monitor it. Maybe it would help my brother feel more at ease with it. She scowled. And what is it that you want to do? Give my quirk to my brother. She stared at him for a long time, then seemed to have a realization and turned her head to stare at Izuku. Izuku responded in kind, but it wasn't the stay away stare he had used before. You said you watch TV? Izuku asked. Yes. I never expected to have a chance to monitor the process up close. So you have no issue with it? Tenya asked. She blinked and turned to him. Hold on. I didn't say that. Your brother's body is still weak. Whatever. She glanced at Izuku again. He does. It most certainly has a strain on both of you. Your quirk is a fundamental part of your body, especially with mutant-type quirks. I can barely conceive the idea that it could be transferred in the first place. There is no way to tell what kind of side effects doing so would have, especially on his already weak systems. There are no previous cases. Yes, there are, Tensei said. 2 of them are standing next to you. Tenya's quirk is almost the same as mine, and they have transferred it before without trouble. She still seemed skeptical, but Izuku's concern was elsewhere. Tenya, is this what you want to do? Tenya nodded his head. Yes, only as long as he is too injured to work. Tensei wants his quirk to help people. Okay. Izuku stepped forward and pulled a nearby chair closer to stand between it and the bed.
Sit.
What are you doing? The doctor asked, frowning as Tenya sat, making sure he doesn't fall during the process. It can be a little painful with the physical changes. Hold on, I didn't say you could do anything. No, but Tenya did. Izuku put his hands on Tensei's and Tenya's heads. If you want to monitor the process, feel free to do so. Something will probably spike. You two try to relax and don't resist even if you instinctually want to. Don't pull against it. Then he started. Tenya already knew to expect what was coming, and Tensei was a pro-hero already in pain. Both went through it with barely a sound despite being obviously in pain as their bodies started physically morphing. In his mind, Izuku could hear Eijiro's voice say manly. Some of the devices attached to Tensei started beeping louder. The doctor didn't say anything, but did rush to Tensei's side to check on him. Mostly, she just seemed to stare. She was witnessing something she would have considered impossible not long ago. Both Ida brothers sighed of relief as Izuku finished. He took his hands off them and looked at the doctor. So, how is he? I cannot see any signs of anything out of place. Nothing a momentary pain wouldn't explain. Can you run some checks on Tenya too? One quirk isn't usually too much, especially since they are so similar, but since the quirk changes his physical body? Right away, she said. I insist on it. Someone knocked on the door and a nurse poked her head in. Is everything okay here? We detected some concerning changes in the monitors. Yes, at least I think things are. The old doctor rubbed her forehead. She pointed at Tenya. I will try to explain later, but right now I need some tests taken from this young man. Right away. They poked and prodded Tenya for a while as Izuku waited and chatted with Tensei about their training and Tensei's work. Of course, it was just Tensei's words, not some absolute truth. But after a while, Izuku was at the very least giving the man the benefit of the doubt about being a genuine hero worth the title. Why Stain would go against him made no sense, or made sense, but only if his ideology on heroes was even more extreme than Izuku thought. On one hand, Ingenium as a pro-hero with a decent quirk still served as a representation of how the society believed that the way a person is born would help them get ahead. But then, if taken too far, that idea was only judging him for how he was born, not what he did. That extremity Izuku couldn't accept, and it wasn't like killing or crippling the man improved anything. With someone like Endeavor, it might be worth it considering all he did behind the image of a hero, and All Might held up the whole rotten system. Attacking Ingenium, who still had a clean public, seemingly deserved, as far as Izuku could see so far, only made him, as a pro-hero, a martyr to be honored. Eventually, it was time for Izuku and Tenya to leave. The doctor didn't find anything wrong with him and could do nothing else for now but wait for test results to get back to her. Tenya looked sadly back as they left Tensei's room. But besides that, rather than being hesitant to leave, he seemed to be in a hurry as they walked out of the hospital. "Tenya," Izuku called. "Tenya." The taller teen finally stopped. "What's wrong? Did something happen with Tensei?" "It's not that," Tenya said, not looking at Izuku. "He got a message. Our parents are coming." "I see. They wouldn't take dash." Izuku gestured at the new engine exhausts poking out of Tenya's arms. "Very well, would they?" "That is putting it lightly." I don't know how to." "I get it," Izuku said. "Seems Todoroki is just coming back. We can go to that park across the street to wait, so you don't have to face your parents yet." "I feel so ashamed," Tenya muttered. "What did I say about feeling shame for what others do?" "No, not that. If I don't meet our parents before they get to Tensei, he's the one who has to explain. He's still injured. He shouldn't. Did he volunteer to do it?" "Yes, but dash." "Then calm down. They are going to be more distressed that he's missing a quirk rather than you having a second one. If anything, that and him still being hurt should make them go easier on him than they would with you. Not to mention he is already an adult." "You aren't wrong. Come on, let's find a quieter place." They sat at a small outside cafe in the park. Tenya mostly just stared at his untouched hot chocolate without saying a word. He absent-mindedly scratched the new exhaust pipes coming out of his elbows. "How are you feeling?" Izuku asked. "I still think I should have stayed no matter how our parents would react." "I meant physically." "Oh, my arms itch. Not feeling ill or a headache?" "I felt something with my head earlier, but now no." "Good. It is basically the same quirk, so that shouldn't be surprising. But I'm glad it was so easy on you. I mean, easy physically. Everything else, well? I feel I want to do something." "Should do something," Tenya said. "He's just lying there, and all I have to look up to is another week of school." "Don't forget the weekend," Izuku said, trying to give a comforting smile. "That makes it more bearable, but it will just end with having to face my parents." Izuku almost offered for Tenya to stay at his place longer to avoid that. In fact, it was his first instinct at that moment, but the more sensible part of his brain caught his tongue before he could. It would not help Tenya's situation, and people already thought Izuku had kidnapped one so-called hero's son. Adding another one would look bad. He was already on the bad list of Endeavor and Death Arms, and perhaps their partners, and if he wasn't on All Might's list, the man was certainly on his. Adding more pro-heroes, even those on the older side, wasn't a good idea. Hopefully they won't kick me out. Then again, some sacrifices were worth it. Chapter 54. Beach Views and Promises. The car stopped outside the gate to Izuku's house. As soon as they got out of the car, there were thuds, rustling, and shouts coming from the yard. "Get him! Don't let go!" Hitoshi shouted. "I am trying. Have to get him down." Izuku pushed the gate open and looked around. It wasn't difficult to find a mess of purple, red, and black waving in the air in one mess. Hitoshi and Tokoyami had managed to catch Ijiro, literally jumping on him, or at least hanging from his arms trying to pull him down. They were both bruised, with a big nasty one on Hitoshi's cheek, crass and dirt on both their shirts. Ijiro, despite two classmates hanging from him, was still standing. He looked so tense it was a miracle his quirk hadn't activated. He was pressing his lips together with a determined stare on his face as he took a step forward, trying to shake off his unwanted baggage. Hitoshi's and Tokoyami's feet occasionally left the ground in the struggle. "Legs, get the legs!" Hitoshi shouted and twisted his own leg around Ijiro's, trying to trip him. That seemed to finally do the trick as Ijiro stumbled and lost his balance.
Yes.
Hitoshi cheered. Ijiro bent his other leg and shifted his weight so he fell, but fell backwards.
No.
Hitoshi's tone changed. No, ugh. He didn't appreciate being a pillow to soften Ijiro's landing as the redhead fell on his back. "Heh, that was pretty good," Ijiro said, and tried to move his arm to get up. "Hey!" Despite the impact, neither Hitoshi nor Tokoyami had let go of his arms and were squeezing onto them even harder than before, if that was possible. Ijiro started struggling to get off. He tried to elbow Hitoshi's stomach, but without much space to gain momentum, even he couldn't generate enough force to make such a determined opponent give up, even as roughed up as he already was. Just give up, Hitoshi demanded. No, I never give up. That's not manly, Ijiro declared and tensed again. Hitoshi's back actually rose off the ground briefly, but he did not let go. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle at the battle of wills. 3 heads turned towards him. I think you should give them this one, Izuku told Ijiro. Not sure which side I would bet on for an obstinate contest here, but it isn't the best use of our time. Oh, okay. Ijiro stopped struggling. Tokoyami, Izuku said. Reluctantly the duo let go, though they seemed relieved when Ijiro got up, removing his weight from on top of them. He bounced up and immediately stretched a wide smile on his lips. That was great. I wish we could try again right away. Where do you get your energy from? Izuku asked. Ijiro looked confused. Food? Hitoshi, still laying on the ground, laughed until he started gasping. You must have eaten more than I realized then. Ijiro offered his hands to help the two up. Tokoyami winced as he scrambled up. Is this how you train every weekend? Pretty much, Hitoshi said and rubbed his cheek, grimacing as he did, though I'm starting to feel Ijiro has been holding back on me more than I thought. Oh, Ijiro muttered. I try to watch for the head and avoid throwing you too hard since we aren't at the beach yet. You can tell us about it during lunch. Everyone gets their full portion. Unless you think you can still keep going on your breakfast. Hitoshi looked away, but Izuku caught the look of embarrassment before he did. Yeah, about that, Hitoshi muttered. Remember yesterday when you told us not to eat too much before fights? Yes. Well, Ijiro might have punched the breakfast out of me. Also, we'll need to clean your yard a bit over there. He waved his hand towards the other side of the front yard. Oh, I said I was sorry, Ijiro grumbled, head down. Don't be. I ate too much, and it isn't like I wasn't trying to do the same to you. Pretty sure I ate more than you, Ijiro snickered. Yes, but you seem to have an iron stomach, Hitoshi shot back, then shook his hand and muttered, in more ways than one. Izuku just shook his head and opened a food delivery app. Let's get inside and have a break while waiting for the food. Since EI missed on getting seconds with yesterday's steak, I think I'll go with that, but not too much. That is great, Ijiro said as they started walking to the door. How did things go with you? Izuku took a moment to respond. It got more complicated than I expected. He glanced at Tenya. Seems we are dealing with more than one set of parents that could cause issues. Not everyone is as accepting as Toshi's parents. Now Hitoshi too looked at Tenya, but after the first glance turned to stare at him again. Tenya, he said, what is that poking from your arm? Tenya raised his arm, making the new engine exhaust more visible. He lost his ability to speak after the first word. It's Tensei, I mean Ingenium's quirk, Izuku said. That's what he wanted me there for. I should have realized, Hitoshi nodded slightly. So, at least your brother doesn't mind, well, Izuku? No, thankfully not, Tenya said. But your parents? Hitoshi paused as Tenya's eyes got darker. I see. That sucks. Ijiro verbalized their collective feelings. People really keep hating on you, Midobro. It's nothing surprising, Izuku said as he opened the door. If anything, I've been unusually lucky with people I've met in the past few weeks and months. It would be unrealistic to expect that families of every decent person I meet would be just as good. Yeah, Ijiro said more quietly and looked down. Izuku got the message. Yours too? Well, it hasn't been too bad, but they have been telling me to be careful ever since those reporters started talking about you as a quirk stealer, and I'm not sure they know I've trained with you specifically during these weekends. I might not have been too specific on that. My parents have also encouraged me to be careful, Tokoyami said, but they also know how people can judge others based on their quirks. I hope they aren't causing you trouble, Izuku said. Dark shadow popped out of Tokoyami's back. I told them you were cool. They are no problem. Tokoyami sighed. He is telling the truth. Dark shadow is so protective my parents stopped worrying when he accepted you being around me. They know Fumi is safe as long as he is with me. Which is always, Izuku added. He smiled a bit, day and night with no sleep. That's right, Dark Shadow declared. Tokoyami kept glancing between him and Izuku, confused at what he was missing. They gathered at the living room. Izuku retrieved and tossed Hitoshi and Tokoyami some disinfectant and salve to help with bruises and scratches. Then he sat next to Todoroki, who was sitting quietly, staring at the turned-off TV. He had his emotionless, cold stare on his face, still refusing to show emotion or weakness. "Are you serious?" Izuku asked, dumbfounded. Tenya nodded slowly as Izuku added more names on his list. "They are very strict even about small things. We should always do everything right and make a good impression, show respect, but this whole thing with—" Tenya hesitated. "Me and my quirk," Izuku finished the sentence. "One thing they have always been concerned with is what kind of people we associate with. It is not unreasonable, to a point, but at first they had no issue with you. A Somei student from a wealthy family and with a nice fire quirk, what could go wrong? With Hitoshi, well, it would have been even more difficult if we spent weekends at his place rather than yours. Now they are acting like I was meeting drug addicts on an alley or something like that. That tells me everything I need to know," Izuku muttered, then forced the anger out of his eyes, leaving mostly sadness. "I don't know what else to say." "You don't need to say anything. It won't change them." They stayed quiet for some time after that. "I shouldn't be complaining about something like that like a kid when Tensei. How could someone do that? Someone has to stop him." "You were talking about Stain," Izuku concluded, uncertain if that was an improvement on the previous discussion or not. Tenya squeezed his shaking hands into fists as he stared at the table with increasing signs of anger. It was certainly not an improvement. Izuku grabbed Tenya's wrist and squeezed hard enough to make Tenya stop. Their eyes met, Tenya's still moist and Izuku's worried but stern. "Don't do anything stupid," Izuku said and paused. "Whatever you think I would do in your place, don't." As Tenya kept looking at him, his stare changed, became colder. It only lasted a few seconds before he turned his head away, but it was there. He crippled my brother. I cannot just do nothing." "I didn't ask you to do nothing. I asked you to not do something stupid. I can see what you were thinking. I know those thoughts, those feelings. It wouldn't be just illegal, but also stupid, and if you ever found yourself against Stain, I fear. Just don't." Izuku kept staring at Tenya, whose face showed his words weren't getting through. "Stain has already killed many pro heroes. You are the first one to talk about how experienced and skilled Tensei is. Could you honestly say you would beat your brother in a fight if he wasn't injured?" Tenya waited for a long moment before answering. "No," he sighed. "I have never beaten him unless he let me. How could I? He was already a pro hero when I was a little kid. Then you aren't ready for Stain. I'm sorry, but it's undeniably true. Please, I don't want you to end up on that hospital bed, and I don't want to know what would happen if you did." By the end, Izuku was pleading with genuine fear in his voice, and not just for Tenya's safety. Perhaps he was being selfishly manipulative, but if it kept Tenya safe, he didn't care. Tenya's shoulders slumped in surrender, at least for now. His hands relaxed, no longer squeezing his fingers like Stain's neck had been between them. Izuku put his own hand on top of Tenya's. If it worked on him, maybe it would work on Tenya. It did work on Tenya. They stayed like that until Tenya moved one of his hands to take a sip of his drink. Izuku's phone beeped at the same time. "Time to go," he said, typing on the phone. The car soon stopped on the other side of the park. Todoroki was sitting inside safe and sound, though he seemed to have his emotionless mask back on his face. He didn't say anything as Tenya and Izuku got into the car. "Do you wish to go anywhere else before returning home?" the driver asked.
No.
"Not until we go to the beach after lunch, if we go."
Understood, Midoriya-sama.
The drive was uneventful and quiet. Izuku focused on monitoring his companion's expressions, but gained little. Tenya stared into empty air. Todoroki's mask was so fine-tuned, he could just as well have sat in math class, and Izuku was no Hitoshi with this stuff. He glanced at the driver. Maybe it wasn't the best time to air their feelings anyway. The man was a loyal employee, but either he was nothing more than that or he was a spy for Izuku's father. Izuku brushed his fingers across his wrist. It felt strange with the familiar feeling of his watch missing. Izuku looked at Ijiro, who was stretching behind the sofa. Their eyes met and Izuku nodded toward their dual-colored friend. Todoroki's head popped up as he suddenly found himself trapped between a rock and a hard place once again. At first he jolted a bit, leaning forward to get some more space, but eventually settled back against the backrest despite Izuku and Ijiro having left not much space. They sat there in silence for a moment as Todoroki settled down, and Izuku was confident that Todoroki was feeling secure. Last thing Izuku wanted was for him to close up or lash out again, or get angry and demand to be left alone. Thankfully, Izuku had a secret weapon to counter that. "Hey," Ijiro said, targeting Todoroki with his smile. "Did you manage to meet your mom?" Todoroki seemed to shrink between them, but at the same time managed to lean more on them. "Yes. She still looks just like I remembered, except not so loud." Todoroki paused. "The place wasn't as bad as I thought it would be." "That's great." Ijiro kept talking with contagious excitement. "I bet she was really happy to see you." "Yes," Todoroki said. He stared forward for a long, silent moment. His head dropped on his hands, and he wailed as the mask shattered. Ijiro opened his mouth to say something, but this time Izuku raised his hand to silence the redhead before putting it on Todoroki's back. Todoroki didn't as much as shake from the touch, which was progress. Izuku and Ijiro waited as Todoroki calmed down. Everyone else sat quietly and didn't interrupt. She was so happy. I should have. All these years we could have. All the time we lost. But you aren't losing anymore, Izuku said. She's still there. Yes, Todoroki sniffed. Thank you. Before I wasn't going to see her, maybe ever. I could have lost her and not even noticed. Possibly, Izuku said. All these years, I wish I could give them back to her. Yeah, Ijiro said. That might be too much even for someone as strong as you. It is too much for anyone, Izuku corrected. The real question is what you can do for her future. I want to get her out of that place. She isn't sick. She's just another victim of his. Then, Izuku said, you have to tell people that. Todoroki finally raised his head. Tears dotted the unburnt side of his face. Izuku met his eyes, trying to keep a stern gaze of his own. We already need to get you away from Endeavor, but to do that you will need to share what he has done. I could give them a glimpse of what he is really like, but I can't do the rest for you. I know you are hesitant, especially in public, but if you can't do it for yourself, you should do it for your mother. Todoroki drew a shaky breath. I'll do it. I mean, I have to do it. You are still afraid of what Endeavor might do. Todoroki nodded his head, struggling to say it out loud. Izuku squeezed his shoulder. Don't be. After yesterday, he has to watch his every step to avoid staining his reputation anymore, and I doubt he is welcome at UA either. Of course, you can stay here as long as you need to. Todoroki nodded again. His hand gripped Ijiro's forearm. He seemed to really squeeze it like his life depended on it, but Ijiro didn't show any sign of discomfort. Izuku gave Todoroki a soft smile, even if he couldn't compete with the redhead on the other side. If something goes wrong, you can always stand behind Ei. It worked fine for me just yesterday. Ijiro smirked. Yeah, no one gets hurt behind me. That is the kind of hero I want to be. Ijiro's smile started slowly having the desired impact as Todoroki's lips tilted upwards. Must be all ready, he said, and then got a darker look again.
I'm sorry.
For what? Ijiro asked. For being so rude at school all this time. It was easier to stay alone. Hey, that's okay. You've been having a hard time and tried to manage it the only way you knew. You just needed someone to help you a bit, even if you didn't ask. I heard Madobro was like that before, and now we're all here. I like it here. Heh, me too. Good. So you don't need to be afraid of anything, Izuku interrupted. If you remember that you can do everything you need to be free. Todoroki looked into the empty air again, but this time his face wasn't just a mask with a dark undertone. Izuku exchanged glances with Ijiro. The doorbell rang. That must be the food, Hitoshi commented. Yeah. Ijiro shouted excitedly and raised his arms into the air. Todoroki shook, startled, and Izuku could hear a wave of heat coming from him, but it disappeared as soon as it happened. Then he was just smiling, looking at his excited classmate. You must have really gotten hungry after all that training, Todoroki commented as Izuku got up to head for the door. Yep, always do. Izuku was happy to leave them chatting as he went to receive the food. Tenya, reliable as ever, showed up to help him carry it all inside. As they laid out the portions on the table, Todoroki and Ijiro joined them, the latter salivating like Izuku after seeing their quirks in action. Izuku pushed a plate in front of him, taking a moment to enjoy the look of pure happiness. It was just as satisfying as giving Hitoshi a great cup of coffee. Dark Shadow stretched over the table to pick up Tokoyami's portion as Tenya and Hitoshi sat next to Izuku. Izuku didn't start eating right away, instead looking around the table that had never been so full. Dark Shadow hovered over an annoyed Tokoyami, commenting about the food. Hitoshi couldn't help brushing his bruises even knowing it would hurt. Tenya scratched his new exhausts every few bites and Todoroki too was adjusting to the group. He took it upon himself to distribute the bottles of drinks that came with the food and man, you couldn't get drinks that cold in any restaurant. The food itself was great and Ijiro's face got only brighter the moment he took the first bite. After taking his, Izuku understood why. If Izuku had a quirk to stop the passage of time, he might have used it right here. Unfortunately, he didn't have one, and all too soon the lunch was over. Ijiro leaned back and patted his stomach. Ah, that was good. Truly, there was nothing dark about the food, Tokoyami said. May I ask what we are going to do next? There was talk about going to a beach? Yes, Izuku confirmed, holding one finger up. Many types of training we have done include at least the risk of falling on the ground hard enough that it can be dangerous, so we train at the beach to fall in the water instead, or at least soft sand. I would have broken a ton of bones if I tried to train using my jets here. The water resistance also makes moving in it more difficult, so some types of training are more efficient. There was a study. Mutter, mutter, mutter. Izuku only shut up when Hitoshi elbowed him. Anyway, we can get going as soon as you are ready. We don't have swimming trunks, Todoroki said. Didn't know I'd need them when going to the sports festival. Nope, unless Madobro already got some ready. I only brought my school uniform and these sports clothes. Well, no, Izuku said. Not yet. A car trip and shopping stop later they arrived at the beach club. Tokoyami and Dark Shadow stared at the place in awe. Todoroki just glanced around, then focused on Ijiro's explanation of all the training they could do there. He was too busy with his explanation to spot a pink figure lounging at the terrace with a view of the beach. They quickly got changed and went to the area separated for their use. The number of people on the beach had grown a bit since the first time they had come a few weeks earlier. Staff had to drive away some random beachgoers that crossed the lines erected to mark their area. So what do you think? Hitoshi asked the first-timers. Most impressive, Tokoyami said. It's nice, even if there are more people than at our beach house, Todoroki said. Are you sure it is okay with all of them here? Izuku looked at the sand around their feet. I thought about that, Izuku said. It might be safer to stay hidden, but I don't want to just lock you inside for an indefinite period of time. If we're lucky, people seeing you okay and happy without him might help our case. Still, tell me if you are feeling uncomfortable and we'll get you out of sight to somewhere safe. It's okay. I'm happy here. Great, Ijiro said and stepped closer. Want to fight me in the water? Unless you had other plans? Ijiro looked at Izuku. No, I think that works fine. Just remember, no quirks. Wouldn't want to freeze people in the water. Oh, and EI. Yeah. Remember, this is meant to improve both your skills, not just toss people around. Todoroki has trained hard, but his usual style doesn't include close combat, so you'll be at an advantage. I already feel sorry for Todoroki, Hitoshi commented. You can change places with him if you want. Izuku smirked. No, I'm fine. Hey Tokoyami, want to train with me? You can teach him self-control using your quirk, but Dark Shadow needs to stay out of it. Okay, the quirk agreed. The sun is too bright anyway. They waded into the water to start their training, all except Izuku and Tenya. Izuku waited a moment in silence, watching as the others started sparring. Todoroki held his own better than Izuku had expected, even though Ijiro still managed to claim the first win, making Todoroki drink seawater. A few meters away, Hitoshi got to enjoy success he rarely got to taste as he pushed Tokoyami down. Finally, Izuku decided he couldn't delay any longer. Are you ready to try them? He asked. No, Tenya responded. But do I have a choice? Always, just as you did at the hospital. But you can help people better if you learn to use them. You are right, of course. I try. It is probably best to train using it alone before trying to combine both of your quirks. You know better than me how your brother used the quirk. The basic concept is the same as with my engines. The difference is the location. They can provide thrust to move faster, but aren't as well suited for straight running as mine. In exchange, they are much more maneuverable. Tensei could easily hop up walls, for example, by controlling the direction of thrust, though he still had a lot of trouble stopping or turning quickly when he got his speed. Seems to run in the family, little T. Tenya sighed. It took less than a minute for him to fly headfirst into the sea, but with a few more tries it was obvious that he at least wasn't as bad as Izuku had been with his jets. Now they took a dive about equally as often, that is until Izuku instructed Tenya to practice jumping and using the new quirk to extend his leap with just a short burst, like Izuku had already learned to do with his jets. Gradually Tenya's leaps got a little steadier, though he still couldn't accurately control where he'd land with a giant splash. Later he and Izuku waded out of the water at the same time following 2 such splashes. Would you like to try something else for a change? Izuku asked. What are you thinking? Punching. You already know how to use your original engines to launch more powerful kicks. You need to be a bit cautious, but I bet you could punch several times harder. Just be careful so you don't end up like that drill guy from Class B did fighting EI. Yes, I would prefer to avoid that. So I will simply punch air instead. Izuku smirked. Probably safest to start like that, but that doesn't mean you couldn't utilize our resident unbreakable punching bag if we figure out how to keep your hand from breaking. It'll just help his own training. Are you talking about me? Ijiro asked, having gotten out of the water next to them. Yes, how are you doing? Izuku said. Fine. Todoroki is tougher than I thought even without his quirk. We just took a little break so he could go visit the bathroom. Punched his lunch out of him already? Izuku teased. Ijiro stared back. No, I don't think so. I hope, he said and turned to look towards the club building. Izuku tapped his shoulder. Relax. I am just teasing you since Toshi is too busy to do it. Oh, Ijiro shrugged, but still glanced towards the building, then did it for the 3rd time. Hey, does that look like
Mina?
Izuku tried to hide his smile as Ijiro finally noticed their classmate. She had really put the guest pass Izuku emailed her to good use, even though he had only just sent it that morning. Seems like her to me, Tenya commented. Ijiro was already waving his hand. Their pink classmate dove behind the railing of the terrace briefly, but had to recognize she had been seen. She got up, waved back, and walked to them. She was wearing a full-body swimsuit that was one of the UA standard uniforms, with small binoculars hanging from her neck. Hey Mina, Ijiro greeted her. What are you doing here? Did you come to train too? No, just enjoying a Saturday. Thought it would be nice to relax by the beach after yesterday. I mean, the weather is nice and you came to the same beach we did. What are the chances? Yes, who would have thought? I just thought this place has, nice views. She was turning redder every second, at least on her face. It was quite impressive considering her natural tone. Oh, that's why you got those binoculars. Yes, I like to watch the ships passing by. For a moment Izuku thought about slapping Ijiro for how oblivious he was being. Then again Mina had also been a bit creepy watching like that for so long. Izuku wondered how things would have gone if Ijiro did the same to her, except he'd consider it too unmanly to act like that. Even now she was watching his face the minority of the time. Well, there was one way to reward and punish her at the same time. Hey, Izuku started. Since Todoroki is on a break, why don't you two go at it for a few rounds? I doubt Ijiro is anywhere near needing a break. That's a great idea. Ijiro declared and grabbed Mina's arm. Come on, I'll explain in the water. He started pulling her into the water. Hey Izuku called after them. Not sure how you've been raised, but don't even think about going easy on her because she's a girl. She deserves the best opponent she can get, and it would not be manly to go any easier on her than anyone else. You're right. I promise to fight as well as I can. Make sure you do. He kept dragging her into the water. Tenya stepped closer. She is. Yes, she is. I just hope EI understands it, and they figure out their relationship before her peeping goes too far. Shouldn't we tell him? I don't think it is that critical, at least not right now. It would be better if he finds his own feelings. You want to pretend you didn't have a role in this. Izuku shook his head. I only traded beach access for a favor, and sent her to wrestle the guy she can't take her eyes off of in a swimsuit. Izuku shrugged. It's just classmates training. If they find they enjoy it, that just makes the training better. I still feel it is inappropriate. Maybe, but wouldn't telling Ijiro about Mina's feelings be just the same? Interfering in their relationship? She should tell him herself. I guess you are right, Tenya relented. And you call Hitoshi an evil mastermind. I try to learn what I can from him. Seems Todoroki is coming back. Their friend had just left the club building and was walking across the part of the beach open for other visitors. A few small groups of beachgoers had just arrived and heads turned as Todoroki passed them. Unfortunately, it wasn't just girls. Several of the people seemed to be whispering to each other. At least two took their phones to take photos or video. Todoroki started walking faster. A tall young man with a large camera and long coat stepped out of the building behind him. Oh, damn it, Izuku muttered, already on the move.
Hey!
Get over here. Toshi and Tokoyami too. Shoto Todoroki. The obvious journalist called, if you had a loose definition of journalist. A paparazzi was the more accurate term. Unfortunately, he reached Todoroki first, pushing his camera so close it seemed unlikely he'd get any good pictures. Do you have comments about accusations made against your father yesterday? Why are you here after running away from home? Is this just teenage rebellion, and when are you going back home? Todoroki's face had fallen into the same emotionless, cool stare he had always hidden behind as long as Izuku had known him. It couldn't hide the shaking in his otherwise calm voice. I am not going back. Leave me alone. Do you actually think you can stay on the run forever? Or that the people that lured you away from your father can avoid the consequences? I am sure he'll be here as soon as the word reaches him that you are here. Calling the man paparazzi was giving him way too much credit. No, Todoroki could barely form the word, and the mask on his face was beginning to fracture. He took a step, trying to get away. The idiot with a camera reached out to grab his arm. What have these people done to you to make you act so nervous? A cold front of air hit Izuku as he got within a few meters of them. The skin of Todoroki's right arm was already developing frost, causing the idiot to let go. Jolting back, he finally looked around enough to see Izuku. Hey, aren't you there? Izuku jumped between them, shoving on the man forcibly. He was tempted to practice a judo throw on the man, but had enough sense left to understand that such a violent response to words would have just made things more difficult since there were witnesses. Even the push might cause trouble, but at least it was better than having the idiot be frozen to death. The idiot stumbled back several steps, but unfortunately avoided falling on his ass. He told you to leave him alone, Izuku said, his voice even colder than the air around them. You are the quirk stealer. The idiot held up his camera, but didn't seem to be taking photographs. What are you doing with the number 2 hero, son? Wasn't it enough to hurt the public's confidence with the false accusations you made? There is something more, isn't there? Could it be you are planning to take his quirk? Izuku frowned. So is that the narrative you're planning to fabricate? Not very original. A middle school bully did it more convincingly. Also, I am pretty sure photographing people is banned on this beach. Photographs, the idiot huffed. What century are you living in? This is a live stream. So you are broadcasting your own shitty behavior of harassing people? You can try to distract people from the relevant, but the reality speaks for itself. The reality is that Endeavor is a domestic abuser, Izuku said, making sure to speak clearly towards the camera. If this idiot was going to give him a platform to speak on, he would take it even though his audience couldn't be very large. There's only your word on that. Not exactly a basis for kidnapping. Kidnapping? Izuku raised an eyebrow. He stepped out of the way of the camera and turned to gesture at Todoroki, who was standing crouched half behind Ijiro. Ijiro was standing, arms stretched in front of Todoroki like he was prepared to cover him from an attack. Tokoyami, Tenya, and Hitoshi stood next to them, focused on the man who would never get past them. Does he look like someone that has been kidnapped, someone held here against his will? How often do you find kidnapped people hanging out at a private beach club, or seeking protection from the people you are accusing of kidnapping? Seeking protection from your harassment, mind you. Well, you are. Trying to help him with the trauma of a lifetime of abuse, of being treated like a weapon for his father's aspirations? You aren't helping. Your viewers should be ashamed for even giving you attention. You really expect people to believe that? The reality speaks for itself, Izuku parroted back at him. You only need to actually watch what he is doing. Not that your belief matters. And I am not here for you. The man tried to move past Izuku, but Izuku moved sideways to block him. After a few moves back and forth, they ended up staring at each other. Izuku raised one of his hands to chest level, squeezing it in a fist. What did I say about protection from your harassment? You aren't getting a step closer to him, but please try, he said. Give me an excuse. The lanky man stood much taller than Izuku, but other than that, there was really no question about who was stronger and who would get buried headfirst in the sand if there was any physical confrontation. Something inside Izuku was screaming at him to do just that and more. As the camera slipped down from recording Izuku's face, he even gave the idiot a confident, threatening smirk, communicating just that without words. Dad would have been so proud. You are threatening me. No, I'm telling you, you are not going to get to harass Todoroki anymore, and hiding behind a camera won't change that. If anything, it might help warn others stupid enough to do that. Also, you are trespassing. Izuku glanced past the guy to the old butler of the club, who just arrived with a security guard. The less than paparazzi huffed. Too bad for you. I paid to be here. Izuku's smirk widened. That doesn't mean you get to do whatever you want. Midoriya-san, is there a problem? The butler asked. Yes, this man is harassing my friend, not to mention all the school bully-level accusations he's making and streaming people on the beach without consent. Throw him out. Look who's talking, quirk stealer. If anyone deserves to be thrown out, it's you, the man interrupted. Izuku gave him a tired stare. If you want to do that, you are more than welcome to try. I could use the warm-up before taking on the red-headed guy over there. Anytime, any place, Ijiro called out. Todoroki was still sheltering by him, but had moved a bit forward to stand by Ijiro's side. Izuku reached to grab the camera, just with 2 fingers to show he wasn't trying to steal it, and turned it to show the group. Note how Todoroki prefers to stay around them rather than anywhere near this guy, or his so-called father for that matter. The idiot yanked his camera back. Let go of my camera, you thief. See everyone. He tried to take my camera. To silence me. The security guard moved to drag the idiot away, but he started struggling and a series of bony spikes pushed out of his forearm, stabbing the guard's arm. Getting away from the guard, the idiot tried to run away. Izuku crouched, ready to pounce and relent to the voice screaming at him to pound the idiot into the sand. Hey! Hitoshi shouted. The idiot got so shocked he fell on his face. The impact broke the brainwashing. Ah! Hitoshi shouted. What? Who? The idiot's head twisted as he looked for the source of the sounds. His eyes glazed over, and he stopped as the brainwashing took over again. Izuku's shoulders slumped as he realized he wouldn't get to bury the man. Maybe if Izuku, accidentally, poked him with his foot just a little bit, it would break the brainwashing. He glanced at the camera laying on the sand next to the idiot. In case there is actually anyone watching someone like this man, know that he is fine, only temporarily brainwashed. Take a lesson from this. Don't go around harassing people with stupid accusations. He turned around to face Hitoshi, who had come closer. He's all yours. Hitoshi nodded and stepped past Izuku. Get up, he commanded while Izuku walked to the rest of the group. He stopped in front of Todoroki, who seemed uncharacteristically vulnerable. Are you okay? Is he coming here? Todoroki asked quietly. I fear he might, Izuku responded. Todoroki seemed to shrink, moving closer to Ijiro and Izuku. That guy looked like the kind of person who'd contact him just to get a video of what happens. Now Todoroki was constantly glancing around, looking for danger. His eyes kept stopping on people that were watching what was going on. Izuku sighed. I hate to say this, but we should cut our training short and go back. So, you are leaving? Mina asked from behind the others. Sorry. Ijiro turned to speak to her. It really isn't good for Todoroki to stay here if people are coming for him. I guess. I was pretty shocked by what I heard yesterday. I hope you'll be okay. Izuku interrupted. Make sure no one gets to him on the way to the dressing room. Don't worry about punching people's faces if you have to. I'll come soon. Have to take care of something first? Okay. They left with Tokoyami, Tenya, and Hitoshi, who had told the brainwashed idiot to leave with the guard. Izuku turned to face the butler with the angry stare he had refused to show in front of the camera. He maintained a relative calmness in his voice, but it was a cold calm, the kind of voice his father might have used when threatening someone's life. Someone let that man know we were here, and others probably know by now. If you find anyone reported our presence to anyone outside the club, ban them for life and get me the names. Of course, Midoriya-san. We already have rules about respecting club members and visitors' privacy. We won't even need to return their membership dues. And make sure no paparazzi get in again. Ban anyone working in media if you have to. Yes, Midoriya-san. Thankfully, no one showed up in the time they took to change clothes and get to the car. In a few minutes, they drove past the idiot now walking by the road. Izuku turned towards Hitoshi on the opposite side of the back seat as they passed the man. So what did you tell him to do? Nothing special. With the stream and people seeing me brainwash him, I had to skip my first 10 ideas. In the end, I just had him show his ID to the security for them to alert the police and told him to walk home. How far is that? Hitoshi shrugged. How should I know? I didn't ask, and my quirk couldn't make him answer questions like that anyway. So far. Do you mean my quirk or his home? Hopefully both. The drive back continued in silence for a long time after that. Todoroki even stopped glancing at the windows like Endeavor could have busted through the glass at any moment. Izuku focused on stopping himself from ranting or muttering about media. Later on, Todoroki muttered something about their training to Ijiro. Hey, don't worry, Ijiro declared. The beach is nice, but we can still train at Midobro's place. Just have to be a little more careful out of water, unless... Ijiro's eyes widened and Izuku could almost see a light bulb turn on over his head. Hey, the pool in the basement is pretty big. What do you think, Midobro? You can try it in the evening, Izuku said. It's not enough for flight training, but if you want to toss someone into it, I am not sure that is wise, Tenya interrupted. It goes against all fundamental pool safety practices. So does punching and kicking people, throwing them in the sea, or jumping inhumanly far using a quirk that was just implanted into you. Anyway, it's a private pool, not a public one, so training rules would be more fitting than standard ones. Tenya looked at Izuku for several seconds, hands slightly up like he was about to slash air in his usual robotic way, but couldn't counter Izuku's words. The car turned in front of Izuku's house and stopped. They got out. Speaking of punching, you said something about taking me on before? Want to spar now? Ijiro asked.
No, Izuku responded.
Oh, okay. But I do need to punch something to let out steam after dealing with that guy. Oh, so what's the difference? Izuku shook his head, smiling. The others had comparable reactions. Izuku turned to face Ijiro, directly holding one fist up. Nothing. Make sure to use your quirk. I don't feel like holding back. Ooh, you did not just say that. Fine. Ijiro hardened his arms, punching them together. But you have to use that new technique. Wouldn't want to break your fingers by accident.
Technique?
Oh, you mean this? Izuku lit his dragon blade and forced it to shrink and thicken around his fist. Yeah, the what do you call it? Izuku blinked and looked at the blue, shining flame-like mass around his fist. I haven't actually thought about that. Maybe something like Fire Fist. I guess that is pretty descriptive, but it doesn't sound as cool as Dragon Blade. More like hot, Hitoshi commented and looked at Todoroki. What do you think? I don't know. Todoroki muttered. A Hell Fist. That works, but it sounds like something Endeavor would do, Izuku said, and people would just twist it the worst way in my case. Sorry, Todoroki muttered. Izuku was about to tell him to not be when he continued. What about Dragon Fist? I don't think he has ever used a name like that. Hey, that sounds cool. I mean hot, Ijiro agreed. You should use that. Okay, Dragon Fist it is. You ready? Izuku raised his fists in a fighting stance. Yeah, Ijiro mimicked his stance. Izuku's weight shifted ready to attack when Ijiro suddenly opened his fists and held his open hands in front of him. Wait. We should change clothes first. I don't want to ruin this too. They were all wearing their UA uniforms since, with the impromptu sleepover, the others had only brought those and their PE clothes the previous day. Izuku smiled. Probably smart. You already destroyed 2 sports shirts yesterday. You mean you destroyed one of them? Hitoshi interrupted. Ijiro scratched his head with one hand, pointing at Izuku with the other. He's not wrong. They went inside and started to change, all of them. Izuku wasn't about to let the rest slack off. Then they scattered across the yard. This time, Tenya trained with Todoroki as Izuku faced Ijiro next to the shattered boulder. He reformed his newly named Dragon Fists. Ready? Why, actually, Ijiro said and glanced towards Todoroki and Tenya. Can I ask you something? Always. What happened at the beach with that guy? The way you reacted, I felt something. I think it was the look in your eyes or something like that. Was it what you talked about in the morning, the switch? Izuku drew a deep breath and resisted looking towards their two-colored friend. I think, kind of. He wasn't attacking any one of us, not exactly. So it wasn't quite the same, but I wanted to hurt him for what he did. Hurt him badly. You don't understand how close I got. So does that mean that Todoroki is also a switch like me? At least he is getting there. Okay, just wanted to make sure. Ijiro hardened and raised his arms in a defensive stance. Izuku just stood there, staring for a long moment. Don't you mind what I just said? Nope. It sounds bad, but I know you wouldn't do anything like that without a reason. The complete trust in his voice made Izuku want to cry, but his dam held and he drew a deep breath instead. I wish I could be as confident of that, he paused. If I ever go too far without a reason, promise you'll stop me. Ijiro dropped his arms and undid his quirk. Hey, I don't think that's going to happen.
Izuku pleaded.
Okay, he gave Izuku the most calming look and smile yet. I promise. But you have to also promise that if you feel you need to hit someone, you come to me first. Ijiro pointed at himself with his thumb. Izuku sniffed and nodded. You can start now. Ijiro hardened again. Izuku charged. He packed his negative emotions into his fist, letting them shatter against hardened skin. Chapter 55. Dark Past, Dark Future. See you tomorrow, Hitoshi said as the car arrived. Yeah, Izuku agreed. A little sad like every Sunday around this time. They both turned to face Tenya, who was even tenser than usual, and that was already a lot. Izuku reached out to put his hand on Tenya's back. You have done nothing wrong. Don't let them make you think anything else. I know. It is just. I am not sure I can. It has already been hard to go against them to be here. It feels wrong. They raised you to follow their principles and obey. You always want to do everything by the book, Hitoshi said. Of course, it is difficult to go against them even if they are wrong. And this was why Hitoshi should have come to the hospital with Izuku and Tenya the previous day. Tenya nodded, but the gesture was empty of confidence. Call if you need us, Izuku said straight to the point. There wasn't really anything else he could offer at this point short of kidnapping Tenya. And remember, you can come here anytime if you need to get away. Hitoshi stepped to the side to guide Tenya into the car first. It didn't really make sense with how close Tenya lived, but at least he would be in good hands for that short trip. Izuku had half a mind to go along, but that might just spark more trouble for nothing but having to let go a little later. If they encountered Tenya's parents, Tenya would need people that could de-escalate the situation. That wasn't Izuku. Excluding Dark Shadow, everyone going into the car would handle that better than him. Izuku glanced at Ijiro, who just turned to say goodbye to Todoroki, who was standing next to him. Izuku could quite literally see as his two-faced classmate caught Ijiro's contagious smile. If Izuku hadn't used his all-for-one on Ijiro before, he would have sworn the redhead had to have a second quirk. Ijiro joined the rest in the car, leaving behind only Izuku and Todoroki, who had moved right next to Izuku. Izuku hadn't seen him more than a few steps away from someone since the failed beach visit the previous day. When he wasn't around Izuku, he could usually be found within an arm's reach of Ijiro. Izuku had no arguments against that approach. Really helped when feeling down or insecure. Izuku hid his sadness from his face and reached his arm over Todoroki's shoulders as they waved to the leaving car. Todoroki didn't even shudder at the touch. If anything, he leaned into it. "It is always the worst part of the week," Izuku said quietly. "How are you feeling?" "Something," Todoroki answered after a moment. "I don't like it." "Same," Izuku said and pulled gently to make both of them turn. "Come on, let's go inside." "Aren't we going to train anymore?" Todoroki asked, confused. "We can if you want. I often go to the gym after the others leave, if I don't have anything else to do." By that he meant getting crushed by bioengineered monsters or going around wearing a black mask. "I don't really feel like watching movies or things like that alone anymore, so." Izuku shrugged. "Those kind of things are wastes of time that will hurt my training to become a hero," Todoroki muttered, but his words were mechanical, like he was repeating something he had memorized or been made to memorize. His voice started breaking as he whispered the last part. "Just like playing with the other kids not destined for greatness." Izuku stopped and yanked Todoroki closer. He would have stared at Todoroki, but the other's head was down, facing away from him. Izuku's voice came out as unnecessarily harsh as anger dripped into it. "Is that what Endeavor told you?" Eventually Todoroki nodded very carefully. "He told me I shouldn't let anyone stand in my way of getting stronger, that I should just ignore those who are weak and useless or push them aside. I did both." Izuku was now squeezing his free hand in a fist, focusing his anger on the free hand, so as to not do the same to Todoroki's shoulder with the other. Blue sparks lit the air around the hand. He was starting to regret he'd let Ijiro leave. He really needed to hit something. He swung his free hand towards the rock Ijiro had shattered weeks ago and fired off a hellfire arrow. It hit perfectly in the hole Ijiro's fist had made to enter the rock and shatter it from the inside. Only the cling of a broken window and shouting from the neighbor made Izuku's sensible side consider that might have been what people call not smart. He'd really hear it from the gardener for this. Todoroki, on the other hand, had raised his head with fear creeping back on his face. Sorry, Izuku said and breathed in deep, holding his hand open in an apologetic gesture. "You are angry," Todoroki stated the obvious like it was a great revelation. "I'm angry at Endeavor, not you." "Oh." Todoroki relaxed a little under Izuku's arm. "I think I understand." "I hope so," Izuku said, calming himself down. "Leaving him behind won't help your future if you can't leave behind what he tried to make you into." "What did he make me into?" Izuku nudged him to continue moving towards the door and asked, "Do you really want to talk about this now? I mean, 2 days ago you weren't exactly eager to hear what I thought." "It is okay, but don't ask me to use his fire." "Your fire," Izuku said, unable to help himself.
Sorry.
They stepped inside and went to the living room sofa. After a weekend of having it full, it felt strange to sit on it with just Todoroki and no one else around. The sofa and house didn't feel quite as empty as usual, but the difference was still sad, especially in the large room. Izuku didn't usually spend much time there when he was alone. "So, I tried to tell this to you before, but Endeavor has been making you into himself, and he was succeeding. I tried to refuse him." Izuku shook his head. "You say that, but out of everything you got from him, you only tried to refuse part of your quirk, nothing more, none of what was really making you into what he wanted. Just because you resisted him in one way didn't change everything else you were doing. What you just said, about pushing weaker people aside or seeing them as useless. You have been doing that, or at least looking at other people like that, since the beginning. You think power determines a person's value, especially their quirk. Out of everything, that is the worst thing Endeavor has done to you. But you need power to be a hero, especially number one. And that's another thing," Izuku said. "Why do you want to be either of those things?" Todoroki looked at him, mouth half open. "Shouldn't I want to be a hero?" He finally asked. "Depends on what you think being a hero means and why you want to be one. Endeavor wants power to stand above others, worshipped by them, and doesn't care about them or really what happens to them. Unfortunately, a lot of people with strong quirks look at that and think the same. The country is full of fake heroes and people like that wanting to be heroes for those reasons. How do you know? Izuku's eyes narrowed and his voice turned colder than Todoroki's quirk. I shared a classroom with one for the past decade. It opened my eyes to what kind of people often become heroes and are blindly supported by the wider society, even at the cost of others. You aren't as loud or murderous, but you have been on the same path. Thinking, I will be the strongest, I will be the number one, I will be rich and famous, I am better and more important than you extras, so stay out of the way or you'll regret it. I. Izuku caught himself falling into a rant and snapped his mouth shut long enough for Todoroki to process the words. He lowered his head in shame. I never thought it like that. I only thought being a hero was something I was supposed to be the best at. You were told you were supposed to be, and then you wanted to be one just to show your father. How becoming exactly what he wanted was going to show him anything is something I still don't get. Todoroki remained quiet for a moment before asking, then what should I do? What do you want to do? Izuku shot back. You could well still become a hero, but the question is why. If you only do it for status or money or to show off how strong you are, you might save some people, but you will only hold up the rotten ideals as you do now. I don't know. What should I? Izuku shook his head. What do you want to do? Todoroki asked this time. Izuku's head froze still. Did I say something wrong? Todoroki sounded concerned. No, but for the question. Usually I just want to keep the people around me safe. Besides that, Izuku had to stop to censor his words. I would like to change this society and how people treat each other, especially heroes. Like the whole thing I just said about what Endeavor taught you, the supposed heroic ideal he and All Might and others promote, about not so much what people should do but what they should be. So Endeavor wouldn't like it if you could do that? Most certainly not, but, as despicable as he is, you shouldn't decide what you want to do based on what he doesn't like. You already made that mistake. Todoroki slumped against the backrest next to Izuku. Part of Izuku wanted to keep pushing, make Todoroki break out of the remnants of the chains that had held him, but he held back. Trying to consider what Hitoshi would do, Izuku figured it would be enough if Todoroki recognized the issues he had. The rest could wait. So should I stay at UA or leave? Todoroki said, snapping Izuku out of his thoughts. Are you really asking that? Izuku asked. Todoroki nodded. I only go there because I was told to, because that was the best way to become the #1 hero. So, what would you do instead? Todoroki remained quiet, barely moving as Izuku put a hand on his arm. I can understand not caring about UA as much as everyone else, but you shouldn't make a change like that when you don't even know what else you want to do. Todoroki seemed unconvinced. If he was already capable of acting, he was certainly capable of acting rashly. Izuku shouldn't have had a problem with removing a promising student from UA and the hero system, but Todoroki, considering it, still felt wrong for some reason. Izuku quickly tried to think about things that could convince him to at least delay such decisions. He squeezed Todoroki's arm. Do you have anyone, any friends outside of UA, besides your family, the parts that aren't rotten? Todoroki shook his head. Then you should stick to where you have people that support you, at least until you have a reason to leave. Even Ijiro might not smile if you just left. Todoroki's eyes opened a bit wider, then blinked. Izuku could understand the feeling. What he had described was difficult to imagine, but anything was possible if things got bad enough. How about we worry about getting Endeavor off your back and figure out how you are going to live from now on, before you start making any other radical changes for your future. You have to go to school somewhere anyway. Okay, Todoroki said and thought for a moment. Do you really think Kirishima would be sad if I left? I have only been cold to him for weeks and even burned him. Of course he would be, we all would. And that guy has shrugged off a lot worse than what you did to him. Izuku tried to mimic the smile he thought Ijiro would give in that situation. I should know. I threw a lot of that at him. That made Todoroki huff like he was holding back a laugh, or at least a chuckle. A lot of tension in his posture evaporated. I have always thought the best way to feel comfortable was to be alone, not with other people, Todoroki said quietly. Izuku inched a little closer. I know. It depends on the people. Finding the right ones is the difficult part. There aren't many. They didn't feel like watching a movie, so they just sat there until deciding to get a bath before going to bed. When you have a spa, you should use it. It didn't matter that Izuku hadn't kept it warm. Todoroki dipped in first, and Izuku noticed the increase in steam in the room before even getting in the hot pool. After vaporizing a stadium-sized iceberg, warming one pool was nothing. "Thank you," Izuku said. His mood was only soiled by Todoroki, seeming to be caught off guard by the appreciating comment. He held back his wish to say something. Now that Ijiro wasn't present to cannonball into the water, they could just relax in silence before heading upstairs. Izuku stopped at the top of the stairs and looked at Todoroki. "Since it's just the two of us now, you can use my bedroom if you want." "You mean alone?" "Yes," Izuku responded, but Todoroki's expression turned somewhere between fearful and pleading. "Or we can stay in the sleepover room. It's a bit full now, but not as full as last night." "Okay, we both can stay there," Izuku said. It was what he preferred anyway, though he couldn't contact his father that way. "I don't want to be trouble." "You aren't, come." Izuku led them to the room still full of more beds than it was ever planned to hold. Seeing them empty was a bit unfortunate, but it was only a few more hours till Monday, and the room wasn't completely quiet. Todoroki rustled behind Izuku, changing clothes. They got onto the same beds next to each other they had used during the weekend, except for the new unburnt linens that Izuku had changed for his bed. Soon they were laying on the beds, silently staring at the ceiling, both wary of the demons of their lives, rising up with the fall of darkness. "Midoriya," Todoroki whispered. "Yes?" Izuku responded. "You said you want to change things, not just with us but the system, the whole society?" "Yes." Izuku responded more carefully. "How? It seems impossible. I'm not sure I can even get away from one man from that system." "It's not easy. The easiest thing is to help people who are better than that to succeed even when they are being pushed down. Imagine if any of us," Izuku gestured not just at the two of them but also the empty beds around them, "had not gotten into you. Whoever took those seats in the class could have been like Bakugo, or at least someone in it for the money like Uraraka, or someone like Ojiro. Is that why you help so many people train? I don't think that is enough to change anything." "Not really. Out of all of you, only Toshi had a real risk of not being accepted if I wasn't involved, and no. It's not. I wish it was that easy, but you can't fix something that large just by helping a few people get what they deserve. It would be like trying to paint over one wall of a rotten house and point to it pretending the house is fine. Then how?" Izuku pressed his lips together. Him and his big mouth. Now he had to pick his words carefully. Then again, Todoroki sounded unusually interested in Izuku's words. Maybe Endeavor had done some good, showing his son the dark side of the system he represented. Izuku was tempted to test him at least. "I'm not exactly sure how to do it," he only partially lied. "But you can't fix a rotten house without replacing the rotten parts that keep it up. You have to take down at least the most rotten walls and build better ones." "Walls. Whatever keeps things how they are, like Endeavor." Izuku glanced at Todoroki and even in the darkness thought he saw a spark of realization in his eyes. "If we expose all that he has done, it will do a lot more than helping you. Exposing the number 2 hero as nothing but burning garbage won't fix the world, but it should make people at least consider what is really going on, like opening a wall to show them a spot of mold and rot on the supporting pillars. If stuff like that happens enough, something might change. People don't want to live in a rotten house, but they often don't realize they do until it is too late to fix it." Todoroki looked at him in the darkness for a long time. Wouldn't people try to stop that from happening? Of course. They already do. Just think about the quirk restriction laws. They restrict most quirk use except for those who are part of the system as heroes. Isn't that just for safety so incompetent people don't hurt others with their quirks? Many people are hurt by cars. Should we ban driving for anyone who isn't hired by the government to drive, and only let those people go to driving school in the first place? That doesn't seem like it would be smart. So why do the exact same thing with quirks? Everyone talks about quirks, judges people based on quirks, and worship heroes for what they do with their quirks, but almost everyone can be treated as criminal for nothing more than using their quirk. If anything, That makes things more dangerous since people don't get to practice with their quirks if they don't get into a hero school. Then why? Because people with no experience in using their quirks are not much more of a threat to heroes than those with weak or no quirk. Makes heroes work easier and helps them to stay on the top. So, everyone should be taught to use their quirks? Wouldn't that still be dangerous? You don't need to be a prodigy to use a quirk responsibly, Izuku snapped, perhaps a little too harshly, but maybe that was what it took to get Endeavor's poison out of Todoroki. Living is dangerous. You can't put people in cages just because they might be capable of doing something bad, only when they actually do it. I understand, but you cannot just change the law. No, Izuku sighed. It is not that simple. People have been taught to fear foreign quirks and trust heroes. You'd have to make people see the trouble with heroes first, like with Endeavor. Even if we could just change those laws and expose every hero, that wouldn't solve everything. The current system might be rotten, but if you just remove it, there is nothing holding back people with powerful quirks from doing a lot of harm. Izuku stopped for a moment to dwell in the darkness of his past. Todoroki kept looking at him. You are different, Todoroki finally said. Izuku's head perked up. What? He hesitated. What do you mean? Todoroki stared at him, speaking frankly and without obvious emotion. I have heard you point out many things I don't usually think about, but never like this. I didn't expect that. Sounds like you want to fight the world. It is confusing. Izuku barely breathed, thinking he'd gone too far. He had to step back. Sorry, he blurted out. I didn't mean to. I tend to think about things when trying to sleep, especially difficult things. It is not very realistic to do much about it, but I'll still help you expose Endeavor. Todoroki's expressions were difficult to read in the darkness, but he was still looking at Izuku. Izuku hoped he was just thinking about Endeavor. You are going to do more, Todoroki said. Izuku didn't breathe for a few seconds, feeling Todoroki creeping closer to his secrets. I think I want to help you, Todoroki finally said. It took Izuku a while to process. He turned to his side to better face Todoroki. I told you, you shouldn't choose what you do based on your father. I'm not. I have hated him my entire life, but I have never thought about what he might have done to other people. I never cared. You do. You get mad and shed tears for the sake of others. Todoroki left the statement hanging in the air. Izuku swallowed quietly. He started. It is nothing special. I have lived a lot of it. It is hard not to see things after you have had to experience them, like you wouldn't assume someone is a good person just because they are a famous hero. No, but I want to see the rest, Todoroki said. I still don't know if I want to be a hero, but I think I should help people somehow, like you. How can I if I don't know why they are suffering? If you try to change things, a lot of people won't appreciate you, Izuku warned. Especially not like they would if you just become a hero and do what people expect. I know, but isn't that what you said is wrong with heroes anyway? Head still laying on the pillow, Izuku nodded slightly. Yeah, fake heroes at least. I'm happy there might be at least one real one in the room. I will also try to be one, at least as long as I'm at UA. Izuku didn't correct Todoroki's misunderstanding. He was too busy thinking about everything else that had just been said. Had he just recruited the so-called number 2 hero's son to join his crusade against current hero society? Okay, maybe not quite. Todoroki probably would not join the league even if it was to take down Endeavor, but still, even Hitoshi and Tenya hadn't gone that far in listening to Izuku's rants or wanting to get involved with them, though he probably had never slipped that deep into them. Oh, Dad would love this. After they stopped talking, Todoroki's breathing soon slowed down, and he drifted off to sleep surprisingly quickly. Izuku had expected Todoroki to have difficulties sleeping considering everything he had gone through, but he had done the opposite. On Saturday evening, Todoroki had dozed off before there was even time to brainwash him to sleep. Then again, Izuku slept best during the weekends too. Feeling secure could do wonders to a wary soul. Todoroki's face was facing towards Izuku and seemed more at peace than at any time in the past several weeks. Something inside Izuku demanded him to protect that peace. The last few days had been a bit of a mess, especially the sports festival, but looking at the non-symmetrical face in front of him at that moment, Izuku felt he had at least done something right. He thought he had warmed up to Ijiro quickly. Who wouldn't? But now it seemed he might need to have the talk with Todoroki soon. Chapter 56. Names, Names, Names. Izuku walked up from his home basement gym after his usual short school morning workout and shower. He felt unusually good and not in as much rush to head to school as usual. Then again, he usually had to do his Monday morning workouts alone, only meeting others as he headed out. Todoroki followed Izuku, adjusting the tie of his school uniform. Izuku glanced out of the window and picked up an umbrella just in case. The car already came. You got everything you need? No, Todoroki responded quietly. I didn't have any of my school books with me at the sports festival. You can borrow mine. I can share with Toshi or Tenya. Thank you, Todoroki responded, head down looking at the floor. Izuku moved to lightly elbow his side. He could have sworn that the air got a bit cooler as he did. Don't act like it's something you'd need to worry about, really. Your father already wants my head on a pike. Borrowing books doesn't matter. Right? Todoroki said, managing to raise his chin at least. Izuku shook his head. Let's go. Just as they stepped outside, the car moved away from where it had been in front of the house, giving space to a large truck with a large crane to drive in front of Izuku's front gate. The driver got out as Izuku opened the gate. Good morning. We have a delivery to Midoriya-san, 20-ton steel cube to be installed on the ground. Yes, that's for me, Izuku responded and turned to point towards the yard. Set it up over there where there are remains of a large rock. Make sure you anchor it well into the ground. At least 1/3 should be underground and don't spare the concrete. The man didn't respond. Izuku gave him a questioning glance. The man looked hesitant. His eyes jumped between Izuku and Todoroki as his expression turned gradually more concerned. Are your parents home? The man eventually asked. No, Izuku said bluntly. And that delivery isn't for them anyway. If I need to sign something, please give it to me now. We are in a bit of a rush. Well, okay. At least it is the right address, the man muttered and gave Izuku a touch screen to sign on. Todoroki looked at the large piece of steel on the back of the truck. Kirishima is going to love that, he muttered. Assuming it lasts past the first day. Izuku regretted saying that right away. Todoroki's lips had been twitching up, but now he frowned. Izuku pulled his shoulder. Don't worry about it. The world won't run out of things to punch. If nothing else, you can always make him ice pillars to smash, Izuku said. Todoroki's head perked up with new light in his eyes. Oh, right. I can. Izuku mentally gave more points to Todoroki as the other boy walked to the car. His smile only disappeared for the moment when it changed into a surprised expression as he looked at the car. You got a different car? It's larger, Izuku responded. We could barely cram into the other when Tenya wasn't with us. This one works better. It sure did. The larger black car had 2 rows of back seats facing each other, so they could comfortably fit half a dozen people with room to spare, and that was with everyone sitting together in the back. The driver was separated by a soundproof glass, though Izuku would not have counted on the privacy of the car. He checked his watch, concerned. Usually Tenya is already waiting here before the car comes. As Izuku raised his head, he finally saw Tenya running towards them. At least he was still following the law and not using his quirk, so the feeling in Izuku's heart eased a little bit. It was only a little bit, though. Tenya slid to a halt right in front of Izuku. His face was no brighter than the sky at the moment. Sorry I'm late. We should go quickly before we are late from school. Izuku stared him straight in the eyes for a long moment. We will go, but don't try to hide what you are really worried about. Tenya's shoulders slumped, and he nodded in surrender. Izuku gently guided them to sit in the middle facing forward and sat opposite them. Neither said a thing, and Izuku too was hesitant to break the silence. He could only watch as Tenya was squirming in front of him to avoid his stare. Todoroki sat quietly trying to put on his traditional emotionless mask, but unable to hide his concern as he too turned towards Tenya. Eventually Izuku couldn't hold back. Tenya, he asked quietly, do you still have a place for tonight? What? Oh yes. They didn't go that far, but they tried to stop me from coming. Dad was already starting the car when I left. Sneaked out, Izuku corrected. Tenya nodded rapidly. Now they aren't just worried about what you are, but worried you are planning to kidnap me or thinking we exploited Tensei somehow. Mom even got so angry she suggested you could have had something to do with him getting hurt. Tenya glanced at his sleeve that had a slight bump from the new exhaust pipes from Tensei's quirk. I shouldn't have. Izuku's face twitched, but he held his emotions off his face and reached to put his hand on Tenya's shaking hand. You didn't do anything wrong. I know, but they are my parents. Being your parents doesn't make them right, Todoroki muttered. If they think it does, that is even worse. Todoroki put his hand on top of Izuku's and Tenya's. He looked at it for a moment and blinked. Did I do it right? What should I do next? Izuku huffed with a smile, and even Tenya didn't seem as sad. Izuku assured Todoroki he did well. A while later they stopped at a house they hadn't been to before. The car door next to Todoroki swung open before the driver could even get out to open it. Hey, good morning. Ijiro greeted with energy that should have been illegal so early in the morning, especially since he was drenched from the rain that had started during the drive. But some of his energy seemed to radiate off him and stick with Todoroki, who responded to Ijiro's smile in kind. Wow, did you get a new car, Madobro? It's really fancy. This seat feels as soft as my bed. And more space than the other one, Izuku added. For sure. Ijiro leaned against the seat and laid his arms on the backrest, reaching behind Todoroki as he turned his smile assault on the two classmates next to him. So how are you doing? The trip continued much more cheerful than before, so much so that even Tokoyami and Dark Shadow could not cast a shadow over it when they stopped to pick them up. Finally, they picked up Hitoshi. As he got on Izuku, caught a glimpse of a secret security guard there in case Bakugo would try something stupid. Izuku would not have been convinced of the guard's ability to even slow down the walking arsenal on fire, but he was given the contact information of the little-known security company by his father, so Hitoshi looked around the new car, not showing even a slight surprise. But Izuku could imagine his brain already printing out some clever comments starting with something along the lines of course Izuku would. So are you going to buy a new car every time we find people you can let close enough to share one? Izuku didn't respond but gave up on the staring contest quickly. Tenya, Hitoshi said, how about we'll go for a bus? Tenya nodded and seemed to hold back a chuckle. At least he seemed better than when he had gotten to the car. Hey Fumi, Dark Shadow said, popping out of Tokoyami's chest. There was actually enough space for him in the car. What if we get him a bus instead of a house since he already has that? Tokoyami held his beak and sighed. With everyone present, the remaining short drive passed in much higher spirits, at least on the surface. Izuku kept a close eye on Tenya, only taking few glances at Todoroki. The two-faced classmate was doing much better than a few days ago, and Ijiro was maintaining his soft smile without needing help from Izuku. Of course he was talking about training, but that seemed to be a topic Todoroki could keep up with. As they approached the school, Izuku checked messages from his phone and directed the driver to a small side gate where Mr. Aizawa was already waiting with some security robots as they got out of the car. The man looked like he had not slept since the sports festival, so a bit worse than usual. At least he didn't look like a mummy anymore. Hey, Mr. Aizawa, Ijiro nearly shouted. Great to see you feeling better. Thank you. The old lady went a little overboard with her treatment. How bad is it? Izuku asked as soon as he got out of the car. He could feel Tenya's critique about politeness, but if someone in this school understood going straight to the point, it was Mr. Aizawa. There aren't significantly more reporters than after USJ, but now there are also protesters among them and a couple of counter-protesters. Aizawa rubbed his forehead. And then there are several girls who really should be in school at this time. Their own school? Izuku tilted his head, the question in his eyes. A group of hero students got live-streamed to thousands of people at a beach. Some people care more about what they saw than what was said. Oh, Izuku said after a few seconds. What do you mean? Todoroki asked, seeming confused. That was until Hitoshi leaned in closer to whisper something to him. Todoroki blushed visibly, making both sides of his face seem a bit more even, and Izuku could have sworn the air got warmer. I guess Ishido wasn't the only one enjoying the view, Izuku said. What do you mean? Ijiro asked this time. Izuku realized his mistake while Aizawa had a question in his glare, but in the end only sighed. Get in the class. You are going to be late. Izuku started leading their group towards the building, only remembering Ijiro a moment too late. Hitoshi was already whispering to the boy whose cheeks were starting to look like his hair. Well, even if he didn't figure it out on his own, he could have gotten it in a worse way than being told by Hitoshi. If anything, Hitoshi thinking it was okay to tell Minute probably was the best option. Ijiro continued blushing and glancing towards Ishido throughout the morning lessons, and during lunch ended up sharing a small table with the girl. Izuku couldn't help but feel something was missing despite still being surrounded by a large group for lunch. Todoroki was sitting securely against the wall opposite to him between Tokoyami and Hitoshi. Tenya sat next to Izuku with sadly empty seat on Izuku's other side, at least empty for a moment. "Hey!" Shoji Hitoshi called to their large classmate who was passing by. He sat down next to Izuku. A tentacle mouth rose, facing Tenya. "My condolences. How is your brother doing?" Tenya's face turned darker, and he rubbed the back of his arm and the exhaust hidden in his sleeves. "He is going to live," Tenya paused, "but not walk." "I am sorry to hear that." Shoji followed Tenya's movements to his arm. "Have you two been hurt?" "I heard Kirishima talking about something he called hardcore training." "It is not that," Tenya said and swallowed. Well. Izuku, could you?" Izuku nodded slowly. "Tenya's brother had me pass his quirk to Tenya." Shoji made more eyes to stare at the both of them at the same time, but remained silent. "It is a bit of a sensitive subject," Izuku added. Shoji nodded in understanding, and no one talked for a while. Eventually Izuku sensed the tension in the air. You don't need to be worried about talking," he added. "Actually, can I ask something?" "Of course. Did you see what was happening at the main gate? What were people saying?" Shoji thought about his response for a moment. "Many people claimed they were here for Todoroki in one way or another, but I heard more anger and hate than worry in their voices." Shoji waved 3 ears in front of Izuku. "Seems many of them are more angry that you made accusations against Endeavor than what you accused him of." "Not surprising. A few appeared to even hide knives and other weapons under their clothes. I reported them to the security. I wish I could say that is surprising. Some tried to argue with them, though, but not many. There was almost an altercation when some of them got mocked for mutant-type quirks, but Midnight handled it." Izuku nodded. Shoji paused for a moment. "There were also a few girls that talked about some hot bad boy, one with white hair. Some of the things they talked about aren't necessarily appropriate to say here out loud." Izuku rubbed his forehead and prepared mentally at seeing Hitoshi's expression change. "See, not everyone hates you," Hitoshi said. "Didn't you want people to pay attention to you? Not just your quirk, positive attention, that is?" Izuku frowned. "I'd prefer people who pay attention even when I have shirt on." "You should take it as a compliment," Hitoshi said. "A lot of guys can only dream about getting attention like that." Izuku sighed. Izuku's frown and Hitoshi's smirk lasted for a while as Hitoshi continued his verbal jabs, but listening to them made the others relax from the previous discussions, so in the end, it was a net positive well worth the frowns. Izuku let Hitoshi run the show until they finished lunch, and Hitoshi provoked Tenya into talking about their studies as a new distraction. After lunch, it was time for the hero training. Izuku was already expecting them to go through their performance at the school festival or something like that. It would be logical to take advantage of those contests when the events were still relatively fresh in their memory. Aizawa arrived exactly on time as Izuku went through the motions expected of class president at the beginning of the class. "We are having a special hero informatics class today," the man started. The mood in the room collapsed instantly as people expected a quiz or lecture or things like that, as if they were in a school or something. "Code names," Aizawa said. "You'll be coming up with hero names. We're gonna do something exciting." Several people shouted basically the same thing, raising their arms like an excited audience at a sports competition. A single red glowing stare silenced them, and suddenly everyone was sitting quietly, their backs straight like nothing had happened. Aizawa continued speaking as the red glow of erasure disappeared. "This is related to the pro hero draft picks. The drafts begin in earnest in the 2nd and 3rd years, after students have gained experience and can become immediate assets to the pros. In other words, for them to extend offers to first years like you shows that they are interested in your future potential. These offers are often canceled if that interest dies down by graduation. So we'll have to prove ourselves once we get picked, huh? Hagakure, the invisible girl, asked. That's right. Aizawa nodded and raised a hand with a remote control. And here are the totals for those with offers. A big bar chart appeared on the screen that covered most of the wall behind Aizawa. There was one bar way ahead of everyone else representing thousands of offers for Todoroki, followed by far smaller but respectable numbers near 1,000 for Tenya, Tokoyami, and Ijiro. Izuku started getting concerned reading down the list, but Hitoshi too was also solidly in the 3 digits. A sliver of regret Izuku felt for the beatdown he had given Hitoshi slipped away. At least some had seen his ability and potential, or at least that of his quirk. As the list continued to lower numbers, Izuku realized he had yet to see his own name until at the very end of the chart there were 10. Those were probably some unknown heroes who were desperate to tell people they had a UA student as an intern, though it wasn't impossible for someone to have actually listened to Izuku's words. He could always hope. In recent months, the world had given him some good things he hadn't bothered to even hope for before. In other years, it has been more spread out, but all eyes were on Todoroki this year. Though we are being careful about possible ulterior motives behind the offers, Aizawa muttered the last part barely audibly. Gah, there's such a big difference, Kaminari complained, slumping against the backrest of his chair. Those pros don't know a good thing when they see one, Aoyama complained. Todoroki first and Ida second, Jiro said. But they completely ignored Izuku even though he won the festival, Ijiro said with an uncharacteristically unhappy expression. The lack of a smile was disturbing. Shiro leaned towards them to talk. Some people are too scared for a guy that criticized them all and got in trouble with the number 2. People are still talking as if Todoroki got kidnapped. Izuku had to brush his eyes as he thought he saw a frown on Ijiro's face. Meanwhile, Yorozu looked at Todoroki, who unfortunately had his cool, emotionless face on. You're amazing, Todoroki. They're probably all because of Endeavor. Might be fakes. Others were similarly thoughtful, or just excited for actually getting any offers, like Uraraka. She was probably just happy to have chances at earning money in the future, though. Izuku leaned back to check on Tenya, who was unable to feel as excited. Congratulations, Izuku said, getting a simple nod in response. Keeping these results in mind, Aizawa interrupted the class. Whether or not anyone asked for you, you will be participating in internships with pros. At USJ, you already got to experience combat with real villains, but it will still be meaningful training for you to see pros at work firsthand. So that explains the hero names, Sato said. Things are suddenly getting a lot more fun, Uraraka added, visibly excited. Well, those hero names are still temporary, Aizawa told them. But if you are not serious about it, the door opened and a new voice joined the conversation. You'll have hell to pay later, Midnight declared. Several of the boys looked towards her, seeming even more excited than when hero names were declared. Izuku followed the female hero's entrance, seeing an example of the superficiality and bias of the current hero system more than anything else, though she hadn't done badly during the sports festival awards ceremony. Because a lot of hero names used by students become recognized by society, and they end up becoming professional hero names, she continued. Well, that is how it is, Aizawa agreed. So Midnight will be making sure your names are okay. I can't do stuff like that. Izuku found himself wondering how Aizawa had gotten his hero name Eraserhead. That sounded like something Present Mike would have come up with. As Aizawa continued speaking, he was already pulling out his sleeping bag. When you give yourself a name, you get a more concrete image of what you want to be like in the future, and you can get closer to it. This is what it means when they say names and natures do often agree. Like All Might, for example. During Aizawa's talk, Midnight handed out small white bards and markers, and Hitoshi passed some to Izuku. Izuku froze for a moment before remembering to pass the rest to Tenya. A hero name? He was supposed to have a hero name. He was plotting, planning, training, and preparing constantly, but that was one thing he had not considered. He'd never really be a pro hero, so it wasn't that important, but he had to at least seem like he was taking it seriously. And yet he could not focus on the hero name. Well, not his hero name at least. Izuku glanced back at Tenya, who was staring at his whiteboard. Holding it so tightly it was a miracle he only shook it rather than snap it in two. Tenya, Izuku whispered. You don't have to choose anything permanent today. The name you pick won't change what you can or will do. Those are what really matters. The name only matters for manipulating publicity. Your real name isn't even a secret. Right, of course, Tenya responded, and after staring at the whiteboard for a moment longer, started writing something. Relieved, Izuku could finally return to his own dilemma. He hadn't come to UA to become a pro-hero, so he had never thought about a hero name. There were countless names he had thought out as a child, but even thinking about those made him want to vomit. All of them included either the word all or might in some form. Personally, he didn't care so much what people called him so long as it wasn't Deku, but he had to keep up appearances and the name might impact how people saw him and listened to his words. Maybe that was an optimistic way to put it, but it wouldn't cost him anything to choose well. If he could just come up with a name that had some meaning. Hitoshi in front of him seemed tense and didn't write anything on his whiteboard. Having difficulties coming up with a name? Izuku whispered. Yeah. Everything I thought that refers to brainwashing sound a bit villainy. Like mine, Jack. I wanted to tell people I can help them and stop villains even without necessarily using violence, but have no idea how to do that. I have the same problem. People always talk about me stealing quirks. I'd like people to see it as disarming villains, but don't know how yet. That's a tricky question. I wish that would work. Hitoshi fell quiet for a long moment. You don't think it will? Izuku asked. It might, assuming you figure out a good name, but honestly, a lot of people seem to have irrational hate with the idea of losing their quirk, or anyone's quirk, for any reason. They'd rather get kicked in the face by Tenya, or have the villains kicked, than have the ability to take their quirks exist. I know it won't be easy. That's basically my life, but what else can I do? Hitoshi tilted his head back and forth, looking at the ceiling. Well, have you considered the other side of your quirk? The other side? Boo, Hitoshi whispered. But the deafening sound rang painfully in his ears like it was a ship's horn on his shoulder. Izuku jumped back and barely caught his balance to avoid falling on his back. Toshi, he yelped. Everyone else in the room fell quiet. Midoriya, Midnight called. Is everything okay? Yes, Izuku said, scowling at Hitoshi's grin. Just let my guard down. I think I just had a point made at me. Well, okay then. Do you have a name to present? No, not yet. Midnight nodded and finally moved on from Izuku, who kept staring at the brainwashing mastermind in front of him. Explain. Hitoshi sighed and rotated his eyes. Everyone already knows and focuses on the fact that you can take quirks. The whole mess Bakugo started is about stealing them. Maybe you should remind people there are two sides to things. Quirks can be used for good or bad, and your quirk can both take and give quirks. Your name could remind people of that. Izuku stared at Hitoshi for a while as his eyes widened. Toshi, I could hug you. Oh, that's so sweet, Izu. And here I thought bathing and sleeping together was all I could hope for. Izuku returned to his frown, but the huffing behind him exposed Tenya's attempts to not laugh. Maybe you should call yourself Sharpdung. Hitoshi held a finger on his chin with fake, thoughtful look. Not the worst, but that sounds like it could be a name of a dragon in the movies we watched a while back. I'll think about it for a little longer. You do that. Izuku leaned back. Could also use the name the therapist. That's just for you and your boot camp survivors. I'm not planning to make a career out of it. I'd hire you. You already did, but instead of money you are paying me with your fists. Izuku was left confused, mouth hanging open. I could, he stuttered. No, Hitoshi interrupted then smirked, relieving tension that had creeped into Izuku, then gestured around them with one hand. The lessons from those fists got me something no amount of money could. Now, did you actually think of something I could use as a name? Maybe, at least I am closer, Izuku responded and scribbled ideas on his notebook. You needed something that people would consider less villainy. How about brainwave? Even Izuku's own voice didn't sound confident as he said it. I don't know. What else would describe what I do? Izuku, I have brainwashed you more often than anyone else. Yes, their loss. So how would you describe it? Izuku tilted his head looking at the ceiling as he thought about it. Relaxing, calm, free. Usually I am always worrying about something, you know? Tokoyami isn't the only one carrying a dark shadow in him. Hitoshi nodded. None of that gets through the haze when you brainwash me. It is the most peaceful I can ever feel while awake, better than most of the time sleeping too. It is the most peace of mind I can have, even more if you order me to fall asleep. It's a pretty big difference compared to how most heroes defeat their opponents. Peace of mind, Hitoshi muttered. Izuku could almost see gears turning in his head and shut up to not disrupt them. They both wrote something on their whiteboards. Midnight then had everyone present their names in front of the class. Ijiro went with Sturdy Hero, Red Riot. Izuku was happy to see him so enthusiastic and motivated by the hero he named himself after, but Izuku still thought Unyielding Hero might have been better. Tokoyami's Tsukuyami also fit him. It was Tenya and Todoroki who caused Izuku some concern as neither came up with a hero name, only using their own first names. Tenya didn't feel ready for Ingenium and Todoroki was too confused about his path. Then it was Hitoshi's turn. He stepped in front of the class and turned his whiteboard towards them. Calming hero, peace of mind. Oh, that's wonderful, Midnight said. You are trying to highlight how nonviolent your quirk is. Hitoshi held the back of his neck, looking down at the whiteboard. One of the biggest reasons I started to want to become a hero was to show that my quirk isn't villainous just because people are creeped out by it. I want to remind people quirks have more than the surface people see or think about first. That what really matters is what you use them for. And I think one of the things heroes need to do is to give people peace of mind, not having to live in fear. How insightful. Midnight cheered and pulled Hitoshi into a hug, so suddenly Izuku's arm jolted before he stopped himself from jumping at her. She might have pressed Hitoshi's face to her chest that was thick enough to choke a man, but somehow that wasn't enough to press Izuku's big red "friend is in danger" button. Several of their classmates cheered before moving to laughing. Somewhere not at UA, a short, perverted teenager with balls for hair felt like he was stabbed in the heart and was missing something his life was supposed to have, if only things had gone differently somehow. Lastly, it was Izuku's turn. He stood in front of the classroom. I'm really not sure about this. I might have thought about the meanings too deeply, but the basic point is the same as with Toshi. He turned the whiteboard. Kiruru, and maybe giving hero or something. I'm not sure yet since I wouldn't be giving quirks to the villains I fought. If nothing else, it should remind people my quirk doesn't only take. I'm happy to see you have understood the meaning a name can have and were inspired by something meaningful in coming up with your own, Midnight declared. There was a polite knock on the door. The door opened to a seemingly empty corridor, until everyone looked down to see their tiny principal. My apologies for interrupting your lesson, but I'm afraid I have to borrow young Todoroki for rest of the afternoon. Aizawa nodded. Having somehow woken up, gotten out of his sleeping bag, and stood up straight despite having been seemingly asleep last time Izuku looked in his direction. The teacher looked at Todoroki with a softer gaze. For once his voice wasn't tired or commanding but soft. His words a request more than an order. Go with the principal. He will help you sort out your current situation. Todoroki had tensed from the moment Nizu first mentioned his name and now did his best to avoid his or Aizawa's gaze as his eyes went through 5 other people in the room. A few seconds later, he finally got up, though hesitantly. Izuku flinched forward from his spot in front of the class. Stay where you are, Midoriya, Aizawa said behind him, tiredness creeping back into his voice. The attention of the whole class was now on Izuku. You need not worry, Nizu said, cheerier than seemed appropriate. For security reasons, Endeavor has not been allowed within school premises and is only represented by proxy in discussions that are going to happen. Izuku eased a little, but reached into his pocket and lifted a hand outstretched towards Todoroki as he walked past, handing him a business card. You shouldn't let anyone else speak for you, but if you need to, don't trust anyone they push on you, Izuku said as Todoroki took the card. Both Aizawa and Nizu seemed suddenly tense like they were facing danger. Aizawa waited a moment in silence after Todoroki and Nizu left. We'll have a break before the second half of afternoon hero classes. You can look through your internship offers which have been emailed to you in the meantime. I doubt you can focus on studying before having a chance to look at them. After the break, we are going to be analyzing your performance at the sports festival and what can be learned from it. This will cover all the contests, and you should learn from your classmates' performance as well as your own. so don't think you can slack off even if you didn't make it to the final tournament. Everyone rushed to check their offers. For Izuku, that didn't take long with as short as his list was, but in that shortness it still managed to surprise him. One of the names on the list was the best genist, one of the top 10 heroes. For any other student that would have been the opportunity of a lifetime, but for Izuku it only rang alarm bells. Why would this top hero be interested in him? Sure, he won the tournament and best genist might just be ignoring the other things that scared people away, but someone in genist's position could have had anyone. In terms of risks, especially to his reputation, picking Izuku might be riskier to the pro than picking Bakugo if the walking ammo dump had not been kicked out of UA, unless he thought he could change and manipulate Izuku. If that was the case, he'd be dearly disappointed. Izuku already had two masterminds pulling his strings daily that didn't even need their quirks to do so. He did not intend to add a third. How does it look like? Hitoshi asked Izuku. Izuku was still cheered up by how many offers the brainwasher had gotten despite people's biases. Izuku turned his phone to show the offer. Oh, that's surprising. Hitoshi paused. Do you think it's genuine? Don't know. Should probably check how close he is to a certain garbage fire, but it doesn't seem like I have any better options. Good idea. Not like a better opportunity is going to just fall on your lap. Probably not, though if a Nostradamus like you says so. Are you still going on that? Izuku smiled. What do your offers look like? Didn't read through all of them yet, but I don't really know most of those I did. Most seem to be less-known heroes. That could be a good thing. People with flashy quirks often get to the top. Those people don't know about might understand your situation better. You mean like Eraserhead? Aizawa? Izuku asked to be sure. Yes. We've had time to talk while he has taught me to use the capture weapon. Thanks for that, by the way. He glanced at Izuku's hand that thankfully had suffered no permanent scarring. Never do it again. You know I will if there is an opportunity, Izuku said with no hesitation or joke in his voice. Yes, that's what I am worried about, Hitoshi said and waited a moment. But Izuku gave no reaction besides a look that said Hitoshi couldn't change his mind in this. Finally, Hitoshi gave up. He keeps reminding me of all of the situations where I cannot take someone head-on because of their power and pushes me to think around possible opponent strengths. It's hard since I can't erase their quirks like him to make it a fair fight. If the fight is fair, you have already done something wrong, especially with your quirks. Yes, he said that too. You should see if any of the heroes making offers to you have non-physical quirk and made it work. If not, then you might consider picking whoever is best at hand-to-hand combat without having a quirk for that. Sounds smart. Hold on. Hitoshi raised his phone in front of Izuku's face. Am I reading this right? Best genist? Izuku wondered. You too? Yeah, seems he is making two offers. Suspicious, Izuku said. But I can't think of a better option, Hitoshi finished the sentence. If he thinks he can convince you to change your mind on Endeavor or anything, I want to be in the audience. Oh, gee, thanks so much. And be there afterwards when you stop pretending to be okay, Hitoshi whispered. Thank you, Izuku whispered back without the previous sarcasm. For those of you wondering about Izuku's and Hitoshi's names, as I would, coming up with both of them was greatly helped, largely done, by my proofreader going by 3D Phantom. Below are her explanations/justification in terms of the names that were chosen. Izuku/Kiruru. Kiruru. I see your Hazusu and raise you a Kiruru. This name has a lot going on. First, it means give, plain verb form. So, just as he can take, if he wants people to consider things in a different light, such as how bad quirks can be used for good. This name would serve as a statement to the world/public about how his power not only takes, but can also give. It's subversive. The kanji for this would be wureru. The next thing it has going for it, the same pronunciation with different kanji, mureru, means to grow dark or get lost. It has a dark alternative side/undertone to it. So it's a double-sided name, much like the internal conflict he has going on inside with his beliefs of good and evil. Finally, they also like to make plays on English-sounding words coming from the names, and Kiruru sounds like cruel. So there would be the actual correct name as written being a reminder of his positive ability to give, and yet would have the mid-dark ground meaning of being lost or in the dark, and the English sound of cruel. His official name would basically be the Giving Hero, but people would nickname him the Cruel or the Dark Hero to negate/slander him. There are a lot of potential metaphors that can go with these concepts as well, such as the more you give your light/happiness to others, the more your own outlook may become dark, or the more you give to others, the more you lose yourself. Another metaphor possible with this one is that people referring to him in the context of getting dark or lost could be not he himself getting dark/lost, but rather describing what they perceive to be his effect on people, such as if you listen to his speeches and fall for his trickery, you become lost, or fall into darkness/become bad. There's a lot that can play into this one, I think. Hitoshi/peace of mind. Meiokai ku Mayuwa Haraku is a Japanese phrase/proverb most commonly translated to peace of mind, or to be at peace. In English, the best name-type translation would probably be peace of mind, or even just peace. It's a phrase associated with reminding others to take a deep breath, relax their eyebrows, and feel peace. In his case, it would mean not only can he help people who are panicking find peace temporarily through his brainwashing, such as helping people trying to commit suicide, but also can bring peace to a tense situation through a mental instead of physically violent way. Similarly, if you wanted to use a Japanese pronunciation but shorter because Mayuwa Haraku is a bit long for a story in English to use, Pinghura Haiwa means simply peace, Lungjing, Waisen, means calm, composed, serenity, or presence of mind. Or you could use Zen, the Buddhist term for meditation. Peace of mind is perhaps the best option, seeing as a lot of them use cool American/English names as their hero names, and I personally like the fact it draws inspiration from a Japanese proverb. It also juxtaposes All Might being called the symbol of peace because, in opposition to All Might's physical approach to peace, it highlights a mental approach. Chapter 57. Smile of a True Hero. The heroics lesson continued with a detailed look into Friday's matches, though for certain members of the class, there wasn't much Aizawa could say that they hadn't already covered during the weekend between a day's training and dinner. The class passed quickly, and the school day was over. With Todoroki still missing, Izuku left the classroom with Hitoshi, Tenya, Eijiro, and Tokoyami. Time for some real training, Eijiro declared, cheerfully stretching his arms above his head. Any special plans? Some, Izuku responded. For you, we can pound your quirk to be stronger elsewhere. I don't want to anger Aizawa by blowing up the sports field again. So I want you to keep improving your agility in combination with controlling your quirk. It served you well on Friday. Actually, Izuku stopped in the corridor and turned back towards the classroom door. Shoji, he called. Would you like to train with us? The group around him seemed surprised, but their expressions quickly shifted into happy smiles, especially Hitoshi and Tenya. One of Shoji's tentacle arms stretched out of the door to join them. It formed a mouth. I would be happy to. I have heard many good things about your training. The mouth turned towards Eijiro. It is difficult not to. Eijiro held the back of his head. Sorry. During the conversation, Shoji had walked up to them, shrinking his arm into its normal, yet still impressive length. Is there anything specific you want me for? Sounded like it has something to do with Kirishima. I'd like you to join for you, Izuku stuttered. But I think you and Eijiro could work great together for training. You can train attacking faster with multiple arms without risk of injuring someone, and he gets to train dodging them as he attacks instead of just taking everything head-on. If he somehow got tired, if that is possible, you can use him for a punching bag. It just trains his quirk. Sounds great. Eijiro gave thumbs up. You really know what I need, Madobro. Well, it isn't anything very complex. If, when Shoji gets tired before you, we can maybe have Dark Shadow toss you around a bit. But any holes you make you fill. Eijiro smirked. Don't say it. Izuku sighed. Oh, who am I kidding? Go ahead. Just more training. Izuku shook his head and smiled. He wasn't the only one. Excuse me, a meek voice said from behind them, though a voice that made Izuku's blood boil and smile melt away. Tenya's hand was holding his shoulder by the time Izuku finished his turn to see the large form of All Might. What do you want? Izuku snapped, his voice sounding like he had venomous teeth rather than nails. There is something I'd like to talk to you about, All Might said. He had some paper in his hand. Can we? If you have something to say it here where they can protect you. Izuku nodded at the group around him. He pulled on the calm mind to maintain his controlled, albeit still angry appearance, and to keep his breathing even. Oh, I don't think. Izuku stared at the man harder. I hope that won't be necessary. He held up the paper and offered it to Izuku. I just wanted to give you this. It is an offer for internship. We already got those. Why wasn't it with the others? Well, this is a bit different. It is from my old teacher Gran Torino. If Izuku had been suspicious of the offer from Best Jeanist, now his alarm bells were really going off. Wasn't it enough that All Might had had police investigating him for nothing more than his quirk? Oh, and why would he care about me? More importantly, why would I care about him? That is really something we should talk about in private. Izuku drew in a deep breath.
Fine.
Are you sure? Tenya whispered. That is probably the fastest way to get him to leave me alone, and there are still strings I can pull to make sure of that. Izuku took great satisfaction in the scared look that briefly appeared on All Might's face. He tapped Tenya's shoulder to affirm it was okay to let him go before stepping away. All Might led him to the nearest empty classroom. The door snapped shut. Answer my questions, Izuku demanded.
Gran Torino.
Why? I may have written him about you. It has been a long time since he taught me, but he is still a mentor of sorts occasionally when I need advice from someone I can trust. Someone who knows about your real state. Yes, one of the few. He thinks I have failed as your teacher and, well, at least he isn't completely clueless, Izuku interrupted. Still doesn't answer my second question. Well, I heard you didn't receive many offers and Gran Torino is very experienced. He is also perhaps the most experienced person alive concerning someone with your quirk. You mean he fought All for One and most likely holds a grudge? Probably wants to find any dirt to get me out of UA, maybe to figure out how easy it would be to kill me too. All Might backed away, holding his arms up defensively, looking way too meek for anyone as large and powerful as him. The image really couldn't fit in Izuku's head.
No.
Young Midoriya. He might have a history with All for One, but he would not do anything inappropriate. Like having police snoop in my life for no other reason than how I was born? Oh wait, that was you. Not very heroic. How long are you planning to keep this act going? For a while longer. The sooner you stop, the better. Need to have someone more worthy take your place. Izuku turned towards the windows to not have to look at the man. I understand you have had difficult experiences, but you should be careful to not fall into demanding impossible standards. Many heroes already impose such on themselves. Doesn't look like it. Then what should it look like? What? How should heroes seem like, in your opinion? Focus on helping most people rather than being famous and climbing ranks involving popularity polls. Stop using hero status as a business brand. It takes a lot of time and money to train a very small share of people as heroes who already get paid very well. They shouldn't be spending their time modeling or using their names and privilege to use their quirks freely to sell stuff and make a show of themselves. A hero would be more interested in victims they couldn't save and their families than media around him. Izuku paused as his hands twitched, really wanting to tear into the man. People seeking to become rich or famous off of a powerful and popular type of quirk just take opportunities from those who would be better as actual heroes. Aren't you exaggerating? Bakugo, Izuku said. He began, slipping closer to a rant. Only wanted to be a hero to be the best, to be rich, and to be famous. Never helped anyone in his life unless it directly benefited him, or at least not voluntarily. Yet the way this school selects students rated him second best, remember? Our class is still short one because he was given a seat, and whoever really belonged here already went somewhere else, and someone didn't get into any hero school at all because of it. I can only hope the rest stay on a decent path, or at least those that are on it. There are more going down the right path than I feared. So, All Might said clearly, still thinking about what he was saying. Considering your view of what a real hero is, who would you say is closest to it? Izuku raised his eyebrows, suddenly highly aware. He got the feeling this was more than just challenging his earlier words, something in the way All Might said it. He leaned on the calm mind more, even at the risk of seeming suspicious. With the quirk restraining his emotions, he could finally glance back at All Might. What do you mean? You think some students in your class can be worthy heroes, even as you see it. Who is closest to that ideal? If one of them became the next number, symbol of peace, who would do it best? Having used calm mind, Izuku's jaw didn't drop from the suggestive question, but he had also focused his focus on coming up with an answer even if the risk started gnawing at the back of his mind. He stared at the window with empty eyes, thinking, I understand you might want to answer young Shinso or Ida, but please consider beyond your persona dash.
Hey,
Ijiro, Izuku interrupted. Young Kirishima? Yes, no doubt about it. If this country's peace must rest on one man's shoulders, which I still say is a stupid idea in and of itself, then, well, I can't think of anyone better. I didn't expect you to respond so quickly. A week ago, I might not have, or at least not as quickly. So why? A couple of reasons, Izuku hummed. First goes back to why he wants to be a hero. How should I put it? All of them want to help people, but there are also other reasons that guide them. Nothing as selfish as money or fame, at least among those I could even consider, but still. Tenya feels pressure to keep up the family name, literally with the name Ingenium now. Toshi wants to show people quirks like his can be heroic, which is actually something the country really needs, but still a bit of a distraction, a good one, but not the absolute best. Todoroki doesn't even know what he wants or why anymore since he always made his choices based on what his father wanted. Not sure about Tokoyami and Shoji. Haven't spent enough time with them yet, but Dark Shadow is more interested in protecting Tokoyami than anyone or everyone else. On that note, I'm definitely not in the contest myself. Izuku paused. He was starting to hesitate on talking about this to All Might anymore, but it was already too late and calm mind did wonders to block random worries and feelings. Ijiro, he appears to want to save people, nothing more and no less, and it doesn't seem to be just lip service either. A lot of people want to be the strongest, most famous, best at this or that, or just number one in general. He just doesn't want to be too weak to save someone in need, and that drives him to train even harder than those who want to be the best. I don't think he has ever been anything but excited for training, any training, at school or elsewhere. Toshi at least jokes about the boot camp before doing the training, but not Ijiro. If it was up to him, we'd start training before I even have a chance to suggest it. I see. I think I understand what you mean. It is about pureness of the motivation. Yes, it impacts so many choices that people make. If you are motivated by personal benefits, you are not going to truly risk them, risk yourself, to save someone else. And that is one of the fundamentals of a real hero. Without that, you only have someone who is somewhat helpful as long as things don't get too dangerous, at least for pay. That's why it might be the most important and often biggest failure for most people that call themselves heroes, Izuku concluded. But not the only one? People fail at a lot of things, but if you want to know why Ijiro would be a good hero, Izuku stopped to look for the words. You should have noticed it already. He has this presence, I guess you could say, in the way he smiles. All Might's eyes widened a bit, his mouth hanging a little open as there was a disruption in his breathing. With Izuku's quirk-enhanced focus, it was natural to strike at that. You are famous for smiling in every situation and for talking about smiling in the face of danger, but really it is just an arrogant smirk. It only works on people because of the shiny image, because of how powerful you are, and because people believe that power is unbeatable. If anything makes people see past that ideal illusion, it will turn into nothing but an expression of arrogance from a man who thinks he is better than others just by being powerful. You don't have much reason to trust me on anything, but you should trust me on that. And how is this related to young Kirishima? All Might asked with an annoyed frown creeping onto his face. Because he does it right, Izuku responded. He isn't being arrogant or overconfident, more like the opposite. He's not telling people I am better than you, so don't worry. But he still makes you feel at ease, and not just in battle. I'm not sure I understand exactly what you are going for. The best I can put it is that your smile says, I am here, and assumes that is good enough, but his says, everything will be okay. The okay doesn't even need to be his doing. He can still make you believe it, or just feel better when everything else is going wrong. There isn't arrogance, just optimism. I hope you get the difference. At least All Might's earlier frown had melted away, and he was brushing his chin deep in thought. Izuku tilted his head. looking at the man's expressions. Any of them can be fine heroes, but if you want a symbol that can smile people into feeling safe, there really aren't better alternatives, at least not in this school, yourself included. Really, I should just take your quirk and give it to EI before you kick the bucket. I see. You have given me something to think about. Assuming you can do that. The frown returned on All Might's face. Now, young Midoriya, was there anything else? Izuku interrupted. About Gran Torino's offer. My answer is still no. I'd rather deal with Best Jeanist with Toshi than play games with you and your old teacher. All Might opened his mouth to say something annoying. Don't think I'm too busy with endeavor to not expose dirt on you two. Very well. But you should still reconsider, and I will consider your words too. Izuku didn't turn away from the window, only following the supposed hero's movements through a faint reflection. Izuku's hand was already pressed against the windowsill. Thankfully, the gorilla of a man decided to finally make his exit, leaving Izuku behind wondering what just happened. His whole quirk-enhanced focus had been on the man and their conversation, leaving him briefly in a vacuum before he let his focus loosen. He stumbled towards the nearest chair. Tears made their way into his eyes, but he wasn't sure what previously suppressed feelings had caused them. Memories of his mother that came up every time he saw All Might, or talking about those that waited outside. Right. Them. All Might had left the door open. Guys, he called, his voice breaking a little. At least he reached the chair, leaning on the backrest as the world returned around him with full force. Time to go, he faintly heard Hitoshi's voice. Shoji, sorry, can you stay back a bit? I'm not sure you are, well, close enough yet. There was a brief pause and some indistinguishable voice. Yes, you, apparently especially you. Hitoshi stepped in first, dragging Ijiro from his sleeve with Tinya and Tokoyami following them. Dark shadow stretched over all of them to reach Izuku first. Hey, you okay? You look like you got hit by a spotlight. Dealing with All Might is always hard on him, even without all the other things, Hitoshi said and brought an arm around Izuku's, taking the chair's place as support. He nodded past Izuku. Another hand landed on Izuku's back. Are those things really true? About All Might or that other guy investigating, or wanting to kill Izuku? Ijiro asked. Or that all something? All for one, Tinya corrected. He's the only other person known to have a quirk like Izuku's. He was a big-time villain in the past. Oh, Ijiro said. Izuku was finally returning to the present moment and blinked a couple of times. He spoke as soon as he was physically able to. What are you talking about? It sounds like... We heard everything, Hitoshi said. Well, Shoji did, but he repeated every word to us. Really? Izuku asked, trying to decide how to feel about it. Don't be angry at him, Hitoshi said. It was my idea. Oh. The six-arm made two new mouths to repeat what each of you said, Dark Shadow added. Izuku drew a deep breath. So, you heard everything? Pretty much, Hitoshi confirmed.
Yeah, e hiro stater.
Izuku turned from Hitoshi to look at Ijiro on his other side. Both of them tensed as they met each other's gaze. Both said pretty much the same thing, but despite Ijiro being mainly embarrassed and concerned, Izuku's lip twitched upwards, and his heart beat a little slower. Ijiro was very taken aback by what you said. Hitoshi snickered, and Izuku could hear the smirk without turning to look. You'll be happy to know you were right about the lack of overconfidence. Good thing the rest seemed to be true too. I think you made a good choice. Yeah, Izuku nodded, still in a friendly staring contest with Ijiro. So you were serious? Ijiro finally got entire words out. Absolutely, Izuku responded. Now being a bit steadier on his feet, he straightened up, being let go by Hitoshi as he fully turned towards Ijiro, every word. Ijiro turned his face away. I think you are wrong. I'm not. No, and trying to refuse it only makes me more convinced about that. I just want to help people. Exactly. Weren't you listening? We were, but I don't know what to say. What should I even do? Just keep being yourself. That is more than enough. Also, remember what you made me agree to on Saturday after we came back from the beach? After the beach. Ijiro muttered. You mean that talk? But that was you. Oh, right, I remember. Sure, anytime. Good. It was hard to resist hitting that gorilla. Ijiro seemed confused. All Might, Hitoshi clarified. Oh, well, I guess I'll be your All Might then. He really said that with a straight face and smile. Izuku huffed. So you really want to test the limits of your quirk? Yeah, of course. Izuku kept staring at him intensely for a long time. But even with the recent memory of All Might's face, he couldn't keep going, which itself was further confirmation of his previous words. His lips twitched, and he turned his face down a second before a chuckle got out. He reached over Ijiro's shoulders, leaning on him a bit as he pushed them into motion. Then let's go. I'll give you the worst beating you've had since Friday, I guess. Heh, I see what you did there, but don't expect me to make it easy. I would expect nothing less. Do you worst? All Might. Did. Tenya started. Izuku, just say All Might's name while smiling? Hitoshi finished. The darkness is missing, or perhaps merely hiding. If it's the latter, I'm glad Ijiro is the one taking the hit, Hitoshi shuddered. Izuku didn't need to see them to sense them nodding as they left the room. He stopped as one large form entered the edge of his vision and turned to face Shoji. Shoji raised one hand in greeting, and it formed a mouth. E. So, Izuku began. You were spying on me? Well, technically yes. Nothing technical about it. Izuku, Hitoshi complained. He only did what I asked him. Meeting All Might is never easy on you, let alone doing it without anyone there to support you. I thought it was better to keep up with what was going on. Izuku still stared at Shoji. Ijiro raised his arm over Izuku's shoulder like Izuku often did. Eventually, Izuku relaxed enough that his shoulders dropped a bit under the arm. Toshi, shouldn't you already be training with Eraserhead? You really want to keep him waiting? The corridor was completely silent for several seconds. See you later, Hitoshi said, followed by running steps. Izuku had never turned away from Shoji. As for you, Izuku said, I hope you won't mind training with Tenya and Tokoyami before getting a shot at Ijiro. Shoji's face was covered, making reading his expressions difficult, but his eyes opened in surprise. You aren't angry? I am annoyed, Izuku responded in a cold tone. But I have to talk about that with Toshi. He is probably right, but don't tell him I said that. I can do that. Also, Izuku's stare softened. Sorry that you got left behind in the corridor. Toshi did it because of me. I have issues. It was better to only have specific people around. I could see that, or at least hear. I hope things are better now. Yes, Izuku glanced around at the group surrounding him. Still coming to train with us? Of course. They headed to the dressing rooms and then out to the sports field in their hero costumes. Hitoshi and Aizawa were already at it on the other side of the field. Shoji's arms stretched and split into more arms. Tenya and Tokoyami would get some good agility and dodging training with him. Meanwhile, Izuku formed his dragon fists and started letting out steam. He didn't want anyone present to be hurt, but as long as Ijiro's quirk held, it was very satisfying to keep punching him without a care in the world. Even more so when Izuku imagined All Might's face on him. Ijiro didn't fight as well as before, though, not as aggressively. It made hitting him easier. Izuku would have thanked him for the opportunity to let out his frustrations, but he didn't want to reward not fighting properly. Excuse me. A voice came from next to them. Izuku stopped, his fist still against Ijiro's chin that it had smashed into. Without moving from that position, both of them turned their heads to look next to them and down where their short principal stood. Ijiro pulled his already smoking chin away from Izuku and turned towards Nizu, undoing his quirk. Mr. Principal, good afternoon. Good afternoon to you, Kirishima. Of course, Nizu had already memorized their names, or he had had a recent conversation with All Might. Izuku raised his eyes, noticing Todoroki some distance to the side from the principal. His expression didn't seem as cold as usual, but more hesitant and uncertain. Izuku turned and stepped past Nizu to go to him. How are you doing?
I'm okay.
They aren't trying to return me to Endeavor right now, at least. Well, that is the least they can do. Don't worry, things are going to get better. I hope so. Todoroki brushed his forehead. There are so many things to consider. I believe that. Do you want to join our training? It might be a good distraction from everything else. I'd love to, but… Ahem, Nizu interrupted, finally earning Izuku's attention. Izuku moved a bit to be partially between him and Todoroki. While I appreciate seeing such concern between fellow students, I am afraid Todoroki won't have time to join you today, as he will have a meeting with his siblings to determine what happens next, including his living situation. Izuku thought about the words for a moment and tilted his head to look at Todoroki. Is that what you want to do? Todoroki kept looking down, not meeting Izuku's gaze, but he nodded. They aren't the problem like Endeavor is. I'm the one who hasn't been fair to them, and I need them to help Mom, I think. I might be going to live with my sister, or maybe my brother. She tries to be nice even to Endeavor. He doesn't. Are you okay staying with them? Yeah, it's not the same as long as she doesn't try to make us pretend things are okay with Endeavor, it is okay. I hope. We are looking into getting a court order against him. Also, I don't want to be trouble to you any longer, even though… Izuku stepped closer despite feeling the air cool. That is one thing you don't need to worry about. He reached to grab Todoroki's right arm and the coldness disappeared. You know the address if you need to stay somewhere. You can have mine too, Ijiro declared, approaching from behind Izuku. If you need someone to train with or talk to, Izuku added. Yeah, that too. Todoroki's lips turned into a slight smile, and just so happened to do so as soon as Ijiro arrived by Izuku's side. Thank you. I think I'm going to need that, but seems I won't be bothering you tonight at least. Never have, Izuku responded. Mr. Aizawa has kept me informed on the arrangements you have had after the sports festival, Nizu said. I thought you should at least be informed on how things are progressing. Also, young Todoroki refused to leave without getting to talk with you, especially you two. That said, I would appreciate if you could limit your involvement in the Endeavor situation, especially the publicity and legal side. No, only Todoroki has a say in that, Izuku scowled. Nizu shook his head, clearly unsurprised by the response. There is one more thing. I got a call from concerned parents of a student who had decided to sell her quirk, and apparently you already had an agreement. Yes, that happened. We haven't signed a contract or transferred the quirk yet, though. Let me guess, her parents forbade it? Nizu shook his head. I got the impression they intended to, but seems their daughter has some say in the matter. Of course I do. It is my quirk, a familiar girl declared, approaching them. I thought you were avoiding me when you left the class without looking for me. Had to send one of my babies to look for you. She pointed at a drone hovering over them. So did you get all of the law stuff ready? She asked. Yes, Izuku responded. I can send you the contract digitally, but your parents have to sign it as well. Izuku glanced down at Nizu to evaluate his reaction. This is not a matter I or the school can interfere with, but I must insist you to not see quirks in school from other students or staff. We cannot do anything if someone approaches you at their own initiative and enters a contract outside the school, but such actions taking place within the school put us in a difficult position in terms of publicity and… Nizu shivered. The parents. Izuku rolled his eyes. Fine. I'll try not to market my offer at school, but you know as well as I do that people are still trying to use the school to attack me. Unfortunately so, yes, but we aren't in the habit of interfering with students' affairs simply because someone took offense on them outside of school, so long as no crimes or objectively villainous behavior happens. Since when do you people care about that? Nizu frowned, or at least he seemed to. With animal faces there was always some room for interpretation. They fell into a staring contest for a moment. Hey, I'm sure they've learned from the whole thing with Bakugo, Ijiro declared. Izuku made the mistake of looking at him and couldn't stay as angry as he wanted to be. He couldn't even correct the misunderstanding that he was only talking about the school. I doubt that, he retorted, missing the previous venom in his voice. He faced Nizu again. Know this, I only agree to not asking to take quirks from students permanently. That doesn't mean I won't discuss giving students new quirks. Just because people always forget that side of my ability doesn't mean I won't use it. Yes, the school won't oppose that as long as the quirks are acquired legally from someone giving them up freely and proper care is taken to ensure the quirks don't harm the recipient. From what I have heard, you have already done so. He turned towards the others who had stopped training to listen in. More than once it seems. Tenya scratched his new engine exhaust. Nizu focused on Izuku again. Well, I believe we are in at an understanding regarding transference of quirks. As for young Todoroki, you should at least believe we take the security of our students seriously. To that end, we should go now. Izuku had a response to that ready, but Ijiro bumped on his shoulder as he turned to say goodbye to his classmate. Izuku chose not to interrupt that. He was concerned to see Todoroki leave, even though everything should have been okay. At least he would be free in the evening for different activities. Chapter 58, Hunting the Hunter. Izuku made sure his helmet was properly on before Shirakuro stepped into the dark mist of a warp gate. Tamura had taken to bringing in more people at the bar, trying to recruit them. It was a wonder the police or heroes hadn't already caught on to where he was despite USJ making sure they were looking. Merely going to the place felt like a risk, but Izuku felt he needed to keep an eye on his adoptive brother and the people he sought to recruit. At least it gave him a breather between training sessions. As he stepped out of Kurojire's warp gate, he encountered yet another new, but this time distantly familiar, face. Jiren. He was the man Shirakuro had done business with for his father, one of his first missions. The man had his back to Tamura, who appeared to have destroyed another bar stool, and was walking towards the door as Shirakuro appeared in his way. Ah, Jiren said, smiling. Finally, some civilized company. Tamura's hand inched towards another stool until a strand of dark mist slapped his fingers. Kurojire, standing behind the bar counter, poured him a drink. Shirakuro took a nearby stool, never turning away from the visitor. It has been a while, Shirakuro said. Did Tamura seek to recruit you, or ask your help to find people? The latter. Tying myself to a single customer would be bad for business. So, you are keeping busy? I've had worse times. From what I've heard, you haven't been sitting idle either. Caused quite the stir at the hospital. Have to say it was impressive. Most people won't get away from All Might, let alone after he already got a hold of you. Shirakuro had to focus to not have a reaction his mask couldn't hide at the mention of the so-called hero. He tilted his head towards Kurojire. I had good help. Still valuing those working for you. Are you perhaps also seeking help? People are getting curious about the masked man who outplayed All Might. Some parts of the underworld talk more about you than Stain. I can think of some powerful people who would not last an hour with Shigaraki, but might be interested if your interests happen to align profitably. In a way, Shirakuro was glad he had been successful in working for his father, but couldn't help but wonder what most of the people he cared about would think about that. It had been less than an hour since he last saw them after finishing evening training, but it all seemed so distant. As much as he loved the fake life of Izuku Midoriya, it was still only pretending. The truth came up as soon as the sun went down at the latest. Shirakuro looked at Jiren to politely refuse the offer, at least for now. Get out! Tamura seethed as Kurojire yanked a stool away from the reach of his hand. Jiren waved his hand to Shirakuro as he walked to the door. Let's talk some other time. He left, leaving Shirakuro with a seething Tamura to deal with. Even after dealing with Tamura for more than a year, Shirakuro could never really feel relaxed near him, even less so when his adoptive big brother was angry. Shirakuro measured the distance between them with his eyes to make sure there were at least a few arms' reaches between them. What's wrong? He asked, trying to sound as calm as possible without coming off as arrogant or condescending in any way. Though you could never be sure how Tamura would take things. Stain. Everyone talks about Stain and not the League. The only ones that have wanted to join are some scums no better than those who already showed how useless they were at the USJ. What do people see in him that I don't have, that they want to follow him instead? Shirakuro thought about answering, but he hadn't had enough time to study the killer, and he didn't want to poke the walking death seething across the room. Tamura started scratching his neck with both hands, and a shiver went through Shirakuro's spine. If they want to follow him, one could hear gears turning in Tamura's head. Then he should join the League and bring his followers. Shirakuro resisted the urge to ask, why would Stain work with Tamura considering he seemed to work alone? Even his followers didn't care to work with each other. As it seemed like there wasn't major development with rebuilding the League, Shirakuro decided his time would be better spent training. Tamura wasn't the best conversation partner at the best of times, let alone in his current state. He raised his hand to call for Kurogiri, and the Nomu arrived in a few seconds.
Tanki.
Shirakuro started. Kurogiri, Tamura called. Go find Stain for me. The Nomu pulled a bottle of mineral water and soda from under the counter. Do not forget proper hydration. Which do you prefer today, young Shigaraki? The water, Shirakuro responded, and got the bottle from Kurogiri. Kurogiri, Tamura shouted. Get over here before I'll turn you to dust. A switch flipped in Shirakuro. The bottle was left on the counter as he got up, holding his hand up to keep Kurogiri behind him. His nails grew longer, poking out of small holes on his gloves with venom shining in their tips. What did you say? He seethed in a cold voice that made even Tamura have a pause. Only a pause, though. Tamura started scratching himself even harder than before. Stay out of my way. The league is mine, and I won't let you interfere. I couldn't care less about your league, but you will not lay your hands on Kuro. Tamura sked, disgusted. The face of an explosive blonde flashed over him in Shirakuro's eyes. Drops of venom fell off his shaking fingers. Still acting like a Nomu is a friend. Seems to be all you can think of. Here I am trying to bring down this rotten system while you are playing around with the people that are being pushed to the top of that system. Or perhaps you would rather join them and betray Sensei? Tamura was lucky he couldn't see Shirakuro's. Izuku's death stare. Whose side are you on anyway? Now it was Shirakuro's turn to have a pause. Tamura, now just Tamura, stepped closer. Shirakuro moved to keep himself between his brother and Kurogiri. Right now I am on Kuro's side. If that is against you, that depends on you. You brat. Children. Their father's voice came from a speaker. Tamura, don't threaten my most valuable Nomu. And Izuku, have we talked about anger management? The mocking tone made Shirakuro grit his teeth, but at least Tamura would not cause trouble with their father present, even if it was only through a screen. Now, let's talk about something that appears of interest to everyone present, the hero killer Stain. Somehow that killer has everyone convinced he is some kind of big deal or someone to follow. And what are you going to about that? If he joins the league, I can use his name to make the idiots that follow him join us. But first I need to find him, and this brat, he waved his hand towards Shirakuro, started getting in the way. Father remained silent behind the black screen and had no eyes to begin with, but Shirakuro could still feel his stare. It carried a wordless question. He threatened Kurogiri, Shirakuro stated like listing a historical fact. Still so feral, his father said similarly. It isn't necessarily a bad thing if it doesn't cloud your judgment, but Shirakuro kept staring at the screen, Kurogiri by his side behind the counter. Perhaps there is a way to practice that. Shirakuro, you were also interested in Stain. Perhaps you would like to have a chat with him. He should stay away from this, Tamura complained. League is mine, you said. Yes, the league is yours. While his voice was as calm as ever, there was a notable tiredness in the statement. Stain is not part of the league, at least not yet, and you do not know where he is. Let Shirakuro do the searching. It plays to his strengths. Best case, he brings you a new valuable recruit. Worst case, were Shirakuro to let other motivations cloud his judgment, Stain won't be distracting other potential recruits anymore. Shirakuro could think of worst-case scenarios. This guy killed professional heroes on the regular. If someone could find a way around the regeneration, it would be someone like him, but his father's intent did not pass Shirakuro. He was still not sure how to feel about Stain. He hadn't had much time to research the man, with more important people around him for the past few days, but some of the heroes he had killed had come up before as Shirakuro, or Izuku, researched the shadows of Hero Society to better know what he was fighting. Ingenium was a questionable case. Others, maybe not. Still, killing them in the shadows had done nothing but turn them into martyrs. Nothing had been exposed about the dead heroes by Stain's rampage, except maybe their incompetence in failing to stop him. He still wasn't convinced Stain would ever be interested in the league, or Tamura. So, son, you think you are up to the task? Shirakuro blinked under his helmet. It was really a blessing. It's not easy. He keeps on the move.
But
His father led him on. His victims don't seem to be completely random, Shirakuro continued, at least most of them. and there is usually more than one case in one area before he moves elsewhere. He last appeared in Hosu, and his victim doesn't appear to fit the profile. He hesitated for a moment, trying to separate his feelings and facts. There are other heroes he is after in that region. Identifying them means finding Stain. Maybe? See, both of you, it is not that difficult when you know what you want and think calmly about solutions. Just don't forget to also consider several steps ahead. Go ahead and take Kurogiri with you, but do try to not steal all my nomus this time. Yes, master, Kurogiri said mechanically. Good. Tamura, if you intend to take advantage of Stain to recruit people, you must convince his followers the League serves their interests. If they follow someone who kills heroes, they will follow me once they see past Stain. You need more than that, Shirakuro muttered. Shut up. Finding him is the only thing you need to worry about. As if he could ever worry only about one thing. That would make his life so much easier. At least he was smart enough to not add to that by starting another argument with an already irritated Tamura. I'll keep my training short and start researching. He got up, ready to go, but stopped to take one more look at the irritated Tamura, then glanced at Kurogiri. Kuro, come with me. If Tamura thinks he can decay you, then clearly he does not need you to stay here. Shirakuro fell quiet, realizing he had given a direct command. Unless you have something else you need to get done? No, young Shigaraki. Laundry will take another hour to complete. That is mostly Tamura's. He can take care of it himself? Yes, young Shigaraki. Anything else, Dad? Shirakuro asked. If he didn't want to increase things he needed to worry about from Tamura, then the same certainly applied to their father, if for different reasons. I'd like to hear what you were planning for the number 2 hero, but we can discuss that later. Considering how enthusiastic you are about that little side project, I am expecting something spectacular. Shirakuro nodded and stepped into a warp gate that handily appeared by him. He had to change clothes to not stain them with blood, while training with the large Nomu. He only reset his limbs a couple of times before finishing and sat down in a nearby room with a laptop to make a list of heroes active in the Hosu region, sinking himself into the task as soon as Kurogiri fetched an empty notebook to be dedicated for this project. He had quite an impressive list to start weeding down by the time the yawning started getting disruptive. Perhaps you should return home and rest, young Shigaraki, Kurogiri offered. Izuku stopped writing and considered it for a moment. No, it's not yet that late, but it is getting harder to stare at the screen. He fell quiet for a moment longer. Maybe we should take a look at the place. See if we can find anyone on the list. Can you get us to Hosu? Yes, I have coordinates there. Will you go as Shirakuro or Izuku? Izuku had a pause, then reached for Shirakuro's helmet. Shirakuro, I cannot move as freely, but Izuku has no excuse to be in Hosu, especially at this time. Be ready to pull us out quickly if there is any trouble. They stepped through a warp gate to a rooftop of a building in a densely built area. The sun had gone down a good while ago, and even the twilight was long gone. Shirakuro moved to the edge to look down towards the street. Everything seemed calm, people still going through their evenings on well-lit streets without much worry. He opened a slit in his helmet to see without anything in the way and focused. Suddenly, he could distinguish every detail on the face of a woman talking on a phone by a bus stop far below and down the street. If he was better at reading from lips, he could have known everything she said. Yes, he could make this quirk work. Maybe he should have paid Hatsum more. He yawned, losing his focus on the woman. Every little twitch and eye movement threw him off from whatever he was looking at when zoomed in this far, and it wasn't even the most he could do. It was getting dizzying. Even with so relatively simple a quirk, he still had plenty to learn. He moved to the other edge of the roof to look at the alley behind the building. It was dark, but relying on his helmet's night vision instead of a quirk revealed 2 people sitting against a wall, apparently eating something. Looking at their sizes and head shapes, at least one of them had a mutant-type quirk, pretty significant at that. He wasn't surprised about someone in their situation having one, unfortunately. There was a rapid movement on the other end of the alley. Someone ran into it, carrying a bag of some sort. It didn't take long to recognize someone running away. Shirakuro made that connection just before another person entered the alley well behind the first one, and this one had a cape and some kind of headgear. He was shouting something intelligible from the rooftop. They quickly approached Shirakuro's building, and the two people in the alley. The escaping man moved quickly, bouncing between walls of the alley, some kind of quirk for the legs. The chasing hero was fit and fast compared to an average person, but nothing special for a hero, and fell behind with every step. He could only shout after the thief as if that did something. The thief was now almost upon the two people that were moving and looking around. The larger one with a strange, elongated head bounced up as the thief was almost upon them. The noticeably smaller thief slammed into the large guy and got trapped in a bear hug. Even from far above, it was clear he wasn't about to give up without a fight. The large guy jolted backwards more than should have been possible considering the smaller size of his catch, probably a quirk-enhanced kick. The big guy's more normal-sized friend got up and approached, pulling off a glove. Now that the person was on the move, it appeared to be a she. The woman slapped the thief with an open palm. In a few seconds, the thief stopped struggling just as the hero reached them. He basically pulled the thief from the bigger man's hold so soon there would not have been enough time to exchange many words. The hero worked a few seconds to get the unconscious thief over his shoulder, but after that his gestures turned more aggressive as he seemed to talk to the helpful duo. The woman stepped closer, pointing at the hero and shouting something. Suddenly he pushed her with his free hand. She stumbled back and was saved from falling by her large partner catching her. They were on the brink of a fight, and while Shirakuro wasn't dismissing the duo's ability to defend themselves, they would just get labeled as villains if they did so. It was no different than if the police tried to violently arrest you without a reason and you defended yourself in kind. Good luck defending your right to self-defense in court with zero evidence or witnesses. Shirakuro's hand twitched. Dark mist floated across the air to touch it, and the motion eased somewhat. By then more people had arrived in the alley, including a police officer. The hero backed away from the duo, waving his hands at the thief. One of the police stepped past him, approaching the duo, most likely talking to them. The woman shouted back. Things seemed to be escalating again until the police turned to the hero, then left with him. By then the police were carrying the thief. One of them turned briefly towards the helpful duo as they left. The duo then stepped back, and the man picked up something from the ground. He brought it to his mouth. Shirakuro grimaced. "Kuro," he said, "drop me down there and go get some food. Drop some money in with it." "Are you sure, young?" "Yes," Shirakuro said. "Don't worry. I'm also collecting information, not risking it just to hand out food." "I understand," Kurojiri responded and waved his hand, opening a warp gate next to Shirakuro. "Thank you." Shirakuro stepped out of the warp gate a little way down the alley from the duo, far enough to be covered by the darkness of the alley so that he couldn't be seen without the use of night vision, but close enough to hear what they were saying. The woman was talking. "I know. That doesn't make him any less of a dirtbag. How can you be so calm after he called you that?" "Experience." The simple answer, no more than a sigh, was enough to silence the woman. It gave Shirakuro pause too. He could imagine old Izuku saying that word in the exact same tone after letting some bully do whatever they felt like, and wouldn't be surprised to hear the same from some of the people around Izuku. The large man continued. "Trying to respond only makes things worse," he said. "It is easier to get away staying quiet in general, let alone when it is a hero. You are lucky he didn't get us arrested for quirk use. That's just because he didn't want us telling what really happened, as if anyone would believe us." "I believe you," Shirakuro said. The duo jumped and turned towards him. The large man seemed to tower over him even from some distance away and stared into the darkness with his lizard-like head reminiscent of dinosaurs, and his skin didn't appear ordinary either. The woman looked more ordinary, except for some shapes in her skin, some special coloring that wasn't very distinguishable in the darkness. The man stepped between her and Shirakuro. "Who are you?" "Someone who was watching," Shirakuro responded. "Who was that hero? Why do you want to know?" The man asked slowly. "I came here to research local heroes and how they really are. Didn't expect to discover something so quickly." "Hold on," the woman said much louder. "You want to know what local heroes are really like? Are you staying?" "St, you aren't serious," the man gasped. Shirakuro too got taken back, but managed to keep quiet past the initial surprise. "They say he is somewhere in this area," the woman whispered. "Did you hear about Ingenium?" "Of course," the man said. now staring toward Shirakuro, standing even more protectively and perhaps angry. Encountered him once. Might be the only hero worth the title here. I am not Stain, Shirakuro finally corrected, though I'd like to meet him. The large man lowered his arm a bit, but remained wary. Why? Because of what just happened. Heroes aren't nearly the pure protectors people want to think they are, and the system is even more rotten. Stain seems to understand this at least in some manner. His response is brutal and simplistic, but I still want to know how exactly he views the world, why he does what he does. Who are you? The woman repeats the question, now speaking more quietly and carefully. You don't need to know that. Actually, it is best you don't. The man backed away a few steps, pushing his companion along behind him. Even if you aren't Stain, you don't sound like a hero. So are you a villain? Shirakuro stared at him for a moment. Seems you two can't quite see through the lies of the system that keeps you down if you think things are that simple. Neither of them responded. If we talk legally, yes, I would be a villain. But that is because I refuse how things work and want to change what others don't want to be changed. I am not here to harass or rob you. As Shirakuro spoke, he gestured with his open empty hands, trying to act as calming as possible while in a full black costume with a black helmet in a dark alley. His best efforts were ruined as the duo suddenly looked behind him and jolted back.
Kuro?
Shirakuro asked. Yes, a comfortingly familiar voice said, and raised a full plastic bag next to Shirakuro, who took it, never turning away from the duo. We aren't here to cause trouble. I just wanted to know who that hero was, and if you know anything else about heroes like him around here, or about Stain. If you can answer my questions and forget we ever met, we'll give you this bag of food and money. Seems you could use it. I don't know. The man muttered. I think we should do it, the woman urged. The man turned to look at her. Shirakuro could not see how, but he could guess. Don't look at me like that, the woman said. We can't afford to refuse an offer like that. The man continued to stare until the woman sighed. Yes, I remember what we agreed to, but this doesn't feel like that. I mean, he doesn't. Don't tell me you disagree with what he said. I really feel it is okay to tell him. It's not like we have any big secrets. At least we could have full stomachs. Now it was the man's turn to sigh in a strange, slightly inhuman high pitch. He nodded. Okay, I have my doubts, but I feel the same. He glanced at Shirakuro. I think we can trust his word. Shirakuro wanted to say they shouldn't, but he was already used to constantly silencing and squashing that internal voice that kept screaming in the back corner of his head. At least in this. The man turned back towards Shirakuro. We accept your offer. That hero just now is native. He's a local hero. I don't think he is well known nationally. Pretty average hero as far as I can evaluate, but a lot of people on the streets have warned us to avoid him. It is easier to accuse people in trouble for something and collect rewards for arrest than try to find real big-time criminals. If he can find mutants, even better from what I hear. Just now he threatened to arrest us for illegal use of our quirks, as if I could choose to not use mine. But I sent him packing, the woman declared. He didn't want us around trying to tell people what really happened. And what was I doing then? The man shook his head. We should move away from here in case he comes back, the man added. I'll watch your back when you do, Shirakuro offered before even thinking. The duo looked, then bowed at the same time. Thank you, they said. Shadow-sama, the woman continued.
Shadow-sama?
Shirakuro asked. Well, you didn't tell us your name. I have to call you something. Sorry about her, the man said. It is okay. About the other heroes around here. Sometime later, Shirakuro watched from the roof with Kurogiri as the duo left. The woman holding the plastic back against her chest like a national treasure. How much did you put in there? Enough to feed 2 average people for 3 to 4 days, though considering his size they might not last that long. How about money? Only 100,000 yen, at first. At first? They had useful information, and it seemed you would want to give them more, so I added 400 more. Good. Shirakuro looked back at the alley they had met in. A new form had just entered it. Native had come back. They had left just in time, or perhaps a little too early. For a brief moment, Shirakuro could understand Stain a little better as his fingers twitched. After Native looked around, moving like he was frustrated, he left. Shirakuro turned his back to the hero, and ran forward to leap on the next roof, making sure to keep an eye on the duo. He followed them for several blocks, using Kurogiri's warp gates to cross the wide street when they did. He could have crossed it with his jets, but those belonged to Izuku Midoriya. Shirakuro could not be seen using them or anything like them for that matter, and with that distance he might have needed regeneration afterwards. A while later he watched them settle behind a store hidden by its dumpsters, the sight only making Shirakuro more frustrated. Young Shigaraki. I believe they are sufficiently far to be secure. Maybe, but... Shirakuro paused as there was a warning sound in his helmet. Check the house. Kurogiri disappeared momentarily in a spiral of mist, then reappeared from another. Your classmate Todoroki just arrived at the house. He's already at the door. Shit, Shirakuro said. He took one last glance down at the duo behind the store. They seemed to be fine. He looked at his own black gloves and sleeves. He had to change, but if Todoroki was already at the door and something was clearly wrong, would Todoroki wait? How was he feeling? How does Izuku? Take me to my basement, quick. He was hit by a front of mist before even finishing the sentence. The mist disappeared, leaving him in a room just as dark. He first noticed the familiar smell of a swimming pool. The sound of the doorbell was the second thing. Izuku pulled off his helmet and started tearing off his suit as fast as he could, not slowing as Kurogiri turned on the lights. Not worrying about the Nomu, Izuku tossed away the last piece of clothing and ran to the largest pool. Take those away quickly. I'll be okay then. He jumped into the pool, making sure to submerge entirely, getting himself soaked. By the time his head re-emerged on the surface, all of the clothes were gone with only a strand of dark mist left, and then even that was gone. Izuku pulled himself up from the pool with a single yank and picked a towel from a nearby shelf. He rubbed off worst of the water as he walked and tied the towel around his waist by the time he reached the door. There was no time to wait as the doorbell had been quiet for a while now. Izuku yanked the door open and was immediately hit by a chilling cold front as he faced Todoroki's back. The walking weather front of a classmate didn't even have time to fully turn back around as Izuku grabbed his arm, pulled him closer, and upon having him close enough, trapped Todoroki by bringing an arm around his back over the backpack, not caring about the frost that developed on his wet arm. They were already inside and the door snapped closed behind them before Todoroki caught onto what was happening. Only then did Izuku realize he might have risked being burned by surprising Todoroki like that, but he hardly cared. Todoroki's whole body was still unnaturally cold, even though he wasn't cooling everything around himself anymore. Izuku walked him towards the living room. Sorry I took too long. What went wrong? I thought you were staying with your sister, Izuku whispered, hoping to not add to the tension he was feeling under his arm. Todoroki took a few seconds to breathe before he answered. He wouldn't leave us alone. He tried to contact all of us. We stayed in the hospital as long as we could, but then he tried to get there. Security held him back, but it's just because fighting them would hurt his reputation. But he knows where my sister lives. He's been there before. I couldn't go there, not if we can't keep him away. I needed to go somewhere. Izuku pulled his hand, pressing Todoroki closer. The switch was shaking, begging to be flipped. Shoo. You did right, Shoto. Shoto shook under Izuku's arm, but at least his skin was starting to feel like normal body temperature. Izuku sat him on the sofa. Better? Izuku asked. Shoto let out a long-held sigh of relief and nodded. Yes, sorry. Stop, Izuku interrupted. He didn't need to explain any more as Shoto nodded and didn't continue. So how was the rest of your family? I think they are happy I got away from him. Natsu is still annoyed at some things I said to him in the past. I should have listened to him more. I don't think he's going to stop reminding me about that. Izuku thought about Tamura and to some extent Hitoshi. I don't think he will, Izuku said, trying to include some friendly teasing in his voice. A huff from Shoto sounded like it had worked. I wish everyone else listened to him too.
No, Izuku corrected.
They should listen to you. How many are going to believe me? Not as many as should. Izuku shook his head, then remembered something. At least you are lucky that you are a hero student with a powerful quirk that people seem to be actually interested in. Imagine if you were some poor person in an alley abused by a famous hero, knowing no one would believe you. Compared to that, it is actually easy for you to do what you need to. Izuku's hand had started to shake a little as he spoke and squeezed Shoto's shoulder harder. Shoto glanced at it. Izuku yanked his hand away. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Now it was Izuku's turn to apologize. You didn't. Ijiro's grip hurt more than that when we trained. The name alone helped Izuku relax. Heh, it sure does. But don't tell him that, or he might not train as hard. I don't want to worry him, Shoto agreed. Then he wiped his shoulder with his hand, catching some water. As drops landed on the sofa, Izuku glanced down at himself, still only in his towel and mostly dripping wet. The spot on the sofa he was sitting on had turned a little darker from the moisture. Oh, right. Sorry. You surprised me when I was taking a bath. A knife sunk into Izuku's heart as he lied, and that was one pain regeneration did nothing to ease. I'll go change. We can talk more then. Okay. Izuku got up and walked to the stairs. He stopped a half-turn around. Remember, it is safe here. Izuku visited his room, adjacent walk-in closet, to dry and get new clothes. The clothes he had been wearing before dressing up as Shirakuro had appeared in the laundry basket, and his stain notebook was on his shelf. Most people would not have noticed it, but Izuku's notebook shelf was as well arranged as their contents. Once dry, and in pajamas, Izuku headed down again. Despite previously dripping water and still noticing drops on the floor, there were no signs of it on the sofa or Shoto, who was drowsing in the corner of the sofa. His eyes were half closed, looking towards the floor until Izuku got close and they rose to meet him. I think we should move upstairs, Izuku said, before I have to carry you. Oh, sure. As they climbed the stairs, Izuku suddenly remembered. Does your family know where you are? They know I'm at your place, like the weekend. They were surprisingly okay with that. With you, I mean. I still didn't tell them where you live. Good. It's best that way. You should still at least call your sister and let her know you got here safely. Okay. While Shoto sat on a bed to make his call, Izuku went to fetch his own phone from the charger. Like any teen in modern times, he started scrolling through things, namely his new cellular quirk email inbox. He had set his expectations low from experience, not expecting too many offers, especially of very powerful or useful quirks, but he was still disappointed at the wave of spam, harassment, and threats that had filled his mailbox, from calling him an organ harvester to threatening his parents. Izuku almost wanted the latter to go through with the threat, just to see how that would end. With a new Nomu most likely. The whole email service had even been offline from a denial-of-service attack over the weekend. All Izuku could do was to sort messages based on title, possible offers, illegal threats, and spam to be deleted, and hope he'd get through the offers in a reasonable time. He kept doing it even after Shoto finished his call, and they both sat on the edges of their beds. Until Shoto moved next to Izuku to look over his shoulder. It took perhaps 10 seconds of him reading the titles of the messages before Izuku felt the chills. You are using your quirk, Izuku muttered, again. Sorry, Shoto said and stopped. He looked at Izuku's phone for a few more seconds. How many of those are you getting? More than I can get through, though I think there are only a handful of people that are responsible for a good chunk of them, for what that is war. Izuku couldn't finish the word as it was cut off by a large yawn. He had to blink to refocus on the screen. You should go to sleep. Probably, Izuku responded. I don't like to go to sleep. Izuku could feel Shoto's breath on his neck as the other boy looked at him. The nightmares? Yes, Izuku glanced back at Shoto with a soft smile. Could be worse, though. I'll just need to go wash my teeth. Izuku moved to close the email when he happened to skim the next message title. Quirk offer. Quirk sleep deprived. More useful than it sounds. Izuku huffed and pointed at the title. Seems even my email is telling me to get some sleep. Seems like it, but why would anyone want a quirk like that? Like what? We don't even know what it does. Right, but Shoto paused and withdrew away a bit. Sorry, I'm judging people wrong again, right? Just the quirk. You didn't pretend to know anything about the person at least, Izuku assured him, noting there at least hadn't been random changes in temperature. Izuku had a second smaller yawn. Yet, he was now curious and opened the message. Focusing on reading was already difficult, but it got easier with every second that he read the message. I need this. Chapter 59. Shattered Safety. Loud beeping penetrated the darkness around Izuku. His eyes opened slowly, prepared to encounter whatever tonight's nightmare would bring. But he only saw the dark sleepover room and Shoto, who had pushed himself up into a half-sitting position on the other bed. The air around them was already cooling. "Shoto, temperature," Izuku muttered groggily and reached for his loudly beeping phone. The grogginess disappeared quickly as he saw the symbol for the security system of the house. He got on his feet during the time it took to pull the phone closer. He pulled a security image showing someone on the back porch peeping in through the windows. Izuku gritted his teeth and held the phone so tightly something bent under his fingers. He really did not need this on top of everything else. He could only hope the fool would be a more satisfying punching bag than Ijiro, and started stomping towards the door. "What is it?" Shoto asked. "Burglar outside, I hope. Going to handle it." Izuku made it to the door before rapid steps followed him. In the corridor, Izuku walked straight past the stairs, opting for a balcony that opened over the porch. He held his hand up, signaling Shoto to remain quiet as he opened the door just enough to squeeze through the gap and entered the balcony. Now he could hear the person below mumbling, though the words were indistinguishable. Izuku put his phone away and peeked over the railing, waiting for the perfect moment. He bounced, flinging over the railing. It was just one story up, no big deal. He landed right behind the intruder and swept the man's legs out from under him before the man even had time to realize he was there, let alone turn around. The man fell on his back hard enough to crack the planks of the floor. This kui was much thicker than the paparazzi at the beach, both in shoulder and stomach width. It didn't matter. He was just as easy to take down. Izuku had a knee on his chest and flaming blade over his neck before he finished shouting from the impact. "You just made the biggest mistake of your life," Izuku seethed. "Please make another and try to fight back." There was a thud as Shoto dropped behind Izuku. It was preceded by a cold chill. "So it was true," the man gasped. "You are holding Todoroki here." Izuku's eyes hardened and the man's widened with fear as they encountered. "Shoto!" Izuku gasped a correction as he moved the hotter than before flaming blade closer to the soon-to-be-roasted intruder. "Who are you and why are you here?" The man grinned as if he had some power in the situation and wasn't literal centimeters from death. "I am a reporter. Got a tip from a friend about where the quirk stealer is holding Endeavor's son." Despite Izuku's death stare, the man's eyes glanced at the neighbor's house. His arm flinched. Izuku stomped on it with his free foot. A phone fell out of his grasp, a phone that was recording. It took less than a second to slice it and some floor planks in two. The two remaining pieces caught fire. Izuku brought the blade back over the intruder. "I would ask what you think you are doing here, but you already said enough." Not the first Endeavor fan paparazzi who doesn't understand privacy any more than they care what is actually going on. First one to attempt to break into my house, though. Look who is talking. Did. The dragon blade flashed a little hotter, making the man shut up. "All I want to know is who else knows." "My colleagues do, so don't get any ideas. I only came alone to get the scoop first. Found the quirk stealer. Returned Endeavor's son to his father. He should know already." The temperature dropped quick enough that both of them shivered despite the heat radiating from the dragon blade. Izuku shut off the blade and quickly got up, not caring about the grunts of the man as Izuku's knee pushed against his chest. Todoroki was standing still, staring blankly as the air around him cooled. The windows next to him already had frost creeping up them. Izuku stepped closer despite his skin tingling. "Shoto, stop. I told you he won't get you, and I'm not about to break that promise," Izuku said with visible vapor coming out with his breath. "Trust me." The last words stung him more than any ice, but he pushed through it and brought his arms around Shoto, bracing for a painful freeze. But Shoto just flinched and started warming up. It took only a few seconds to stop Izuku from shivering. "Sorry. I'm sorry," Shoto stuttered and slumped in Izuku's hold. "It's okay. I know exactly how you are feeling." There was a moment of silence until it was interrupted by the man behind Izuku scrambling up and running. Izuku could have stopped him before he got on his feet, but was left internally arguing if that was worth letting go already. Shoto flinched. There was a series of clinging noises, and then they and the steps ended with a loud gasp from the man. Izuku pulled out of the hug, but kept his arm over Shoto's shoulder as he turned to face the new porch ornament. "Help!" the man screamed, his legs now encased in ice that would not budge despite his struggles. "You'll get help when the police arrive," Izuku said, his voice colder than Shoto. "I would recommend shutting up until then. My legs are frozen. You are lucky they are all that is. You have no idea." Izuku started guiding Shoto towards the door, but the man did not shut up. "Oh, what was that about? If you stopped worshipping Endeavor and used your brain, you would already understand. I already said everything you need to know at the sports festival." Izuku stopped in front of the door, realizing he had not taken keys with him. Begrudgingly, he let go of Shoto. "Hold on a moment," he said and gave the intruder a stare. "Don't do anything stupid. I won't melt you out of there if you do. Might dust off the ash if you get really stupid." He backed away from the wall and pulled up his shirt to expose the jets in his back. He jumped, clearing the balcony railing easily and headed downstairs. Once the back door was opened from the inside, Shoto took a few steps in, but stopped. His breathing was getting faster. "He is coming. Maybe. We need to leave. Go change." "Where could we go?" "I'll call Toshi. He got an apartment all to himself just recently. Strangers would not know about it." Izuku's phone rang as they were walking back upstairs. It was Ijiro. "Hey Midobro. Sorry if I woke you, but someone found your address. I just saw a post online with a picture of your house. I think he is still somewhere there." "I know," Izuku said. "He's stuck in ice now, but we need a new place for Shoto." "Shoto? Didn't he go with his sister?" "He was supposed to. He's here. Can't stay now." "Oh, you can come here. We got space," Ijiro said without hesitation. Izuku smiled. "Are you sure it's okay? Your parents. I'll talk to them. I've been telling them about what's been happening with the Todorokis." "Okay. Actually, I think he might prefer that. We'll try to be there soon to not keep you up." "Don't worry. I'm just finishing my homework. My evening run took a little longer than usual." "Run?" Izuku looked at the time on his phone and shook his head. "Never mind. We'll be there soon." He ended the call and started selecting the number for his driver. "Change of plans. We're going to Ijiro's." They changed and left the house to wait for the car some distance away. It took time to get to them with such a sudden need, and Izuku wasn't risking waiting at the house, not with Shoto fidgeting next to him, ready to freeze or burn his house down at the first strange sound. He stayed on the line with the police while they walked. The drive was quiet, and the driver dropped them off close to Ijiro's house, but not right in front of it. Izuku got out after Shoto, leaning briefly towards the driver. "Sorry about this. It was an emergency." "It's all right. I might not know everything you are doing, but I know enough." "Good." Izuku hesitated briefly. "Then you know this drive never happened, and you have no idea where anyone lives." The driver held 2 fingers against his forehead, then flicked them in greeting. Izuku joined Shoto outside, and they headed to the nearby house. As they approached, Shoto's steps got faster, and Izuku became the one following. At least the pavement behind Shoto wasn't freezing. That was good. The Kirishima house was not as fancy as where Izuku was staying, but still nice. Shoto rang the doorbell. The sound hadn't even disappeared when the door got yanked open. The night got a little brighter, and not just because the lights were on inside. "Hey, you made it." Ijiro welcomed them and got out of the way to let them inside. "Thank you," Shoto mumbled. "Yeah, man, anytime. Come on in. Our house isn't as big as Midobro's, but you can stay in the living room. We got sofa beds for guests." Shoto had barely gotten his shoes off before he was dragged further inside by the unbreakable shield turned unstoppable force that was an excited Ijiro. Izuku hung back, taking off his shoes more slowly. Partially it was just to watch the two walking to the next door with a soft smile on his face. Partially it was because of the 2 adults that had approached from another direction. Izuku was surprised at how different they appeared from Ijiro. For starters, neither of them had anything red on them. Both had hair as black as Tokoyami's feathers. The father was a totally normal-looking, slightly chubby man about the same height as his son, perhaps a little taller for now. It was hard to say with how Ijiro's hair usually stood up. Ijiro's mother was notably taller with a mutant-type quirk that made her skin rock-like, much like Ijiro's quirk when he was using it. On a superficial glance, Izuku estimated he was still the harder one of the two, which one would expect with the constant evolution of quirks. Both of them were giving Izuku a lot more than a superficial glance. "Hello," Izuku said, and after hesitating for a few seconds, gave a polite bow. "I am Izuku Midoriya. We are sorry to disrupt you this late." He glanced at the next room where Ijiro was telling Shoto something while waving a hand around. "It was an emergency, and we needed a new safe space for Shoto. So you convinced our son we would hide him from his father," the man said. "Not exactly. I was planning to take him to another friend's home, but Ijiro offered help before I could even ask." Even with the unwelcoming reception, Izuku smiled. "That's just how he is." "Are you trying to blame our son?" the man asked, but the woman raised her rocky arm. "Honey, I don't think he meant it like that. Can you really say he would need to do anything to convince Ijiro into helping someone?" "Yes, he would if it involves crime or villainy or danger." "Dad," Ijiro said with unusual seriousness. He was standing between the rooms with Shoto peeking out from behind him. "Really? You know that isn't true." "Well, maybe the danger part, but I'm trying to be a hero. It is dangerous. It was always going to be, and a lot more dangerous than having friends overnight." "Son, can you be sure he?" Ijiro's father started pointing at Izuku. "Yes," Ijiro responded, verbally stabbing Izuku's heart in the process. The father's gaze moved to Shoto. "So they didn't kidnap you?" "No," Shoto responded meekly from behind Ijiro. "Please, don't let Endeavor know I'm here." "No worries," Ijiro said, and snaked his arm around Shoto's. "No one but us knows you are here." Shoto relaxed a bit against Ijiro's support. They were all quiet for a moment until Ijiro's father sighed in surrender. It was a frustrated sigh, but a surrender nonetheless. "You can stay tonight, but we will talk about this in the morning." "Great, thanks Dad, Mom. You coming, Midobro?" "Yes, in just a moment." Ijiro looked at Izuku, then his parents, and nodded. He pushed the seriousness on his face away, his lips turning upwards before he spun around, dragging Shoto away with him again. "You know," Izuku said just quietly enough to be heard by only the parents, "despite everything, you must be some of the best parents I have met." "How so?" the father asked, still annoyed. His wife's smile revealed she already understood. "Because I don't know how else he would have happened." Izuku nodded after Ijiro and Shoto, then turned fully towards the parents. "You have issues with me. Whatever you have to say it now while they are busy. I doubt you'll come up with anything I wouldn't have already heard." There was a moment of silence. Then the mother spoke. "You can really take people's quirks?" "Take, use, and give," Izuku corrected. "I'm sure you already saw the sports festival. We saw you taking our son's quirk," the father said. "More like getting on loan. I've been careful when even just asking to try people's quirk, but I was almost excited for me to try it. After the festival, he even offered our other friend to try it. It is a wonderful quirk, by the way, even if he doesn't always want to believe it." "So, you admit it," the father said. Clearly, Izuku's eyes narrowed. "And no, that does not mean I would steal it. If anything, I'd like to get him a second one." The two adults reacted pretty much as expected, mouths hanging open. "You can do that?" the father asked. "You would do that?" the mother asked at the same time. "Yes, I already told you that." Izuku nodded and turned as if to follow the 1.5 redheads. "Why?" the mother asked. "Even if you can do it, why our son?" Izuku glanced back at them. "Because the world is full of people with powerful quirks who don't deserve them. Because EI isn't one of them and would use one to save more people than most, maybe anyone else. Not that he needs a second or any quirk to help others." He pointed at Ijiro and Shoto, who were opening sofa beds in the next room, Ijiro's smile having already infected the other. "I hope you get my point. I already explained it to All Might and don't feel like repeating the whole thing." "All Might," the mother said. "You talked about our Ijiro to All Might?" "Yes. He wanted to know who I think in our class would be closest to kicking him off his pedestal, or at least would be the best for the job." Izuku took his backpack he had brought and left Ijiro's parents behind. Izuku leaned on the backrest of the sofa Shoto had sat on. "You two doing fine?" "Yes." Shoto's response was interrupted by a long yawn. Heh, time to hit the bed, Ijiro said with as much energy as Izuku had had around noon, assuming the nightmares had been light the previous night. Hope you don't mind sharing the room. We've only got these sofas to sleep on. That's okay, Izuku smiled. With everything that has happened, Shoto has preferred to share a room anyway, even when it was just the two of us. I can kind of understand it. Empty rooms don't always feel right. Oh, Ijiro hummed. Hold on a sec. He hopped up from where he was sitting and disappeared out of the room, leaving only his parents to keep an eye on Izuku and Shoto from the entryway. Izuku tilted his head to let them know he hadn't forgotten them, but didn't say anything. Izuku and Shoto started settling down. A few moments later, Ijiro appeared again, dragging big, heavy-looking mattress over his head, smirking like he wasn't noticing the weight, and put the mattress next to the sofas. We can have a full sleepover, and it's not even a weekend. Yeah, even if it feels a bit more awkward. Izuku glanced at Ijiro's parents again. Dad, Ijiro called. They are fine. You say so, but your safety is my responsibility. We don't know them. Looking at the two, and having both punched and been punched by one of them, the statement sounded mostly funny, but Izuku kept that to himself. Can you really trust him? Ijiro looked at his father and sighed, almost losing his smile. Suddenly he raised his hand closer to Izuku.
Ido.
Izuku, take it. You mean? Yeah. Izuku took his hand and after a few seconds met Ijiro's father's stare. As you heard. He asked it again. After the last word, Izuku flexed his other arm and it hardened. Both parents gasped. Shoto and Ijiro barely blinked. Izuku then reversed the transfer and Ijiro did the same with his arm. See, Dad, all good. Didn't even feel anything. The father shook his head. I can't understand it. You better have your quirk in the morning, or you will be grounded. He left the room. The mother smiled to Ijiro and turned to follow, though even she took another glance at Izuku. It could have gone worse. They started laying down. Izuku hadn't paid enough attention to figure out how, but Ijiro had gotten Shoto on his mattress between the sofas. Izuku approved. This was one case where the best place was between the rock and the hard place, though Shoto was still a bit restless even after laying down. Hey Shoto, Izuku said. What do you think about Ei's parents? I'm not sure. They seem to want the best, at least for him, but they didn't like you. I was a bit surprised. Oh, about what? Ijiro asked. About how they look. I could see your quirk comes from your mother, but other than that they don't look anything like you. Do you mean the hair? Izuku asked. Oh, that hair, Ijiro said, brushing his hair with his fingers. Mine is actually colored. It is? Izuku asked, pushing himself up a little, trying to imagine Ijiro with any other color scheme. It just didn't fit. Black? Yeah, and my quirk didn't just come from my mom. Ijiro held up and hardened his arm. The hardening and strength come from her, but she has a mutant-type quirk. She can't stop using it. Dad has the transformation part, so I can. He unhardened and hardened his arm a couple of times to demonstrate. Makes sense. Your quirk might seem like just one quirk, but it can only exist because of the combination of both of your parents' quirks. Still yours, though. Izuku made the last addition for Shoto. They laid in silence for a moment after that. I hope we can train at Izuku's house again at some point, Shoto said. The new steel block is perfect for you. The words had an effect like a time machine as Ijiro suddenly seemed awake like it was 12 hours ago. Oh, it came? You really got one? I wasn't sure at first if you were joking. I wasn't, Izuku said, but if you break it on the first day, I'm not going to get a second one. Heh, I'll try my best. That's what I am worried about, especially after the robots at the sports festival. Hey, it was Todoroki who broke that. It just fell on me. Sorry, Shoto said. Ijiro fell quiet and put his hand on the other's shoulder. Hey, don't worry. No harm done. Because he got lucky on who it fell on, Izuku muttered before realizing to shut up. Maybe this isn't a good time. Ijiro started. No, Shoto muttered, silencing the redhead. I know. I cared more about winning to show endeavor my strength than the safety of other people. I'm trying to do better, but often I still just think what is good for me. Mostly how to avoid endeavor even if it means taking advantage of you. Izuku stared at him for a moment. Should I slap him, or do you want to? The two reacted at the same time. He is still thinking he should be worried to ask for help. Oh, Ijiro realized and tapped Shoto's head. Is that good enough? Izuku huffed but smiled. He laid back down fully. I know you say I shouldn't worry about it, but if I'm supposed to care more about other people, where does having others endure something for me become not good? Izuku thought for a moment. I don't think there is a simple answer on that. If you really want to focus on helping others but are uncertain, you could always ask what would Ijiro do, as long as it doesn't involve blocking attacks with your face. The redhead tilted upon hearing that. Shoto hummed a bit, uncertain. That sounds good, but why not what would Izuku do? I wouldn't recommend that, Izuku said, every word quieter than the previous. Try to sleep now. Once they stopped talking, Ijiro fell asleep first in no time at all. Izuku was so jealous, wishing he had that ability. Then Shoto's breathing slowed some time later. Izuku remained awake, staring at the dark ceiling and listening to the calming sound of the two breaths next to him. They reminded him that Izuku Midoriya was perhaps more than a walking lie to give the world an innocentish face. Unfortunately, that face didn't feel like sleeping now. Well, he did, even yawned, trying not to make a sound. But that didn't mean he would fall asleep. It was a very unpleasant combination, and Izuku started wishing he had already gotten that sleep-deprived quirk. Eventually, he stood up and went to the nearest window to peek out between the curtains. They might have come here to be safe, but this place didn't have the same kind of security as his house. There were no signs of movement and now sounds. Well, not outside. Izuku turned to meet the eyes of Ijiro's father at the entryway to the room. He still wasn't trusting enough to have Ijiro sleep with friends in the same room. Izuku held his finger up in front of his mouth, nodding at the two sleeping forms before moving to another window. He walked past the father on his way back to bed. Your son still has his quirk, Izuku whispered. We both prefer things that way. Why would I believe that? Because him being unbreakable means I have a little less to worry about, Izuku said, looking at the two. I don't have much, and those few there are that I do have chosen dangerous paths in life. He laid back down on the bed, checking news and social media for anything about him or Shoto with the sheet to block the light. Eventually, he put the phone down, a little more confident no one was about to jump them. That was until an irritating ringing filled the air around him. Eyes still closed, Izuku's hand sought for the source from its usual place on the bedside table, but it was not there. The table wasn't there and the sound was further away. It disappeared on its own. Good morning. The words loudly penetrated the darkness around Izuku, which was then filled by light. Izuku forced his eyelids open despite them not wanting to move. Ijiro was pulling open curtains, allowing early morning light inside. Had Izuku missed the alarm? He realized he hadn't even delayed the usual early alarm he had for morning workout. It only started ringing as Izuku was reaching for his phone. Apparently, Ijiro had almost the same wake-up time. He just had more energy after sleeping properly. Shoto held his right hand on his face, and some white frost formed between his fingers. He shuddered visibly, but his eyes opened wider and more awake. That's one way to wake up, Izuku chuckled. Shoto jolted and his hand dropped fast as his head turned to notice Izuku. Morning, Izuku said, keeping his voice low and soft. Shoto calmed and smiled back. Morning. Did you get sleep? Yes, slower than you, let alone EI. But at least I didn't wake up in the middle of the night.
No nightmares. No.
I heard you having them. Izuku looked at Shoto for a moment, but gave up and chose honestly for once. He shook his head. Yeah, not bad enough to wake up, but I had them. He yawned. Sorry if it woke you up. I didn't do anything worse, right? Izuku glanced around the sofa bed. Shoto tilted his head. Don't worry about it. I would have put the fire out if it was that bad. Izuku grimaced as he got up to sit. He froze at the sound of steps behind him. And what fire are we talking about? Good morning, Dad, Ijiro said. We were just getting ready for our morning workout. What? His father emphasized each word. Fire. Well? Ijiro struggled to come up with something to say. It really isn't anything important. Ijiro? It is something that happened to me, Izuku said quickly but quietly. He hesitated for a long moment after that, but it shouldn't be Ijiro's burden to explain away his problems. I once had a nightmare bad enough that, when I got suddenly woken up, I lit a fire with a quirk I have. I was lucky Shoto was in the room. I guess it is good I didn't disrupt your sleep then. Izuku raised his head and turned towards the man for the first time since sunrise. I heard you talking in your sleep, the man said even more seriously. It was like you were fighting and angry. Then you stopped and started crying, thanking EI for something. Izuku said nothing. The over-energetic redhead moved closer. His mother showed up from behind his father. At least she was smiling. Midoriya, was it? The father said, still serious. I still feel I should be suspicious of you. But seems, if you want something from our son, it is not his quirk, probably. As much as we worry, we agreed to support him if he got into a hero school, so. He fell quiet and turned his head away. Ijiro's mother stepped forward. He isn't good at admitting he might have been wrong. Basically, we aren't going to get in the way if Ijiro wants to help someone, or two someones. We talked about it, and we won't mind if Todoroki stays here, at least as long as it isn't clearly illegal. Also, he must stay inside while he is here, if people really are so interested in where he is. That's great. Thanks, Mom, Dad, Ijiro declared. His father soon left for work, and his mother disappeared somewhere. Izuku sat on the sofa thinking about what had just happened. Ijiro sat next to him, and the relative dullness of his smile revealed he was on to serious business. So, he paused. About that nightmare? I don't remember any details, Izuku sighed, but it sounds I might have you to thank for that. Yeah, I still don't quite understand. EI, do you remember the different types of nightmares I've had? Yeah, was this the second kind? Ijiro forced a smirk and pointed a thumb at his chest. Figured Red Riot won't go down even in nightmares, right? I don't think so. What your father said, about me fighting and angry and crying. I think this was the third kind of nightmare. I guess you are already keeping your promises. What promises? Shoto asked, just putting on his PE uniform shirt behind them. Izuku pressed his lips together as Ijiro jolted to look back at Shoto. He still had work to do in remaining alert and aware of his surroundings. Oh, well, I don't think I can say. It was something Izuku felt was important because of some nightmares. The third kind. Wasn't that the one about him almost killing people? Oh, you know? He was listening outside the room back then. You didn't notice? Izuku asked. Oh, right. Haven't thought about that. Somehow, even in that situation, he got Izuku to smile a bit. Izuku put his hand on Ijiro's shoulder, using it as support as he stood up. Thank you, and sorry if I woke up you too. Don't worry, Ijiro said and brushed his hair as he stood up. I never even noticed. I can be a bit of a heavy sleeper. He looked at Izuku in silence for a moment. Can we do something? Izuku shook his head. Already did, he smirked. Maybe I should talk about it with Dr. Shinso. I think he still owes me a few therapy sessions for helping with his training. That might be good, Shoto agreed. So, Izuku said, did I hear someone talking about a morning workout? The room experienced a second sunrise as the words reached Ijiro. He led them into a large garage with a small space spared for the car with the opposite wall filled by long racks of weights that must have weighed more combined than the car. Ijiro's mother was already doing deadlifts there with weights that looked like they weighed more than the three teenagers combined. She smirked. I was starting to wonder if you were going to skip this morning. No way. Ijiro shouted, holding his fist up as his arm hardened. He went to grab at least as many weights as his mother had. Someday I'll beat you, without using my quirk even. Maybe when I turn 70. You should have started training earlier. She reached for some more weights herself. Well, this explains a lot, I think, Izuku muttered. Chapter 60, Tenya Protection Squad. Izuku snuck out of the house with Shoto and Ijiro. They met the car several hundred meters away, just to make it harder in case someone tried to follow it after picking up Tenya. The three quickly got in with a somewhat confused Tenya. Izuku had to summarize the night's events before he could lean back and doze off. The workout had helped him wake up, But that did nothing to the fact he had missed even more sleep than usual. Except when his eyes were half closed, they happened to point at Tenya, who was no longer distracted by Izuku's explanations. The taller teen had also been tired, but as he thought they weren't paying as much attention, the darkness snuck onto his face. It started around the eyes and spread as tension on his face. He squeezed his fists. What really made Izuku worried was that tension. He knew it well. Anger, suppressed anger, even more than before. Tenya, what happened? Izuku asked, silencing even Ijiro, who had been keeping Shoto distracted. Tenya grimaced. Tensei had another surgery last night, something they missed before. They say it will be okay now, but that is what they said before. His arm shook and Izuku was surprised his nails didn't make his own hand bleed from how hard he was squeezing his fist. Izuku reached out to put his hand on top of it. Shoto and Ijiro soon mimicked the gesture. He didn't deserve this, Tenya said through gritted teeth. The world rarely cares what people deserve, Izuku whispered. We can only do our best to manage with it. The world didn't do this, Tenya muttered more quietly than before. His tone sent chills through Izuku, who had to check Shoto to make sure the other hadn't suddenly decided to play air conditioning again without realizing. The drive continued with a tension in the air that even Ijiro couldn't fully crack. When they picked up, Hitoshi the brainwasher took one glance at Tenya and gave Izuku a knowing look. Izuku gave him the summary of the night like Tenya and Tokoyami had gotten, but avoided topics that might have made the tension worse until they got to the school. Walking to the class, Tenya was naturally at the front of the group, so Izuku hung back with Hitoshi. You think he will be okay? Izuku asked. It feels worse than before. Probably. I'm not sure if he is feeling worse, or just failing to pretend he's better than he actually is. Neither is good. I'm worried he might do something stupid. You of all of us know people might act without thinking if someone close to them is hurt. Izuku nodded slowly. Tenya might not be as explosive as you. Hitoshi tilted his head as he said that, but Izuku gave no opposition. But all that pressure needs to be released somewhere, and I don't think punching Ijiro is going to do it for him. Sorry, the redhead walking in front of them whispered. Izuku could only shake his head before responding. What do you think he is going to do? Rush out to look for Stain alone? I guess he might, but we are talking about Tenya. Even if he is pushed far enough to break the rules, he would approach it in some organized way, and he wouldn't have much time considering he trains with us after school and during weekends. Not that he would be likely to find Stain even if he tried. All of the heroes in the country have not yet done so. That's good, but might frustrate him more. You have really thought about this, Izuku commented. And you haven't? I'm surprised you didn't start muttering as soon as Tenya wasn't listening. With stuff like this, Izuku said, it's better for everyone to leave that to you. No pressure. Hitoshi rubbed the back of his neck. Best I can think is to keep a close eye on Tenya while Tensei recovers. He might never be back to normal, but Tenya might be more able to process that once he is out of the hospital and not in actual danger, or at least we can ask for Tensei's help then. So, keep him busy, Izuku muttered. I guess we are going to train later than usual today. Yes, Ijiro cheered semi-quietly for him, then suddenly looked meek.
Sorry.
Izuku tilted his head towards Hitoshi. Are you sure punching EI therapy wouldn't work? I doubt it, but it shouldn't hurt either, except for his hands. Hitoshi shook his own hand, as if it was still sore after his most recent session with the walking stone wall. My biggest worry is the internship and how the hero he picks is going to handle him, but that isn't something we can help. Yeah, I'm not even confident about managing our internship. So, are we still going with the best genist? Yeah, Izuku responded. I'm still suspicious, but we can put in our acceptance for his offer today. Besides that, keep an eye on Tenya and Shoto. They're both on the knife's edge in their own ways. I will. When did you switch from Todoroki to Shoto? I think this might be a record time. When he showed up at my door at night with a cold front and toe and was afraid to sleep alone. I see. They entered the classroom for their first class and kept to more common school topics and discussions during the morning. Izuku and Hitoshi headed to the teacher's office once the lunch hour started to confirm their internships. Tenya joined them but didn't say anything on the way. Izuku and Hitoshi gave Aizawa their picks first. The man looked at the data with tired eyes. Best genist, congratulations. He might actually be able to deal with you too. Izuku rotated his eyes and stepped aside so Tenya could step forward to handle his business. Manual? That is a surprising choice, Aizawa said. A dark feeling crept under Izuku's skin as he felt there was something important about that hero. Are you sure this is your choice? Aizawa asked, sounding calmer, but as suspicious as Izuku. There doesn't seem to be anything in common between him and you, and I am quite confident you had offers from higher-rated heroes. I did not choose based on rankings. Those are mostly popularity polls that don't tell if someone is a true hero worth learning from, Tenya responded in a monotonous voice. Izuku would have been so proud of those words if they were said in a different voice at a different time. But now, Aizawa glanced at Izuku while Tenya spoke. Manuel might not be most famous or powerful, but he is a decent hero who helps people. My brother has worked with him sometimes. Aizawa looked at Tenya long enough in silence to make his student squirm, but eventually he nodded. I'll let him know. Make sure to listen to the heroes you intern with and keep close to them on the field. Yes, of course, Tenya said as Tenya would, except lacking his usual enthusiasm for following rules and orders. He gave a little bow and escaped from the room past Izuku and Hitoshi. The former had practically frozen still until Hitoshi pulled on Izuku's arm, getting him to move further away from Aizawa. They leaned close to each other to talk, backs towards the teacher. He is planning something, Hitoshi whispered. I don't yet know what. I do, Izuku said in shaky voice. Manuel operates in Hosu, that is where Stain was last seen. It's where he maimed Tensei. You were right that Tenya would find an organized way. I see. So what are we going to do? If he does something stupid during the internships, it is difficult for us to do anything, unless we can talk him out of it before then. I doubt that is going to work, Hitoshi shook his head. I have never seen Tenya this serious about something, or this careless of risk or rules. If we both tried before, I can't see us succeeding this time, especially concerning the situation with Tensei and their family. He might get himself killed, Izuku whispered, feeling cold shadows around his life reaching over himself, or he might spend his internship chasing shadows. We don't even know if Stain is anywhere near Hosu anymore, let alone interested in students. If only Izuku could have shared Hitoshi's conviction. His conviction said that Stain was still very much present in Hosu. That's what Shirakuro was already counting on. Maybe if he could find the killer before the internships, we could see if we could switch to internships that are closer. I think I had an offer or two around there. Not sure about yours. Izuku's head perked up and he frowned deep in thought. No, they were all more distant heroes, except... Izuku pulled out his phone and did some quick research. His frown got darker. Maybe.
Gran Torino.
The All Might's old teacher hero, yes, Izuku said with venom in his voice. You shouldn't. No, Izuku said, but it seems I need to. I didn't really care about Genist anyway. You are the one who shouldn't miss the opportunity to intern with a top 10 ranked hero. We were both going to go with him last I checked, and since when do you care about the rankings? I would rather choose an internship where I can help someone. I hope we can if he needs help. Do you think the two of us can do anything? Maybe. At least we can alert more help if we find he is in trouble, though.
Though what?
Hitoshi asked. We should ask the others where they are going. See if we can have more eyes in the area. Right. We should talk to them before they lock in their internships. How about the teachers? If Tenya doesn't listen to us, teachers won't change his mind either. Izuku paused. I can't believe I just said that. He has gotten a bit more relaxed with authority since hanging out with you, Hitoshi noted. But you are probably right. At best, telling teachers gets them to force him to take a different internship, but that won't improve things overall, and it feels a bit like betraying his trust. There are a lot of things between us that people would think we should tell teachers or someone else. You mean with me? Izuku corrected. Hitoshi remained silent. I agree, Izuku said finally, looking at the floor. This was one betrayal he could still choose to not do. I think we have to keep this within the group. The group, Hitoshi muttered. You know, for someone who could barely deal with people, you have attracted quite a... He twisted his mouth looking for the words. Squad around you. You talk like we're a military unit. Well, we have already seen battle, and we are planning an escort mission right now. Izuku blinked. Was that a video game reference? Not you too. What do you mean, me too? Izuku cursed himself internally and had to tug on calm mind just to not stutter. I knew someone in the past who was really into video games and talked about many things like they were in a game. There was several seconds of silence after Izuku's explanation, and every second something squeezed his insides a little harder. Then Hitoshi smirked. So, let's go get the tank, the elemental sorcerer, and the guy who can summon a shadow demon, and we got our party ready. We should think about finding a healer to balance out our ranks. Izuku wasn't sure if he should grin or facepalm, so eventually he just nodded slowly. We should change our internships right away before Aizawa sends them forward. The duo turned around towards where their teacher was still sitting behind his desk. The headache he was already getting was visible on his face. What are you planning, problem children? By the time they figured out alternative internships and got the more than a little suspicious Aizawa to change them, a good chunk of the lunch break had already gone as Izuku and Hitoshi reached the table where rest of their adventuring party was finishing their meal next to two empty seats. Well, most of them were finishing. Tenya's plate looked like he had barely started, and he wasn't lecturing to Ijiro, who talked with food in his mouth. Dark shadow popped out of Tokoyami's back as the duo approached. Hey, where have you been? Just sorting out our internships, Hitoshi responded. Oh right, you got best jeanist and gotta go together, Ijiro cheered. Well actually, Hitoshi started. We changed our picks. Best jeanist was... Hitoshi looked at Tenya. He did so openly, noticed by everyone except Tenya himself, who was staring at his food. Too far. We got better located options. Have you thought about where you will be going? Too far? Ijiro asked. But he is. A single stare from Hitoshi silenced the redhead. Now there was a quirk worth calling a superpower. So did you have any really good offers? Fumi did, Dark Shadow responded. He got an offer from some Hawks guy. He is supposed to be some big deal. I don't see why Fumi would need another wingman besides me. Wingman? Hitoshi raised his eyebrows. Yeah, I can fly Fumi now. He doesn't need anyone else with wings. Oh, but isn't it still good to intern with a hero that can keep up with you if you can fly? Oh right, I didn't think of that. You might be able to learn some flying tips and tricks. And if there is an emergency somewhere, you can both get there quickly to help, Hitoshi added. The rest of us would have to be a lot closer to get there in time. Yes, I know I am amazing. How about you, Ijiro, too? Shoto? I don't really know, Ijiro said. I got a bunch of offers, but I don't really know a lot of details on many heroes. I was thinking of fourth kind. People have called him the chivalrous hero. That sounds right. Of course you would choose based on that, Izuku muttered, but mostly amused rather than judging. Well, I haven't made the final choice yet. Ijiro glanced at Tenya before returning his eyes to Izuku. At least he was starting to understand there was more at stake in the conversation. After a moment, he lightly elbowed Shoto. How about you? I don't know, Shoto responded, giving Izuku a pleading look. I don't know what to do. Don't worry, it is just an internship. You only need to consider what is most useful right now, and what's safe. Whoever you consider, we need to check their relationship with Endeavor. We can talk about it more at a good time, maybe with Ijiro too. Izuku probably has notes on everyone you could consider. I would check those before locking anything in, Hitoshi said. Heh, I almost forgot that, Ijiro said. Hey Tenya, did you pick a hero to intern with yet? Izuku wanted to facepalm. Maybe Ijiro hadn't quite realized the situation from simply a few looks. Yes. I already put in my acceptance to Manuel. Who? He is a hero, not very well known, but decent. Oh, Wkesh. This time it was Hitoshi's turn to elbow Ijiro's side with enough force to catch his attention and silence him. Tenya sighed. Izuku, Hitoshi, I can tell what you are doing. You don't need to avoid talking because of me. After everything we've done together, things aren't going to change if you get careless with your words. Fine, Izuku said. We know what you were planning, why you opted to intern with Manuel, and what you think you can and want to do. Can we talk you out of it? There was a tense moment of silence. No, Tenya finally responded. Then you should know we aren't going to be far. I and Toshi changed out internships to be closer to Hosu. Hopefully you are at least willing to call us if you try to bite off more than you can chew. Tenya looked at him for a moment, but the look Izuku gave back told Tenya convincing Izuku to change his mind was at least as impossible as doing the same to him. He looked at his plate and picked it up. I should go now. Don't want to be late from the lesson, and I think I'll need to go to the bathroom before then.
Saudi.
He left in a hurry. Izuku looked after him until he left the room. Old Izuku might have watered the floor. The shadow over him has grown darker, Tokoyami said. Can we do something to help? Yes, Hitoshi said. Welcome to the squad. What squad? Dark Shadow asked. In this case, Hitoshi said, the Tenya Protection Squad. In the remaining minutes of the lunch break, Hitoshi and Izuku somehow managed to explain everything to get everyone on the same page and still finish their food. Ijiro even had them all fist bump together to make their common mission. Unfortunately, he also unknowingly stabbed Izuku's heart. Tenya can always trust his friends. They got a clash just in time. Tenya was already seated, but did not say anything. Izuku squeezed his fists when All Might stepped inside as the heroics teacher of the day, but kept his mouth shut. He didn't even comment on the instruction for the day's combat training. As they got changed into their costumes and headed out, Izuku hung back to be behind Tenya. He wasn't going to do anything in the middle of the school day, but Izuku didn't feel like not keeping an eye on him, and Shoto too had already dressed into his simple costume. Unfortunately, that made Izuku the last to leave the classroom, and there was a giant blonde gorilla standing by the door.
What?
Izuku asked as he walked past, not even turning his head. I have bigger worries than you, if you believe that. Izuku tried to walk away, but they were going to the same place and All Might followed. I heard you accepted Gran Torino's offer after all. I was wondering. Don't, it doesn't work for you. Izuku could feel the large man's frown aimed at the back of his head. At least there was a silver lining with having to deal with the gorilla. What made you change your mind? Considering how suspicious you were of him. Of him, and it has nothing to do with him, or you. Leave me alone. My All Might quota for this decade is already full. Then why? Because there are more important things than you, or whatever you are plotting with Gran Torino. It better not get in the way. In the way of what? Izuku actually paused for a moment, but if Tenya wanted All Might's help, he would have asked for it. Also, the so-called unbeatable hero had yet to stop the killer. No, Izuku wasn't going to talk, and especially not to All Might. None of your concern. Don't you have class to teach? Isn't that where we are going? He got Izuku there, and Izuku wanted to tear open his throat. He settled with frowning all the way to the training grounds. They were last to arrive, though most of the class didn't even notice. All of them had grouped together around something. Something was moving on the ground. Izuku peeked past them, trying to forget the large man that stepped next to him, much closer than he really needed to be. Ijiro was on the ground with Sato and Ojiro. They were doing push-ups. And 50, Ijiro declared, pushing himself to his knees, then up on his feet. Sato and Ojiro followed right after. Hitoshi stepped next to a grinning Ijiro and raised an arm like he has just won a boxing tournament. The winner, Hitoshi declared. Some of Ijiro's grin must have jumped on Izuku, as his face didn't feel like it was tensing in a frown as it had during the walk. A shadow touched him. He glanced at All Might looking at him, making Izuku instantly scowl. They stared at each other only for a second or two. Hey, Midobro, what took you so long? Ijiro called and started pushing through the class towards him. You missed the first round of the competition. First round? Izuku asked, smiling. Yeah, first push-ups, then sit-ups and pull-ups, except we don't have a good place for those, so I thought arm wrestling. We usually spend most of the lessons like this watching others go trough the exercise, so I thought we could have a little training competition on the side. Of course you did. Always taking the chance to train. Of course. So, want to join the contest? Hitoshi is trying to keep score, but he has nothing to take. Izuku had a pen and notebook on his hand. Notes with. Izuku handed them to Hitoshi. Just use the last page. And don't show the rest to others, or we'll go through your pages in front of the class." "His pages?" Ishido asked. Hitoshi waved the closed notebook in front of her teasingly. "First step of getting on Izuku's good side. Be someone worth taking notes on." Hitoshi opened the notebook and flipped through pages before closing it again. "Even if it's not really a high bar to pass, congratulations." Ishido tilted her head, looking confused. Izuku started wondering if it had been a good idea to entrust Hitoshi with the power of the notebook, even the most benign and general one with none of the dark knowledge of Shirakuro's notebooks. "Ahem," All Might said, calling for attention. "We came here for combat training." He looked around the students in front of him. As his eyes got to Izuku, Izuku made sure to turn back towards Ijiro, only being on good enough behavior to somewhat lower his voice. "How about this? Whoever in our training group does best in your contest gets a treat. Real Wagyu steak, a big one, next weekend." That made Ijiro's smile stretch so much Izuku wondered how his face didn't split. All Might made an increasingly irritated sound, trying to get attention back onto himself. He surely wasn't used to not being the center of attention. Given the situation, even that wasn't enough to bring Izuku's frown back. "Make sure to tell others too, or it's not fair," he said before giving the buffoon the attention he so wanted. All Might kept staring at them for a long moment before proceeding with the lesson, though he didn't look just annoyed. In the end, the Wagyu prize was too much for Ijiro to lose his private tournament, though Izuku and Shoto made it a close call, and a few others came close too, even without having the opportunity for the prize. Tenya never felt like participating. All Might kept looking at them repeatedly with side eye. The contest attracted more of the students' attention than watching the exercise itself. Hitoshi returned the notebook to Izuku with both hands, while bowing like he was giving away a holy relic. Izuku did his best to hide his own grimace. As they walked from the training ground of the lesson to the sports field, Izuku was focused on typing on his phone while Hitoshi and Ijiro kept the mood up, or tried to in Tenya's case at least. At least Shoto seemed satisfied and happy listening to Ijiro talk about having a rematch later. It was Dark Shadow who paid the most attention to Izuku and stretched out to peek over his shoulder. "What are you writing?" "Negotiating for a new quirk." "For yourself, or planning to give it to someone else?" Izuku stopped for a few seconds. The quirk that had been ready to kill him for his quirk might have been the first one to recognize that side of his quirk in such a manner. After the initial rush of happiness, Izuku got a very Hitoyu devious smile on his face. "Why are you asking? Worried I'll get Tokoyami something other than you?" "No, that might not be so bad if it helped keep him safe actually. At least you got your priorities clear." "So what kind of quirk are you going to get this time?" Hitoshi asked. "It's called sleep deprived." Hitoshi raised his eyebrow. "Since when is that a quirk? If you wanted that, you could have just asked me." Izuku shook his head. "It's not like that, but you might get jealous for this. It's a quirk that can stockpile tiredness, almost 3 days worth apparently, so I could stay awake that long before starting to get significantly tired." Hitoshi whistled impressed, but after a few seconds of looking at Izuku's face, quickly moved to a frown. "What's the catch?" "Well, it doesn't remove the need for sleep, only delays it. So if I stayed awake for 3 full days, I would have to spend 1 sleeping. Or even more actually, though it should help catching up with sleep after a point. Also, if I stayed up too long, probably somewhere around 4 days, I would simply collapse and be impossible to wake up for a while. Or at least that was the maximum for the current owner." "That sounds amazing," Hitoshi said in an almost dreamy voice, "mostly at least. Why does the owner want to sell?" He stared at Izuku and got an even more serious frown than before. "Izuku?" "He overused the quirk. Poor single parent with several children using his quirk to work around the clock. He has already had 2 heart attacks in his 40s. Second, because he went back to work and using his quirk after the first one. He's trying to get enough money to last until all his kids are adults and finish school. Honestly, I think he would give it away for free since he can't trust himself to not overuse, or even use it at all again." "Izuku," Hitoshi said more somberly, "can you?" That was a question Izuku hadn't thought about much, but Hitoshi also didn't know about regeneration. It would probably negate any negative effects from staying up late. "It's okay," Izuku started. "Working 4 days straight and collapsing is one thing. But if there is even a risk of a battle, I couldn't risk waiting to reach the limits, and there are likely individual differences. If I keep healthier and fitter, the risk should be reduced. Hitoshi's face remained on unconvinced setting. Izuku gently elbowed his side, trying to break the tension. You are just jealous and hoping I'd give it to you, aren't you? Hitoshi's stare didn't change. Izuku's shoulders slumped. Okay, you aren't wrong, but I'm still getting the quirk. Hitoshi sighed. When? Today. I'll stop at the hospital on the way home. Izuku paused to look at Tenya. It is the same hospital where Tensei is. I'm sure Tenya is planning to go there after school anyway. Might have to change plans on that extra-long training, unless you want to join EI and Shoto at EI's place. A bunch of red hair bounced up behind them. Sure. My hands are hurting already.